Dramatis Personae of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Narrator read by Delta Piñeroles.
Narration by Rapunzelina.
Carlos, read by Joseph Tabler.
Juan Rodrigo Alvarez de Santillana y Menaya, read by Aaron Rivera.
Dolores, read by Sonia.
Fray Sebastian Gomez, read by Jason in Panama.
Don Manuel Alvarez, read by Kay Hand.
Don Juan the Penitent, read by Victor Villarraza.
Student, read by David Purdy.
De Seso, read by Joe. Gonsalvo, read by Christine G.
Dr. Cristobal Losada, read by Patrick Seville.
Sonia Inez, read by Rachel.
Those Around, read by Lian Yao Yao.
Proverbs, read by Marianne.
The Tempter, read by David Purdy.
Juliano El Chico, read by T.J. Burns.
The Village Cura, read by David Purdy. The Landlord, read by David Purdy.
Fray Fernando, read by Larry Wilson.
Fray Casiodoro, read by Esteban Simonides. The Aged Monk, read by Esteban Simonides. Servant, read by Esteban Simonides.
Doña Beatriz, read by Esteban Simonides.
Doña Sancha, read by Esteban Simonides.
Don Balthazar, read by Larry Wilson.
Don Manuel the Younger, read by David Purdy.
Passerby, read by Rachel.
Porter, read by Lian Yao.
Doña Catarina, read by Esteban Simonides. González de Munebraga, read by Esteban Simonides.
Gaspar Benevidio, read by Rupert Holiday.
The Alcaide Servant, read by Rachel.
Promoter Fiscal, read by David Purdy.
The Notary, read by Rachel.
Prior, read by Larry Wilson.
Benevidio's Daughter, a Child, read by Tricia G. Maria Gonzalez, read by Tricia G.
Don Alonso de Munebraga, read by Rachel.
Mother, read by Esteban Simonides.
Juanita, read by Joe.
Page, read by David Purdy. Juan Gonzalez, read by David Purdy.
Juan Ponce de Leon, read by Esteban Simonides. Don Garcia, read by Esteban Simonides.
Jesuit and Attendant, read by Amy Graymore.
Llorente, read by Esteban Simonides.
Juan Sanchez, read by Rachel.
Don Domingo de Roxas, read by David Purdy. Herrera, read by David Purdy. God's Messenger, read by David Purdy. Jorge, read by David Purdy.
Lord Inquisitor, read by Esteban Simonides.
Young Monk, read by J.L. Baldwin.
End of Dramatis Personae.
Chapter 1 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Spanish Brothers. Chapter 1. Boyhood. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Longfellow. On one of the green slopes of the Sierra Morena, shaded by a few cork trees, and with wild craggy heights and bare brown wastes stretching far above, there stood, about the middle of the 16th century, a castle even then old and rather dilapidated. It had once been a strong place, but was not very spacious, and certainly, according to our modern ideas of comfort, the interior could not have been a particularly comfortable dwelling-place. A large proportion of it was occupied by the great hall, which was hung with faded, well-repaired tapestry, and furnished with oaken tables, settles, and benches, very elaborately carved, but bearing evident marks of age. Narrow unglazed slits in the thick wall admitted the light and air, and besides one of these, on a gloomy autumn morning, two boys stood together, watching the rain that poured down without intermission. They were dressed exactly alike, in loose jackets of blue cloth, homespun indeed, but so fresh and neatly fashioned as to look more becoming than many a costlier dress. Their long stockings were of silk, and their cuffs and wide shirt frills of fine holland, carefully starched and plaited. The elder, a very handsome lad, who looked 14 at least, but was really a year younger, had raven hair, black sparkling eager eyes, good but strongly marked features, and a complexion originally dark and well tanned by exposure to sun and wind. A broader forehead, wider nostrils, and a weaker mouth distinguished the more delicate-looking younger brother, whose hair was also less dark, and his complexion fairer.
Rain! Rain! Will it rain forever?
Cried, in a tone of impatience, the elder, whose name was Juan, or rather, his proper style and title, and very angry would he have felt had any part been curtailed or omitted, was Don Juan Rodrigo Alvarez de Santillanos y Menaya. He was of the purest blood in Spain, by the father's side of noblest Castilian lineage, by the mother's of an ancient Asturian family. Well he knew it, and proudly he held up his young head in consequence, in spite of poverty, and of what was still worse, the mysterious blight that had fallen on the name and fortunes of his house, bringing poverty in its train as the least of its attendant evils.
Rising early will not make the daylight come sooner, nor watching bring the sunshine,
said the quick-witted Carlos, who, apt in learning whenever he heard, was already an adept in the proverbial philosophy which was then, and is now, the inheritance of his race.
True enough. So let us fetch the canes and have a merry play, or better still, the foils for a fencing match.
Carlos acquiesced readily, though apparently without pleasure. In all outward things, such as the choice of pursuits and games, Juan was the unquestioned leader. Carlos never dreamed of disputing his fiat. Yet in other, and really more important matters, it was Carlos who, quite unconsciously to himself, performed the part of guide to his stronger-willed but less thoughtful brother. Juan now fetched the carefully guarded foils with which the boys were accustomed to practice fencing, either as now simply for their own amusement, or under the instructions of the grey-haired Diego, who had served with their father in the Emperor's wars, and was now mayordomo, butler, and seneschal all in one. He it was, moreover, from whom Carlos had learned his store of proverbs.
Now stand up. Oh, you're too low. Wait a moment.
Juan left the hall again, but quickly returned with a large heavy volume, which he threw on the floor, directing his brother to take his stand upon it. Carlos hesitated.
But what if the fry should catch us using our great Horace after such a fashion?
I just wish he might,
answered Juan, with a mischievous sparkle in his black eyes. The matter of height being thus satisfactorily adjusted, the game began, and for some time went merrily forward. To do the elder brother justice, he gave every advantage to his less active and less skilful companion, often shouting, with very unnecessary exertion of his lungs, words of direction or warning about fore-thrust, side-thrust, backhand strokes, hitting, and parrying. At last, however, in an unlucky moment, Carlos, through some awkward movement of his own in violation of the rules of the game, received a blow on the cheek from his brother's foil, severe enough to make the blood flow. Juan instantly sprang forward, full of vexation, with an
"Ay de mi"
on his lips. But Carlos turned away from him, covering his face with both hands, and Juan, much to his disgust, soon heard the sound of a heavy sob.
"You little coward!"
he exclaimed.
"To weep for a blow! Shame! Shame upon you!"
"Coward yourself, to call ill names when I cannot fight you,"
retorted Carlos, as soon as he could speak for weeping.
"That is ever your way, little tearful. You, to talk of going to find our father. A brave man you would make to sail to the Indies and fight the savages. Better sit at home and spin with Mother Dolores."
Far too deeply stung to find a proverb suited to the occasion, or indeed to make any answer whatever, Carlos, still in tears, left the hall with hasty footsteps, and took refuge in a smaller apartment that opened into it. The hangings of this room were comparatively new and very beautiful, being tastefully wrought with the needle, and the furniture was much more costly than that in the hall. There was also a glazed window, and near this Carlos took his stand, looking moodily out on to the falling rain, and thinking hard thoughts of his brother, who had first hurt him so sorely, then called him coward, and last, and far worst of all, had taunted him with his unfitness for the task which, child as he was, his whole heart and soul were bent on attempting. But he could not quarrel very seriously with Juan, nor indeed could he for any considerable time do without him. Before long his anger began to give way to utter loneliness and discomfort, and a great longing to be friends again. Nor was Juan much more comfortable, though he told himself that he was quite right to reprove his brother sharply for his lack of manliness, and that he would be ready to die for shame if Carlos, when he went to Seville, should disgrace himself before his cousins by crying when he was hurt, like a baby or a girl. It is true that in his heart he rather wished he had himself held his peace, or at least had spoken more gently, but he braved it out and stamped up and down the hall, singing, in as cheery voice as he could command,
"The Cid rode through the horseshoe gate, Omega like it stood, a symbol of the moon that waned before the Christian rood. He was all sheathed in gold mail, his cloak was white as shroud, his visor down, his sword unsheathed, corpse still he rode and proud."
"Ruy!"
Carlos called at last, just a little timidly, from the next room.
"Ruy!"
Ruy is the Spanish diminutive of Rodrigo, Juan's second name, and the one by which, for reasons of his own, it pleased him best to be called. So the very use of it by Carlos was a kind of overture for peace. Juan came right gladly at the call, and having convinced himself by a moment's inspection that his brother's hurt signified nothing, he completed the reconciliation by putting his arm, in a familiar boyish fashion, round his neck. Thus, without a word spoken, the brief quarrel was at an end. It happened that the rain was over also, and the sun just beginning to shine out again. It was indeed an effect of the sunlight which had given Carlos a pretext for calling Juan again to his side.
"Look, Ruy,"
he said.
"the sun shines on our father's words."
These children had a secret of their own, carefully guarded, with the strange reticence of childhood, even from Dolores, who had been their faithful nurse of their infancy, and who still cast upon their young lives the only shadow of motherly love they had ever known. A shadow, it is true, pale and faint, yet the best thing that had fallen to their lot, for even Juan could remember neither parent, while Carlos had never seen his father's face, and his mother had died at his birth. Yet it happened that in the imaginary world which the children had created around them, and where they chiefly lived, their unknown father was by far the most important personage. All great nations in their childhood have their legends, their epics, written or unwritten, and their hero, one or many of them, upon whose exploits fancy rings its changes at will during the ages when national literature, language, and character are in the process of development. So it is with individuals. Children of imagination, especially if they are brought up in seclusion and guarded from coarse and worldly companionship, are sure to have their legends, perhaps their unwritten epic, certainly their hero. Nor are these dreams of childhood idle fancies. In their time they are good and beautiful gifts of God, healthful for the present, helpful for after years. There is deep truth in the poet's words, "When thou art a man, reverence the dreams of thy youth." The Cid Campeador, the Charlemagne, and the King Arthur of our youthful Spanish brothers was no other than Don Juan Alvarez de Menaya, second and last Conde de Nuera. And as the historical foundation of national romance is apt to be of the slightest, nay, the testimony of credible history is often ruthlessly set at defiance, so it is with the romances of children, nor did the present instance form any exception. All the world said that their father's bones lay bleaching upon a wild Araucanian battlefield, but this went for nothing in the eyes of Juan and Carlos Alvarez. Quite enough to build their childish faith upon was a confidential whisper of Dolores, when she thought them sleeping, to the village barber surgeon, who was helping her to tend them through some childish malady.
Dead! Would to all the saints and the blessed Queen of Heaven that we only had assurance of it.
They had, however, more than this. Almost every day they read and re-read those mysterious words, traced on a diamond by their father's hand, as it never entered their heads to doubt, on the window of the room which had once been his favourite place of retirement. El Dorado yo he trovado. I have found El Dorado. No eyes but their own had ever noticed this inscription, and marvellous indeed was the superstructure their fancy contrived to raise on the slight and airy foundation of its enigmatical 5 words. They had heard from the lips of Diego many of the fables current at the period, about the golden country of which Spanish adventurers dreamed so wildly, and which they sought so vainly in the New World. They were aware that their father in his early days had actually made a voyage to the Indies, and they had thoroughly persuaded themselves, therefore, of nothing less than that he was the fortunate discoverer of El Dorado, that he had returned thither, and was reigning there as king, rich and happy, only, perhaps, longing for his brave boys to come and join him. And join him one day they surely would, even through unheard of dangers, of which giants 12 feet high, and fiery dragons, things in which they quite believed, were among the least, might lie in their way, thick as the leaves of the cork trees when the autumn winds swept down through the mountain gorges.
Look, Rui,
said Carlos.
The light is on our father's words.
So it is. What good fortune is coming now? Something always comes to us when they look like that.
What do you wish for most?
A new bow, and a set of real arrows tipped with steel. And you?
Well, the Chronicles of the Cid, I think.
I should like that too. But I should like better still...
What?
That Fray Sebastian would fall ill of the rheum and find the mountain air too cold for his health, or get some kind of good place at his beloved Complutum.
We might go farther and fare worse, like those that go to look for better bread than wheaten,
returned Carlos, laughing.
Wish again, Juan, and truly this time, your wish of wishes.
What else but to find my father?
I mean next to that.
Well, truly, to go once more to Sevilla, to see the shops and the bullfights and the great church, to tilt with our cousins and dance the chachuca with Doña Beatriz.
That would not I. There be folk that go out for wool and come home shorn, though I like Doña Beatriz as well as anyone.
Hush! Here comes Dolores.
A tall, slender woman, robed in black serge, relieved by a neat white headdress, entered the room. Dark hair, threaded with silver, and pale, sunken, careworn features, made her look older than she really was. She had once been beautiful, and it seemed as though her beauty had been burned up in the glare of some fierce agony, rather than had faded gradually beneath the suns of passing years. With the silent strength of a deep, passionate heart that had nothing else left to cling to, Dolores loved the children of her idolized mistress and foster sister. It was chiefly her talent and energy that kept together the poor remains of their fortune. She surrounded them with as many inexpensive comfort as possible. Still, like a true Spaniard, she would at any moment have sacrificed their comfort to the maintenance of their rank, or the due upholding of their dignity. On this occasion she held an open letter in her hand.
Young gentleman,
she said, using the formal style of address no familiarity ever induced her to drop.
I bring your worships good tidings. Your noble uncle, Don Manuel, is about to honor your castle with his presence.
Good tidings indeed. I am as glad as if you had given me a satin doublet. He may take us back with him to Sevilla,
cried Juan.
He might have stayed at home, with good luck and my blessing,
murmured Carlos.
Whether you go to Seville or no, Señor Don Juan,
said Dolores gravely,
may very probably depend on the contentment you give your noble uncle respecting your progress in your Latin, your grammar, and your other humanities.
A green fig for my noble uncle's contentment,
said Juan irreverently.
I know already as much as any gentleman need, and 10 times more than he does himself.
Aye, truly,
struck in Carlos, coming forward from the embrasure of the window.
My uncle thinks a man of learning, except he be a fellow of college, perchance. Not worth his ears full of water. I heard him say such only trouble the world, and bring sorrow on themselves and all their kin. So, Juan, it is you who are likely to find favor in his sight, after all.
Señor Don Carlos, what ails your face?
asked Dolores, noticing now for the first time the marks of the hurt which he had received. Both the boys spoke together.
Only a blow caught in fencing, all through my own awkwardness. It is nothing,
said Carlos eagerly.
I hurt him with my foil. It was mischance. I'm very sorry,
said Juan, putting his hand on his brother's shoulder. Dolores wisely abstained from exhorting them to greater carefulness. She only said,
Young gentlemen who mean to be knights and captains must learn to give hard blows and take them.
Adding mentally,
Bless the lads. May they stand by each other as loyally 10 or 20 years hence as they do now.
End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2 The Monk's Letter. Quoth the good fat friar, wiping his own mouth, 'twas refection time. R. Browning.
Fray Sebastian Gomez, to the Honorable Señor Felipe de Santa Maria, Licentiate of Theology, residing at Alcalá de Henares, commonly called Complutum. Most illustrious and reverend Signor, in my place of banishment, amidst these gloomy and inhospitable mountains, I frequently solace my mind by reflections upon the friends of my youth, and the happy periods spent in those ancient halls of learning, where in the morning of our days you and I together attended the erudite prelections of those noble and most orthodox Grecians, Demetrius Ducas and Nicetas Faustus, or sat at the feet of that venerable patriarch of science, Don Fernando Nunez. Fortunate are you, O friend, in being able to pass your days amidst scenes so pleasant and occupations so congenial, while I, unhappy, am compelled by fate, and by the neglect of friends and patrons, to take what I may have, in place of having what I might wish. I am, alas, under the necessity of wearing out my days in the ungrateful occupation of instilling the rudiments of humane learning into the dull and careless minds of children, whom to instruct is truly to write upon sand or water. But not to weary your excellent and illustrious friendship with undue prolixity, I shall briefly relate the circumstances which led to my sojourn here.
The good friar proceeds with his personal narrative, but by no means briefly, and as it has, moreover, little or nothing to do with our story, it may be omitted with advantage.
In this desert, as I may truly style it,
he continues,
nutriment for the corporeal frame is as poor and bare as nutriment for the intellectual part is altogether lacking. Alas for the golden wine of Jerez, that ambery nectar wherewith we were wont to refresh our jaded spirits! I may not mention now our temperate banquets, the crisp red mullet, the succulent pasties, the delicious ham of Estremadura, the savory olla podrida. Here beef is rarely seen, veal never. Our olla is of lean mutton, if it be not rather the flesh of goats, washed down with bad vinegar, called wine by courtesy, and supplemented by a few knotty figs or roasted chestnuts, with cheese of goat's milk, hard as the heads of the rustics who make it. Certainly I am experiencing the truth of the proverb, a bad cook is an inconvenient relation. And marvelly would a cask of Jerez wine, if, through the kindness of my generous friends, it could find its way to these remote mountains, mend my fare, and in all probability prolong my days. The provider here is an antiquated sour-faced duenna, who rules everything in this old ruin of a castle, where poverty and pride are the only things to be found in plenty. She is an Asturian, and came hither in the train of the late unfortunate Countess. Like all of that race, where the very shepherds style themselves nobles, she is proud, but it is just to add that she is also active, industrious, and thrifty to a miracle. But to pass on to affairs of greater importance, I have presumed, on the part of my illustrious friend, some acquaintance with the sorrowful history of my young pupil's family. You will remember the sudden shadow that fell, like the eclipse of one of the bright orbs of heaven, upon the fame and fortunes of the Conde de Nuera, known, some 15 years ago or more, as a brilliant soldier and courtier, and personal favorite of his imperial majesty. There was a rumor of some black treason. I know not what, but men said it even struck at the life of the great emperor, his friend and patron. It is supposed that the emperor, whom God preserve, in his just wrath remembered mercy, and generally saved the honor, while he punished the crime, of his ungrateful servant. At all events, the world was told that the Count had accepted a command in the Indies, and that he sailed thither from some port in the Low Countries, to which the emperor had summoned him, without returning to Spain. It is believed that to save his neck from axe and his name from dire disgrace, he signed away by his own act his large property to the emperor and to Holy Church, reserving only a pittance for his children. 1 year afterwards his death, in battle with the Araucanian savages, was announced, and, if I am not mistaken, his majesty was gracious enough to have masses said for his soul. But at the time, the tongue of rumor whispered a far more dreadful ending to the tale. Men hinted that, upon the discovery of his treason, he despaired alike of human and divine compassion, and perished miserably by his own hand. But all possible pains were taken, for the sake of the family, to hush up the affair, and nothing certain has ever, or probably will ever transpire. I am doubtful whether I am not a transgressor in having committed to paper what is written above. Still, as it is written, it shall stand. With you, most illustrious and honorable friend, all things are safe. The youths whom it is my task to instruct are not deficient in parts, but the elder, Don Juan, is idle and insolent, and withal of so fiery a temper that he will brook no manner of correction. The younger, Don Carlos, is more toward in disposition, and really apt at his humanities, were it not that his good-for-nothing brother is for ever leading him into mischief. Don Manuel Alvarez, their uncle and guardian, who is a shrewd man of the world, will certainly cause him to enter the church; but I pray, as I am bound in Christian charity, that it may not occur to him to make the lad a minaret friar, since, as I can testify from sorrowful experience, such go barely enough through this wicked and miserable world. In conclusion, I entreat of you, most illustrious friend, with the utmost despatch and carefulness, to commit this writing to the flames, and so I pray Our Lady and the blessed Saint Luke, upon whose vigil I write, to have you in their good keeping. Your unworthy brother, Sebastian.
Thus, with averted face or head shaken doubtfully, or murmured "Ay de mi," the world spoke of him of whom his own children, happy at least in this, knew scarce anything, save words that seemed like a cry of joy. Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3 Sword and Cassock. The helmet and the cap make houses strong. Spanish proverb. Don Manuel Alvarez stayed for several days at Nuera, as the half-ruined castle in the Sierra Morena was styled. Grievous during this period were the sufferings of Dolores, and unceasing her efforts to provide suitable accommodation, not merely for the stately and fastidious guest himself, but also for the troop of retainers he saw fit to bring with him, comprising 3 or 4 personal attendants and half a score of men-at-arms, the last perhaps really necessary for a journey through that wild district. Don Manuel scarcely enjoyed the situation more than did his entertainers, but he esteemed it his duty to pay an occasional visit to the estate of his orphan nephews, to see that it was properly taken care of. Perhaps the only member of the party quite at his ease was the worthy Fray Sebastian, a good-natured, self-indulgent friar, with a better education and more refined taste than the average of his order, fond of eating and drinking, fond of gossip, fond of a little superficial literature, and not fond of troubling himself about anything. He was comforted by the improved fare Don Manuel's visit introduced, and was, moreover, soon relieved from his very natural apprehensions that the guardian of his pupils might express discontent at the slowness of their progress. He speedily discovered that Don Manuel did not care to have his nephews made good scholars. He only cared to have them ready, in 2 or 3 years, to go to the University of Complutum, or to that of Salamanca, where they might remain until they were satisfactorily provided for, one in the army, the other in the church. As for Juan and Carlos, they felt, with the sure instinct of children, in this respect something like that of animals, that their uncle had little love for them. Juan dreaded, more than under circumstances he need have done, too careful inquiries into his progress; and Carlos, while he stood in great outward awe of his uncle, all the time contrived to despise him in his heart, because he neither knew Latin nor could repeat any ballads of the Cid. On the 3rd day of his visit after dinner, which was at noon, Don Manuel solemnly seated himself in the great carved armchair that stood on the estrada at one end of the hall, and summoned his nephews to his side. He was a tall, wiry-looking man, with a narrow forehead, thin lips, and a pointed beard. His dress was of the finest mulberry-coloured cloth, turned back with velvet. Everything about him was rich, handsome, and in good keeping, but without extravagance. His manner was dignified, perhaps a little pompous, like that of a man bent on making the most of himself, as he had unquestionably made the most of his fortune. He first addressed one whom he gravely reminded that his father's imprudence had left him nothing save that poor ruin of a castle, and a few barren acres of rocky ground, at which the boy's eyes flashed, and he shrugged his shoulders and bit his lip. Don Manuel then proceeded at some length to extol the noble profession of arms as the road to fame and fortune. This kind of language proved much more acceptable to his nephew, and looking up, he said promptly,
"Yes, señor my uncle, I will gladly be a soldier, as all my fathers were."
Well spoken. And when thou art old enough, I promise to use my influence to obtain for thee a good appointment in his Imperial Majesty's army. I trust thou wilt honour thine ancient name?
"You may trust me,"
said Juan, in slow, earnest tones. Then raising his hat, he went on more rapidly.
"Beside his own name, Juan, my father gave me that of Rodrigo, born by the Cid Ruy Diaz, the Campeador, meaning no doubt to show—"
"Peace, boy,"
Don Miguel interrupted, cutting short the only words that his nephew had ever spoken really from his heart in his presence, with as much unconsciousness as a countryman might set his foot upon a glowworm.
"Thou wert never named Rodrigo after thy Cid and his idle romances. Thy father called thee so after some madcap friend of his own, of whom the less spoken the better."
"My father's friend must have been good and noble like himself,"
said Juan proudly, almost defiantly.
"Young man,"
returned Don Manuel severely, and lifting his eyebrows as if in surprise at his audacity,
"learn that a humbler tone and more courteous manners would become thee in the presence of thy superiors."
Then turning haughtily away from him, he addressed himself to Carlos.
"As for thee, nephew Carlos, I hear with pleasure of thy progress in learning. Fray Sebastian reports of thee that thou hast a good ready wit and a retentive memory. Moreover, if I mistake not, sword cuts are less in thy way than in thy brother's. The service of Holy Mother Church will fit thee like a glove. And let me tell thee, boy, for thou art old enough to understand me, 'tis a right good service. Churchmen eat well and drink well, churchmen sleep soft. Churchmen spend their days fingering the gold other folk toil and bleed for. For those who have fair interest in high places, and shuffle their own cards deftly, there be good fat benefices, comfortable canonries, and perhaps, who knows, a rich bishopric at the end of all, with a matter of 10,000 hard ducats at the least coming in every year to save or spend or lend if you like it better."
10,000 ducats!
said Carlos, who had been gazing in his uncle's face, his large blue eyes full of half incredulous, half uncomprehending wonder.
"Ay, my son, that is about the least. The Archbishop of Seville has 60,000 every year, and more."
10,000 ducats!
Carlos repeated again, in a kind of awestruck whisper.
That would buy a ship.
"Yes,"
said Don Manuel, highly pleased with what he considered an indication of precocious intelligence in money matters.
"and an excellent thought that is of thine, my son. A good ship, chartered for the Indies and properly freighted, would bring thee back thy ducats well perfumed. For a ship is sailing while you are sleeping. As the saying is, let the idle man buy a ship or marry a wife. I perceive thou art a youth of much ingenuity. What thinkest thou, then, of the Church?"
Carlos was still too much the child to say anything in answer except,
"If it please you, señor my uncle, I should like it well."
And thus, with rather more than less consideration of their tastes and capacities than was usual at the time, the future of Juan and Carlos Alvarez was decided. When the brothers were alone together, Juan said,
"Dolores must have been praying Our Lady for us, Carlos. An appointment in the army's the very thing for me. I shall perform some great feat of arms like Alfonso Vives, for instance, who took the Duke of Saxony prisoner. I shall win fame and promotion, and then come back and ask my uncle for the hand of his ward, Doña Beatriz."
"Ah, and if I enter the Church, I can never marry,"
said Carlos, rather ruefully, and with a vague perception that his brother was to have some good thing from which he must be shut out forever.
"Of course not, but you will not care."
"Never a whit,"
said the boy of 12 very confidently.
"I shall ever have thee, Juan, and all the gold my uncle says churchmen win so easily. I will save to buy our ship."
"I will also save, so that one day we may sail together. I will be the captain, and thou shalt be the mass priest, Carlos."
"But I marvel if it be true that churchmen grow rich so fast. The cura in the village must be very poor, for Diego told me he took old Pedro's cloak because he could not pay the dues for his wife's burial.
More shame for him, the greedy vulture. Carlos, you and I have each a half a ducat. Let us buy it back.
With all my heart. It will be worth something to see the old man's face.
The cura is covetous rather than poor,
said Juan.
But poor or no one dreams of your being a beggarly cura like that. It is only vulgar fellows of whom they make parish priests in the country. You will get some fine preferment, my uncle says. He ought to know, for he has feathered his own nest well.
Why is he rich when we are poor, Juan? Where does he get all his money?
The saints know best. He has places under government, something about the taxes. I think that he buys and sells again.
In truth, he's not one to measure oil without getting some on his fingers. How different from him our father must have been.
Yes,
said Juan.
His riches, won by his own sword and battle-axe, and his good right hand, will be worth having. Aye, and even worth seeing, will they not?
So these children dreamed of the future, that future of which nothing was certain except its unlikeness to their dreams. No thing was certain. But what was only too probable? That the brave, free-hearted boy, who had never willingly injured anyone, and who was ready to share his last coin with the poor man, would be hardened and brutalized into a soldier of fortune, like those who massacred tribes of trusting, unoffending Indians, or burned Flemish cities to the ground, amidst atrocities that even now make hearts quail and ears tingle. And yet worse, that the fair child beside him, whose life still shone with that childlike innocence which is truly the dew of youth, as bright and as fleeting, would be turned over, soul and spirit, to a system of training too surely calculated to obliterate the sense of truth, deprave the moral taste, to make natural and healthful joys impossible, and lawful and degrading ones fearfully easy and attainable, to teach the strong nature the love of power, the mean the love of money, and all alike falsehood, cowardice, and cruelty. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4 Alcala de Henares. Give me back the wild freshness of morning. Her tears and her smiles are worth evening's best light. Moore. Few are the lives in which 7 years come and go without witnessing any great event. But whether they are eventful or no, the years that change children into men must necessarily be important. 3 of these important 7 Juan and Carlos Alvarez spent in their mountain home, the remaining 4 at the University of Alcala, or Complutum. The university training was of course needful for the younger brother, who was intended for the church. That the elder was allowed to share the privilege, although destined for the profession of arms, was the result of circumstances. His guardian, Don Manuel Alvarez, although worldly and selfish, still retained a lingering regard for the memory of that lost brother, whose latest message to him had been,
"Have my boy carefully educated."
And, moreover, he could scarcely have left the high-spirited youth to wear out the years that must elapse before he could obtain his commission in the dreary solitude of his mountain home, with Diego and Dolores for companions, and for sole amusement a horse and a few greyhounds. Better that he should take his chance at Alcala, and enjoy himself there as best he might, with no obligation to severe studying, and but one duty strongly impressed upon him, that of keeping out of debt. He derived real benefit from the university training, though no academic laurels rested on his brow, nor did he take a degree. Fray Sebastian had taught him to read and write, and even contrived to pass him through the Latin grammar, of which he afterwards remembered scarcely anything. To have urged him to learn more would have required severity only too popular at the time, but this Fray Sebastian was too timid, too prudent, perhaps, to employ, while of interesting him in his studies he never thought. At Alcala, however, he was interested. He did not care indeed for the ordinary scholastic course, but he found in the college library all of the books yet written in his native language, and it was then the palmy age of Spanish literature. Beginning with the poems and romances related to the history of this country, he read through everything, poetry, romance, history, science, nothing came amiss to him, except perhaps theology. He studied with especial care all that had reference to the story of the New World, whither he hoped one day to go. He attended lectures. He even acquired Latin enough to learn anything he really wanted to know, and could not find except in that language. Thus, at the end of his 4 years' residence, he had acquired a good deal of useful, though somewhat desultory information, and he had gained the art of expressing himself in the purest Castilian, by tongue or pen, with energy, vigour, and precision. The 16th century gives us many specimens of such men, and not a few of them were Spaniards, men of intelligence and general cultivation, whose profession was that of arms, but who can handle the pen with as much ease and dexterity as the sword, men who could not only do valiant deeds, but also describe them when done, and that often with singular effectiveness. With his contemporaries Juan was popular, for his pride was inaggressive, and his fiery temper was counterbalanced by great generosity of disposition. During his residence at Alcala he fought 3 duels, one to chastise a fellow student who had called his brother Doña Carlotta, the other 2 on being provoked by the far more serious offence of covert sneers at his father's memory. He also caned severely a youth whom he did not think of sufficient rank to honour with his sword, merely for observing when Carlos won a prize from him.
Don Carlos Alvarez unites genius and industry, as he would need to do, who is the son of his own good works.
But afterwards, when the same student was in danger through poverty of having to give up his career and return home, Juan stole into his chamber during his absence, and furtively deposited 4 gold ducats, which he could ill spare, between the leaves of his breviary. Far more outwardly successful, but more really disastrous, was the academic career of Carlos. As a student of theology, most of his days, and even some of his nights, were spent over the musty tomes of the schoolmen. Like living water on the desert, his young, bright intellect was poured out on the dreary sands of scholastic divinity, little else, in truth, than bad metaphysics, to no appreciable result except its own utter waste. The kindred study of casuistry was even worse than waste of intellect. It was positive defilement and degradation. It was bad enough to tread with painful steps through roads that led nowhere, but it became worse when the roads were miry and the mud at every step clung to the traveller's feet. Though here the parallel must cease, for the moral defilement, alas, is the most deadly and dangerous when least felt or heeded. Fortunately, or unfortunately, according to how we look on things seen or not seen, Carlos offered to his instructors admirable raw material out of which to fashion a successful, even a great churchman. He came to them a stripling of 15, innocent, truthful, affectionate. He had parts, as they styled them, and singularly good ones. He had just the acute perception, the fine and ready wit, which enabled him to cut his way through scholastic subtleties and conceits with ease and credit, and, to do his teachers justice, they sharpened his intellectual weapon well, until its temper grew as exquisite as that of the scimitar of Saladin, which could divide a gauze handkerchief by the thread at a single blow. But how would it fare with such a weapon, and with him who, having proved no other, could wield only that in the great conflict with the dragon that guarded the golden apples of truth? The question is idle, for truth was a luxury of which Carlos was not taught to dream. To find truth, to think truth, to speak truth, to act truth, was not placed before him as an object worth his attainment. Not the true, but the best, was always held up to him as the mark to be aimed at, the best for the church, the best for his family, the best for himself. He had much imagination. He was quick in invention and ready in expedients, good gifts in themselves, but very perilous where the sense of truth is lacking or blunted. He was timid, as sensitive and reflective natures are apt to be, perhaps also from physical causes. And in those rough ages, the Church offered almost the only path in which the timid man could not only escape infamy, but actually attain to honour. In her service a strong head could more than atone for weak nerves. Power, fame, wealth, might be gained in abundance by the churchman without stirring from his cell or chapel, or facing a single drawn sword or loaded musket, always provided that his subtle, cultivated intellect could guide the rough hands that wielded the swords, or better still, the crowned head that commanded them. There may have been even then at the very university, there certainly were a few years earlier, a little band of students who had quite other aims, and who followed other studies than those from which Carlos hoped to read worldly success and fame. These youths really desired to find the truth and to keep it, and therefore they turned from the pages of the fathers and the schoolmen to the scriptures in the original language. But the Biblists, as they were called, were few and obscure. Carlos did not, during his whole term of residence, come in contact with any of them. The study of Hebrew and even of Greek was by this time discouraged. The breath of calumny had blown upon it, linking it with all that was horrible in the eyes of the Spanish Catholics, summed up in the one word, heresy. Carlos never even dreamed of any excursion out of the beaten path marked for him, and which he was travelling so successfully as to distance nearly all his competitors. Both Juan and Carlos still clung fondly to their early dream, though their wider knowledge had necessarily modified some of its details. Carlos, at least, was not quite so confident as he had once been about the existence of El Dorado, but he was as fully determined as Juan to search out the mystery of their father's fate, and either to clasp his living hand or to stand beside his grave. The love of the brothers and their trust in each other had only strengthened with their years, and was beautiful to witness. Occasional journeys to Seville, and brief intervals of making holiday there, varied the monotony of their college life, and were not without important results. It was the summer of 1556. The great Carlos, so lately king and Kaiser, had laid down the heavy burden of sovereignty, and would soon be on his way to pleasant San Yuste, to mortify the flesh, and prepare for his approaching end, as the world believed. But in reality to eat, drink, and enjoy himself as well as his worn-out body and mind would allow him. Just then our young Juan, healthy, hearty, hopeful, and with the world before him, received the long-wished-for appointment in the army of the new king of all the Spains, Don Felipe II. The brothers have eaten their last temperate meal together in their handsome, though not very comfortable, lodging at Alcala. Juan pushes away the wine cup that Carlos would fain have refilled, and toys absently with the rind of a melon.
Carlos,
He says, without looking his brother in the face,
remember that thing of which we spoke?
adding in lower and more earnest tones,
And so may God remember thee.
Surely, brother, you have, however, little to fear.
Little to fear?
And there was the old quick flash in the dark eyes.
Because, forsooth, to spare my aunt's selfishness and my cousin's vanity, she must not be seen at dance, or theatre, or bull feast. It is enough for her to show her face on the Alameda, or at mass to raise me up a host of rivals.
Still my uncle favours you, and Doña Beatriz herself will not be found of a different mind when you come home with your promotion and your glory, as you will, my Ruy.
Then, brother, watch thou in my absence, and fail not to speak the right word at the right moment, as thou canst so well. So shall I hold myself at ease, and give my whole mind to the noble task of breaking the heads of all the enemies of my liege lord the king.
Then rising from the table, he girt on his new Toledo sword with his embroidered belt, threw over his shoulders his short scarlet cloak, and flung a gay velvet montero over his rich black curls. Don Carlos went out with him, and mounting the horses a lad from their country home held in readiness, they rode together down the street and through the gate of Alcala, Don Juan followed by many an admiring gaze, and many a hearty
Vaya con Dios
from his late companions. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. Don Carlos Forgets Himself. A fair face and a tender voice had made me mad and blind. E.B. Browning. Don Carlos Alvarez found Alcala, after his brother's departure, insupportably dull. Moreover, he had now almost finished his brilliant university career. As soon, therefore, as he could, he took his degree as licentiate of theology. He then wrote to inform his uncle of the fact, adding that he would be glad to spend part of the interval that must elapse before his ordination at Seville, where he might attend the lectures of the celebrated Fray Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, professor of divinity in the College of Doctrine in that city. But, in fact, a desire to fulfill his brother's last charge weighed more with him than an eagerness for further instruction, especially as rumours that his watchfulness was not unnecessary had reached his ears at Alcala. He received a prompt and kind invitation from his uncle to make his house his home for as long a period as he might desire. Now, although Don Manuel was highly pleased with the genius and industry of his younger nephew, the hospitality he extended to him was not altogether disinterested. He thought Carlos capable of rendering what he deemed an essential service to a member of his own family. The family consisted of a beautiful, gay, frivolous wife, 3 sons, 2 daughters, and his wife's orphan niece, Doña Beatriz de la Vela. The 2 elder sons were cast in their father's mould, which, to speak truth, was rather that of a merchant than of a cavalier. Had he been born of simple parents in the flats of Holland or the back streets of London, a vulgar Hans or Thomas, his tastes and capabilities might have brought him honest wealth. But since he had the misfortune to be Don Manuel Alvarez, of the bluest blood in Spain, he was taught to look on industry as ineffably degrading, and trade and commerce scarcely less so. Only one species of trade, one kind of commerce, was open to the needy and avaricious but proud grandee. And happily it was almost the only kind that is really degrading, the traffic in public money, in places and in taxes.
A sweeping rain, leaving no food.
Such traffic was in truth. The government was defrauded, the people, especially the poorer classes, were cruelly oppressed. No one was enriched except the greedy jobber, whose birth rendered him infinitely too proud to work, but by no means too proud to cheat and steal. Don Manuel the Younger and Don Balthazar Alvarez were ready and longing to tread in their father's footsteps. Of the 2 pale, dark-eyed sisters, Doña Inez and Doña Sanchez, one was already married, and the other had also plans satisfactory to her parents. But the person in the family who was not of it was the youngest son, Don Gonsalvo. He was the representative not of his father but of his grandfather, as we so often see types of character reproduced in the 3rd generation. The first Conde de Nuera had been a wild soldier of fortune in the Moorish wars, fierce and fiery, with strong unbridled passions. At 18, Gonsalvo was his image, and there was scarcely any mischief possible to a youth of fortune in a great city, into which he had not already found his way. For 2 years he continued to scandalize his family and to vex the soul of his prudent and decorous father. Suddenly, however, change came over him. He reformed, became quiet and regular in his conduct, gave himself up to study, making extraordinary progress in a very short time, and even showed what those around him called
a pious disposition.
But these hopeful appearances passed as suddenly and as unaccountably as they came. After an interval of less than a year, he returned to his former habits and plunged even more madly than ever into all kinds of vice and dissipation. His father resolved to procure him a commission and send him away to the wars, but an accident frustrated his intentions. In those days, cavaliers of rank frequently sought the dangerous triumphs of the bull ring. The part of Matator was performed not as now by hired bravos of the lowest class, but often by scions of the most honourable houses. Gonsalvo had more than once distinguished himself in the bloody arena by courage and coolness, but he tempted his fate too often. Upon one occasion he was flung violently from his horse and then gored by the furious bull, whose rage had been excited to the utmost pitch by the cruel arts usually practised. He escaped with life, but remained a crippled invalid, apparently condemned for the rest of his days to inaction, weakness, and suffering. His father thought a good canonry would be a decent and comfortable provision for him, and pressed him accordingly to enter the church. But the invalided youth manifested an intense repugnance to the step, and Don Manuel hoped that the influence of Carlos would help to overcome this feeling, believing that he would gladly endeavour to persuade his cousin that no way of life was so pleasant or so easy as that which he himself was about to adopt. The good nature of Carlos led him to fall heartily into his uncle's plans. He really pitied his cousin, moreover, and gladly gave himself to the task of trying in every possible way to console and amuse him. But Gonsalvo rudely repelled all his efforts. In his eyes the destined priest was half a woman, with no knowledge of a man's aims or a man's passions, and consequently no right to speak of them.
"Turn priest?"
he said to him one day.
"I have as good a mind to turn Turk. Nay, cousin, I am not pious. You may present my orisons to Our Lady with your own, if it so please you. Perhaps she may attend to them better than to those I offered before entering the bull ring on that unlucky day of St. Thomas."
Carlos, though not particularly devout, was shocked by this language.
"Take care, cousin,"
he said.
"Your words sound rather like blasphemy."
"And yours sound like the words of what you are, half a priest already,"
retorted Gonsalvo.
"It is ever the priest's cry, if you displease him, open heresy, rank blasphemy, and next, the holy office and the yellow San Benito. I marvel it did not occur to your sanctity to menace me with that."
The gentle-tempered Carlos did not answer, a forbearance which further exasperated Gonsalvo, who hated nothing so much as being, on account of his infirmities, borne with like a woman or child.
"But the saints help the churchmen,"
he went on ironically.
"Good simple souls, they do not know even their own business. Else they would smell heresy close enough at hand. What doctrine does your Fray Constantino preach in the great church every feast day, since they made him canon magistral?"
"The most orthodox and Catholic doctrine, and no other,"
said Carlos, roused in his turn by the attack upon his teacher, though he did not greatly care for his instructions, which turned principally upon subjects about which he had learned little or nothing in the schools.
"But to hear thee discuss doctrine is to hear a blind man talking of colours."
"If I be the blind man talking of colours, thou art the deaf prating of music,"
retorted his cousin.
"Come and tell me, if thou canst, what are these doctrines of thy Fray Constantino, and wherein they differ from the Lutheran heresy? I wager my gold chain and medal against thy new velvet cloak, that thou wouldst fall thyself into as many heresies by the way as there are nuts in Barcelona."
Allowing for Gonsalvo's angry exaggeration, there was some truth in his assertion. Once out of the region of dialectic subtleties, the champion of the schools would have become as weak as another man, and he could not have expounded Fray Constantino's preaching, because he did not understand it.
"What, cousin?"
he exclaimed, affronted in his tenderest part, his reputation as a theological scholar.
"Dost thou take me for a barefooted friar or a village cura? Me, who only 2 months ago was crowned victor in a debate upon the doctrines taught by Raimundus Lullius?"
But whatever chagrin Carlos may have felt at finding himself utterly unable to influence Gonsalvo, was soon ineffectually banished by the delight with which he watched the success of his diplomacy with Doña Beatriz. Beatriz was almost a child in years, and entirely a child in mind and character. Hitherto she had been studiously kept in the background, lest her brilliant beauty should throw her cousins into the shade. Indeed, she would have probably been consigned to a convent, had not her portion been too small to furnish the donative usually bestowed by the friends of a novice upon any really aristocratic establishment.
"And pity it would have been,"
thought Carlos,
"that so fair a flower should wither in a convent garden."
He made the most of the limited opportunities of intercourse which the ceremonious manners of the time and country afforded, even to inmates of the same house. He would stand beside her chair and watch the quick flush mount to her olive, delicately rounded cheek as he talked eloquently of the absent Juan. He never tired of relating stories of Juan's prowess, Juan's generosity. In the last duel he fought, for instance, the ball had passed through his cap and grazed his head, but he only smiled and rearranged his locks, remarking as he did so that the addition of a gold chain and medal, the spoiled cap would be as good or better than ever. Then he would dilate on his kindness to the vanquished, rejoicing in the effect produced, a tribute as well to his own eloquence as to his brother's merit. The occupation was too fascinating not to be resorted to once and again, even had he not persuaded himself that he was fulfilling a sacred duty. Moreover, he soon discovered that the bright dark eyes which were beginning to visit him nightly in his dreams were pining all day for a sight of that gay world from which their owner was jealously and selfishly excluded. So he managed to procure for Doña Beatriz many a pleasure of the kind she most valued. He prevailed upon his aunt and cousins to bring her with them to places of public resort, and then he was always at hand, with the reverence of a loyal cavalier and the freedom of a destined priest, to render her every quiet, unobtrusive service in his power. At the theatre, at the dance, at the numerous church ceremonies, on the promenade, Doña Beatriz was his especial charge. Amidst such occupations, pleasant weeks and months glided by almost unnoticed by him. Never before had he been so happy.
"Alcala was well enough,"
he thought,
"but Seville is 1,000 times better. All my life heretofore seems to me only like a dream. Now I am awake."
Alas! He was not awake, but wrapped in a deep sleep and cradling a bright delusive vision. As yet he was not even
as those that dream, and know the while they dream.
His slumber was too profound even for this dim half-consciousness. No one suspected any more than he suspected himself the enchantment that was stealing over him. But everyone remarked his frank, genial manners, his cheerfulness, his good looks. Naturally, the name of Juan dropped gradually more and more out of his conversation. At the same time, the thought of Juan faded from his mind. His studies, too, were neglected. His attendance on the lectures of Fray Constantino became little more than a formality, while
receiving orders
seemed a remote, if not an uncertain, contingency. In fact, he lived in the present, not caring to look either at the past or at the future. In the very midst of his intoxication, a slight accident affected him for a moment with such a chill as we feel when, on a warm spring day, the sun passes suddenly behind a cloud. His cousin, Doña Inez, had been married more than a year to a wealthy gentleman of Seville, Don Garcia Ramirez. Carlos, calling one morning at the lady's house with some unimportant message from Doña Beatriz, found her in great trouble on account of the sudden illness of her babe.
"Shall I go and fetch a physician?" he
asked, knowing well that the Spanish servants can never be depended upon to make haste, no matter how great the emergency may be.
"You will do a great kindness, amigo mío,"
said the anxious young mother.
"But which shall I summon?"
asked Carlos.
"Our family physician or Don Garcia's?"
"Don Garcia's, by all means. Dr. Cristobal Losada. I would not give a green fig for any other in Seville. Do you know his dwelling?"
"Yes, but should he be absent or engaged?"
"I must have him and no other. Once before he saved my darling's life. And if my poor brother would but consult him, it might fare better with him. Go quickly, cousin, and fetch him in heaven's name."
Carlos lost no time in complying, but on reaching the dwelling of the physician, he found that though the hour was early, he had already gone forth. After leaving a message, he went to visit a friend in the Triana suburb. He passed close by the cathedral with its 100 pinnacles, and that wonder of beauty, the old Moorish Giralda, soaring far above it into the clear southern sky. It occurred to him that a few Aves said within for the infant's recovery would be both a benefit to the child and a comfort to the mother. So he entered, and was making his way to a gaudily tinselled Virgin and Babe, when happening to glance towards a different part of the building, his eye rested on the physician, with whose person he was well acquainted, as he had often noticed him amongst Fray Constantino's hearers. Losada was now pacing up and down one of the side aisles, in company with a gentleman of very distinguished appearance. As Carlos drew nearer, it occurred to him that he had never seen this personage from any place of public resort, and for this reason, as well as from slight indications in his dress of fashions current in the north of Spain, he gathered that he was a stranger in Seville, who might be visiting the cathedral from motives of curiosity. Before he came up, the two men paused in their walk, and turning their backs to him, stood gazing thoughtfully at the hideous row of red and yellow sanbenitos, or penitential garments, that hung above them.
"Surely,"
thought Carlos,
"they might find better objects of attention than these ugly memorials of sin and shame, which bear witness that their late miserable wearers, Jews, Moors, blasphemers, or sorcerers, have ended their dreary lives of penance, if not of penitence."
The attention of the stranger seemed to be particularly attracted by one of them, the largest of all. Indeed, Carlos himself had been struck by its unusual size, and upon one occasion he had even had the curiosity to read the inscription, which he remembered because it contained Juan's favourite name, Rodrigo. It was this:
"Rodrigo Valer, a citizen of Lebricia and Seville, an apostate and false apostle, who pretended to be sent from God."
And now, as he approached with light though hasty footsteps, he distinctly heard Dr. Cristobal Losada, still looking at the Sanbenito, say to his companion,
"Yes, señor. And also the Conde de Niera, Don Juan Alvarez."
Don Juan Alvarez! What possible tie could link his father's name with the hideous thing they were gazing at? And what could the physician know about him of whom his own children knew so little? Carlos stood amazed and pale with sudden emotion. And thus the physician saw him, happening to turn at that moment. Had he not exerted all his presence of mind, and he possessed a great deal, he would himself have started visibly. The unexpected appearance of the person of whom we speak is in itself disconcerting, but it deserves another name when we are saying that of him or his which if overheard might endanger life, or what is more precious still than life. Losada was equal to the occasion, however. The usual greetings having been exchanged, he asked quietly whether Señor Don Carlos had come in search of him, and hoped that he did not owe the honour to any disposition in his worship's noble family. Carlos felt it rather a relief, under the circumstances, to have to say that his cousin's babe was alarmingly ill.
You will do us a great favor,
he added,
by coming immediately. Dona Inez is very anxious.
The physician promised compliance, and turning to his companion, respectfully apologized for leaving him abruptly.
A sick child's claim must not be postponed,
said the stranger in reply.
Go, Señor Doctor, and God's blessing rest on your skill.
Carlos was struck by the noble bearing and courteous manner of the stranger, who in his turn was interested by the young man's anxiety about a sick babe. But with only a passing glance at the other, each went his different way, not dreaming that once again at least their paths were destined to cross. The strange mention of his father's name that he had overheard filled the heart of Carlos with undefined uneasiness. He knew enough by that time to feel his childish belief in his father's stainless virtue a little shaken. What if a dreadful unexplained something, linking his fate with that of a convicted heretic, were yet to be learned? After all, the accursed arts of magic and sorcery were not so far removed from the alchemist's more legitimate labours that a rash or presumptuous student might not very easily slide from one to the other. He had reason to believe that his father had played with alchemy, if he had not seriously devoted himself to its study. Nay, the thought had sometimes flashed unbidden across his mind that the El Dorado found might after all have been no other than the philosopher's stone. For he who has attained the power of producing gold at will may be surely said without any stretch of metaphor to have discovered a golden country. But at this period of his life the personal feelings of Carlos were so keen and absorbing that almost everything, consciously or unconsciously, was referred to them, and thus it was an intense wish sprang up in his heart that his father's secret might have descended to him. Vain wish! The gold he needed or desired must be procured from a less inaccessible region than El Dorado, and without the aid of the philosopher's stone. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Don Carlos forgets himself still further. The not so very false as falsehood goes, the spinning out and drawing fine, you know. Really mere novel writing of a sort, acting, improvising make-believe. Surely not downright cheatery. R. Browning. It cost Carlos some time and trouble to drive away the haunting thoughts which Losada's words had awakened, but he succeeded at length, or perhaps it would be more truthful to say, the bright eyes and witching smiles of Doña Beatriz accomplished the work for him. Every dream, however, must have a waking. Sometimes a slight sound, ludicrously trivial in its cause, dispels a slumber fraught with wondrous visions, in which we have been playing the part of kings and emperors.
Nephew Don Carlos,
said Don Manuel one day,
is it not time you thought of shaving your head? You are learned enough for your orders long ago, and, in a plentiful house, supper is soon dressed.
True, señor, my uncle,
murmured Carlos, looking suddenly aghast.
But I am under the canonical age.
But you can get a dispensation.
Why such haste? There is time yet and to spare.
That is not so sure. I hear the cura of San Lucar has one foot in the grave. The living is a good one, and I think I know where to go for it. So take care you lose not a heifer for want of a halter to hold it by.
With these words on his lips, Don Manuel went out. At the same moment, Gonsalvo, who lay listlessly on a sofa at one end of the room, or rather court, reading Lazarillo de Tormes, the first Spanish novel, burst into a loud paroxysm of laughter.
What may be the theme of your merriment?
asked Carlos, turning his large dreamy eyes languidly towards him.
Yourself, amigo mio. You would make the stone saints of the cathedral laugh on their pedestals. There you stand, pale as marble, a living image of despair. Come, rouse yourself. What do you mean to do? Will you take what you wish, or let your chance slip by, and then sit and weep because you have it not? Will you be a priest or a man? Make your choice this hour, for one you must be, and both you cannot be.
Carlos answered him not. In truth, he dared not answer him. Every word was the voice of his own heart. Perhaps it was also, though he knew it not, the voice of the great tempter. He withdrew to his chamber, and barred and bolted himself in it. This was the first time in his life that solitude was a necessity to him. His uncle's words had brought with them a terrible revelation. He knew himself now too well. He knew what he loved, what he desired, or rather what he hungered and thirsted for with agonizing intensity. No, never the priest's frock for him. He must call Doña Beatriz de Villavella his, before God's altar, or die. Then came a thought, stinging him with sharp, sudden pain. It was a thought that should have come to him long ago.
Juan.
And with the name, affection, memory, conscience rose up together within him to combat the mad resolve of his passion. Fiery passions slumbered in the heart of Carlos. Such are sometimes found united with a gentle temper, a weak will, and sensitive nerves, low to their possessor when they are aroused in their strength. Had Carlos been a plain soldier like the brother he was tempted to betray, it is possible he might have come forth from this terrible conflict still holding fast his honour and his brotherly affection. It was his priestly training that turned the scale. He had been taught that simple truth between man and man was a thing of little consequence. He had been taught the art of making 100 clever, plausible excuses for whatever he saw best to do. He had been taught, in short, every species of sophistry by which, to the eyes of others, and to his own also, wrong might be made to seem right, and black to appear the purest white. His subtle imagination forged in the fire of his kindled passions chains of reasoning in which no skill could detect a flaw. Juan had never loved as he did. Juan would not care. Probably, by this time he had forgotten Doña Beatriz.
Besides,
the tempter whispered furtively within him,
he might never return at all. He might die in battle.
But Carlos was not yet sunk so low as to give ear for a single instant to this wicked whisper, though certainly he could not henceforth look for his brother's return with the joy with which he had been wont to anticipate that event. But in any case, Beatriz herself should be the judge between them, and he told himself that he knew, how did he know it, that Beatriz preferred him. Then it would be only right and kind to prepare one for an inevitable disappointment. This he could easily do. Letters carefully written might gradually suggest to his brother that Beatriz had other views. And he knew Juan's pride and his fiery temper well enough to calculate that if his jealousy were once aroused, these would soon accomplish the rest. Ere we, who have been taught from our cradles to
speak the truth from the heart,
turn with loathing from the wiles of Carlos Alvarez, we ought to remember that he was a Spaniard, one of a nation whose genius and passion is for intrigue. He was also a Spaniard of the 16th century, but above all he was a Spanish Catholic, educated for the priesthood. The ability with which he laid his plans and the enjoyment which its exercise gave him served in itself to blind him to the treachery and ingratitude upon which those plans were founded. He sought an interview with Fray Constantino, and implored from him a letter of recommendation to the imperial recluse at San Yuste, whose chaplain and personal favourite the canon magistral had been. But that eloquent preacher, though warm-hearted and generous to a fault, hesitated to grant the request. He represented to Carlos that his imperial majesty did not choose this retreat to be invaded by applicants for favours, and that the journey to San Yuste would therefore be, in all probability, worse than useless. Carlos answered that he had fully weighed the difficulties of the case, but that if the line of conduct he adopted seemed peculiar, his circumstances were also. He believed that his father, who died before his birth, had enjoyed the special regard of his imperial majesty, and he hoped that for his sake he might now be willing to show him some kindness. At all events, he was sure of an introduction to his presence through his mayordomo, Don Luis Quixada, lord of Villagarcia, who was a friend of their house. What he desired to obtain, through the kindness of his imperial majesty, was a Latin secretaryship, or some similar office, at the court of the new king, where his knowledge of Latin and the talents he hoped he possessed might stand him in good stead, and enable him to support, though with modesty, the station to which his birth entitled him. For although already a licentiate of theology, and with good prospects in the church, he did not wish to take orders, as he had thoughts of marrying. Fray Constantino felt a sympathy with the young man, and perhaps the rather because, if report speaks true, he had once been himself in a somewhat similar position. So he compromised matters by giving him a general letter of recommendation, in which he spoke of his talents and his blameless manners as warmly as he could, from the experience of the 9 or 10 months during which he had been acquainted with him. And although the attention paid by Carlos to his instructions had been slight, and of late most perfunctory, his great natural intelligence had enabled him to stand his ground more creditably than many far more diligent students. The phrase letter Carlos thankfully added to the numerous laudatory epistles from the doctors and professors of Alcala that he already had in his possession. All these he enclosed in a cedar box, which he carefully locked and consigned in its turn to a travelling portmanteau, along with a fair stock of wearing apparel, sufficiently rich in material to suit his rank, but modest in colour and fashion. He then informed his uncle that before he took orders it would be necessary for him, in his brother's absence, to take a journey to their little estate and set its concerns in order. His uncle, suspecting nothing, approved his plan, and insisted on providing him with the attendance of an armed guard to Nuera, whither he really intended to go in the first instance. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7 The Desengaño. And I should evermore be vexed with thee, in vacant robe or hanging ornament, or ghostly footfall lingering on the stair. Tennyson. The journey from the city of oranges to the green slopes of the Siena Morena ought to have been a delightful one to Don Carlos Alvarez. It was certainly bright with hope. He scarcely harboured a doubt of the ultimate success of his plans and the consequent attainment of all his wishes. Already he seemed to feel the soft hand of Doña Beatriz in his, and to stand by her side before the high altar of the great cathedral. And yet, as days passed on, the brightness within grew fainter, and an acknowledged shadow, ever deepening, began to take its place. At last he drew near his home, and rode through the little grove of cork trees where he and Juan had played as children. When last they were there together, the autumn winds were strewing the leaves, all dim and discoloured, about their paths. Now he looked through the fresh green foliage at the deep, intense blue of the summer sky. But though scarcely more than 20, he felt at that moment old and worn, and wished back the time of his boyish sports with his brother. Never again could he feel quite happy with Juan. Soon, however, his sorrowful fancies were put to flight by the joyous greeting of the hounds, who rushed with much clamour from the castle yard to welcome him. There they were, all of them, Pedro, Zina, Pepe, Gruo, Butron. It was Juan who had named them every one. And there at the gate stood Diego and Dolores, ready to give him joyful welcome. Throwing himself from his horse, he shook hands with these faithful old retainers, and answered their kindly but respectful inquiries, both for himself and Señor Don Juan. Then, having caressed the dogs, inquired for each of the under-servants by name, and given orders for the due entertainment of his guard, he passed on slowly into the great deserted hall. His arrival being unexpected, he merely surrendered his travelling cloak into the hands of Diego, and sat down to wait patiently while the servants, always dilatory, prepared for him suitable accommodation. Dolores soon appeared with a flask of wine and some bread and grapes, but this was only a merienda, or slight afternoon luncheon, which she laid before her young master until she could make ready a supper fit for him to partake of. Carlos spent half an hour listening to her tidings of the household in the village, and felt sorry when she quitted the room, and left him to his own reflections. Every object on which his eyes rested reminded him of his brother. There hung the crossbow with which in the old days Juan had made such vigorous war on the rooks and sparrows. There lay the foils and canes with which they had so often fenced and played. Juan, in his unquestioned superiority, usually so patient with the younger brother's timidity and awkwardness. And upon that bench he had carved with a hunting knife his name in full, adding the title that had expired with his father,
Conde de Nuera.
The memories these things recalled were becoming intrusive. He would fain shake them off. Gladly would he have had recourse to his favourite pastime of reading, but there was not a book in the castle, to his knowledge, except the breviary he had brought with him. For lack of more congenial occupation, he went out at last to the stable to look at the horses, and to talk to those who were grooming and feeding them. Later in the evening, Dolores told him that supper was ready, adding that she had laid it in the small inner room, which she thought Señor Don Carlos would find more comfortable than the great hall. The inner room was, even more than the hall, haunted by the shadowy presence of Juan. But it was usually daylight when the brothers were there together. Now a tapestry curtain shaded the window, and a silver lamp shed its light on the well-spread table with its snowy drapery, and cover laid for Juan. A lonely meal, however luxurious, is always apt to be somewhat dreary. It seems a provision for the lowest wants of our nature, and nothing more. Carlos sought to escape from the depressing influence by giving wings to his imagination, and dreaming of the time when wealth enough to repair and refurnish that half-ruinous old homestead might be his. He pleased himself with the pictures of long tables in the great hall, groaning beneath the weight of bountiful provision for a merry company of guests, upon whom the sweet face of Doña Beatriz might beam a welcome. But how idle such fancies! The castle, after all, was Juan's, not his. Unless, indeed, more difficulties than one should be solved by Juan's death upon some French or Flemish battlefield. This thought he could not bear to entertain. Growing suddenly sick at heart, he pushed aside his plate of stewed pigeon, and, regardless of the feelings of Dolores, sent away untasted her dessert of sweet butter cakes dipped in honey. He was weary, he said, and he would go to rest at once. It was long before sleep would visit his eyelids, and when at last it came, his brother's dark, reproachful eyes haunted him still. At daybreak he awoke with a start from a feverish dream that Juan, all pale and ghost-like, had come to his bedside, and laying his hand on his arm, said solemnly,
"I claim the jewel. I left thee in trust."
Further sleep was impossible. He rose and wandered out into the fresh air. As yet no one was astir. Fair and sweet was all that met his gaze: the faint pearly light, the first blush of dawn in the quiet sky, the silvery dew that bathed his footsteps. But the storm within raged more fiercely for the calm without. There was first an agonizing struggle to repress the rising thought.
Better, after all, not to do this thing.
But, in spite of his passionate efforts, the thought gained a hearing. It seemed to cry aloud within him.
Better, after all, not to betray Juan, and give up Beatriz forever, forever.
He repeated over and over again, beating it
in upon his weary brain, as though it were the burden of a song.
He had climbed almost unawares to the top of a rocky hill, and now he stood looking around him at the prospect, just as if he saw it. In truth, he saw nothing, felt nothing outward, until at last a misty mountain rain swept in his face, refreshing his burning brow with the touch of his cool fingers. Then he descended mechanically. Exchanging salutations, as if nothing were wrong with him, with the milkmaid and the wood-boy, he crossed the open courtyard and re-entered the hall. There Dolores and a girl who worked under her were already busy, so he passed them by into the inner room. Its darkness seemed to stifle him. With a hasty hand he drew aside the heavy tapestry curtain. As he did so, something caught his eye. For the 100th time he reread the mystic inscription on the glass.
El Dorado, yo he trovado.
And as an infant's touch may open a sluice that lets in the mighty ocean, those simple words broke up the fountains of the great deep within. He gave full course to the emotions they awakened. Again he heard Juan's voice repeat them. Again he saw Juan's deep, earnest eyes look into his, not now reproachfully, but with full unshaken trust, as in the old days, when he first said,
"We will go forth together and find our father."
Juan, brother,
he cried aloud,
I will never wrong thee, so help me God.
At that moment the morning sun, having scattered the mists with the glory of its rising, sent one of its early beams to kiss the handwriting on the window-pane.
Old token for good,
thought Carlos, whose imaginative nature could play with fancies even in the hours of supreme emotion.
And true still even yet. Only the good is all for Juan. For me, nothing but despair.
And so Don Carlos found his disengaño, or disenchantment, and it was a very thorough one. Body and mind were well nigh exhausted with the violence of the struggle. Perhaps this was fortunate, in so far that it won for the decision of his better nature a more rapid and easy acceptance. In a sense and for a season, any decision was welcome to the weary, tempest-tossed soul. It was afterwards that he asked himself how were long years to be dragged on without the face that was the joy of his heart and the life of his life? How was he to bear the never-ending pain, the aching loneliness of such a lot? Better to die at once than to endure this slow-living death. He knew well that it was not in his nature to point the pistol or the dagger at his own breast, but he might pine away and die silently, as many thousands die of blighted hopes and ruined life. Or, and this was more likely, perhaps, as time passed on he might grow hard and dead in soul, till at last he would become a dry, cold, mechanical mass priest, mumbling the Church's Latin with thin, bloodless lips, a keen eye to his dues, and a heart that might serve for a church relic, so much faith would it require to believe that it had been warm and living once. Still, laudably anxious to provide against possible future waverings of the decision so painfully attained, he wrote informing his uncle of his safe arrival, adding that he had fully made up his mind to take orders at Christmas, but that he found it advisable to remain in his present quarters for a month or two. He at once dispatched 2 of the men-at-arms with a letter, and much was the thrifty Don Manuel surprised that his nephew should spend a handful of silver reals in order to inform him of what he knew already. Gloomily the day wore on. The instinctive reserve of a sensitive nature made Carlos talk to the servants, receive the accounts, inspect the kine and sheep, do everything, in short, except eat and drink, as he would have done had not a sorrow been all the time crushing his heart. It is true that Dolores, who loved him as her own son, was not deceived. It was for no trivial cause that the young master was pale as a corpse, restless and irritable, talking hurriedly by fitful snatches, and then relapsing into moody silence. But Dolores was a prudent woman, as well as a loving and faithful one. Therefore she held her peace and bided her time. But Carlos noticed one effort she made to console him. Coming in towards evening from a consultation with Diego about some cork trees which a Morisco merchantman wished to purchase and cut down, he saw upon his table a carefully sealed wine flask with a cup beside it. He knew whence it came. His father had left in the cellar a small quantity of choice wine of Xeres, and this relic of more prosperous times being, like most of their other possessions, in the care of Dolores, was only produced very sparingly and on rare occasions. But she evidently thought,
Señor Don Carlos
needed it now. Touched by her watchful and obtrusive affection, he would have gratified her by drinking, but he had a peculiar dislike to drinking alone, while he knew he would only render his sanity doubtful by inviting either her or Diego to share the luxurious beverage. So he put it aside for the present, and drew towards him a sheet of figures, an inkhorn, and a pen. He could not work, however. With the silence and solitude his great grief came back upon him again. But nature all this time had been working silently for him. His despair was giving way to a more violent but less bitter sorrow. Tears came now. A long, passionate fit of weeping relieved his aching heart. Since his early childhood he had not wept thus. An approaching footstep recalled him to himself. He rose with haste and shame, and stood beside the window, hoping that his position in the waning light might altogether shield him from observation. It was only Dolores.
Señor,
she said, entering somewhat hastily.
Will it please you to see to those men of Seville that came with your Excellency? They are insulting a poor little muleteer, and threatening to rob his packages.
Yangizian carriers and other muleteers, bringing goods across the Sierra Morena from the towns of La Mancha to those of Andalusia, often passed by the castle, and sometimes received hospitality there. Carlos rose at once with the summons, saying to Dolores,
"Where's the boy?"
He is not a boy, señor, he is a man, a very little man, but with a greater spirit, if I mistake not, than some twice his size.
It was true enough. On the green plot at the back of the castle, beside which the mountain pathway led, there were gathered the 10 or 12 rough Seville pikemen, taken from the lowest of the population, and most of them of Moorish blood. In their midst, beside the foremost of his 3 mules, with one arm thrown round her neck, and the other raised to give effect by animated gestures to his eager oratory, stood the muleteer. He was a very short, spare, active-looking man, clad from head to foot in chestnut-coloured leather. His mules were well laden, each with 3 large alforjas, one at each side and one laid across the neck. But they were evidently well fed and cared for also, and they presented a gay appearance with their adornments of bright-coloured worsted tassels and tiny bells.
"You know, my friends,"
the muleteer was saying, as Carlos came within hearing,
"an arriero's alforjas are like a soldier's colours. It stands him upon his honour to guard them inviolate. No, no, ask him for aught else. His purse, his blood. They are at your service, but never touch his colours, if you care for a long life."
"My honest friend, your colours, as you call them, shall be safe here,"
said Carlos kindly. The muleteer turned towards him a good-humoured, intelligent face, and bowing low, thanked him heartily.
"What is your name?"
asked Carlos.
"And whence do you come?"
"I am Juliano el Chico. Julian the Little, men generally call me, since, as your Excellency sees, I am not very great. And I come last from Toledo."
"Indeed! And what wares do you carry?"
"Some matters, small in bulk, yet costly, which I am bringing for a Sevilla merchant. Medel de Espinosa by name, if your worship has heard of him." I have mirrors, for example, of a new kind, excellent in workmanship, and true as steel as well they may be.
I know the shop of Espinosa well. I've been much in Seville,
said Carlos with a sudden pang, caused by the recollection of the many pretty trifles that he had purchased there for Doña Beatriz.
But follow me, my friend, and a good supper shall make you amends for the rudeness of these fellows. Andres, take the best care thou canst of his mules. 'Twill be only fair penance for thy sin in molesting their owner.
100,000 thanks, Señor. Still, with your worship's good leave, and no offence to friend Andre, I had rather look to the beasts myself. We are old companions. They know my ways, and I know theirs.
As you please, my good fellow. Andres will show you the stable, and I shall tell my mayordomo to see that you lack nothing.
Again, I render to your excellency my poor but hearty thanks.
Carlos went in, gave the necessary directions to Diego, and then returned to his solitary chamber. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8 The Muleteer. Are ye resigned that they be spent? In such world's help, the spirits bent their awful brows, and said, Content! Content, it sounded like Amen, said by a choir of mourning men, an affirmation full of pain, and patience, aye of glorying, an adoration, as a king might seal an oath for governing. E.B. Browning. When Carlos stood once more face to face with his sorrow, as he did as soon as he had closed the door, he found that it had changed somewhat its aspect. A trouble often does this when some interruption from the outer world makes us part company with it for a little while. We find on our return that it has developed quite a new phase, and seldom a more hopeful one. It now entered the mind of Carlos for the first time that he had been acting very basely towards his brother. Not only had he planned and intended a treason, but by endeavouring to engage the affections of Doña Beatriz he had actually committed one. Heaven grant it might not prove irreparable. Though the time that had passed since his better self gained the victory was only measured by hours, it represented to him a much longer period. Already it enabled him to look upon what had gone before from the vantage ground that some degree of distance gives. He now beheld in true, perhaps even in exaggerated colours, the meanness and treachery of his conduct. He, who prided himself upon the nobility of his nature matching that of his birth. He, Don Carlos Alvarez de Santillanos y Menaya, the gentleman of stainless manners, of reputation untarnished by a single blot. He who had never yet been ashamed of anything. In his solitude, he blushed and covered his face with shame, as the villainy he had planned rose up before his mind. It would have broken his heart to be scorned by any man, and was it not worse 1,000-fold to be thus scorned by himself? He thought even more of the meanness of his plan than of its treachery. Of its sin he did not think at all. Sin was a theological term, which he had been wont to handle in the schools, and to toss to and fro with the other materials upon which he showed off his dialectic skill. But it no more occurred to him to take it out of the scholastic word, and to bring it into that which he really lived and acted, than it did to talk Latin to Diego, or to softly whisper quotations from Thomas Aquinas into the ear of Doña Beatriz, between the pauses of the dance. Scarcely any consideration, however, could have made him more miserable than he was. Past and future, all alike seemed dreary. Not a happy memory, not a cheering anticipation could he find to comfort him. He was as one who goes forth to face the driving storm of a wintry night, not strong in hope and courage, a warm hearth behind him, and before him the pleasant starry glimmer that tells of another soon to be reached. But chilled, weary, forlorn, the wind whistling through thin garments, and nothing to meet his eye but the bare, bleak, shelterless moors stretching far out into the distance. He sat long, too crushed in heart even to finish his slight unimportant task. Sometimes he drew towards him his sheet of figures, and for a moment or two tried to fix his attention upon it, but soon he would push away again, or make aimless dots and circles on its margin. While thus engaged, he heard a cheery and not unmelodious voice chanting a fragment of song in some foreign tongue. Listening more attentively, he believed the words were French, and supposed the singer must be his humble guest, the muleteer, on his way to the stable to take a last look at the beloved companions of his toils before he lay down to rest. The man had probably exercised his vocation at some former period in the passes of the Pyrenees, and had thus acquired some knowledge of French. Half an hour's talk with anyone seemed to Carlos at that moment a most desirable diversion from the gloom of his own thoughts. He might converse with the stranger when he dared not summon to his presence Diego or Dolores, because they knew and loved him well enough to discover in 2 minutes that something was seriously wrong with him. He waited until he heard the voice once more close beneath his window. Then, softly opening it, he called the muleteer. Juliano responded with ready alertness, and Carlos, going round to the door, admitted him and led him into his sanctum.
I believe,
he said,
that was a French song I heard you sing. You have been in France, then?
Aye, signor. I have crossed the Pyrenees more than once. I have also been in Switzerland.
You must then have visited many places worthy of note, and not with your eyes shut, I think. I wish you would tell me for pastime the story of your travels.
Willingly, signor,
said the muleteer, who, though perfectly respectful, had an ease and independence of manner that made Carlos suspect it was not the first time he had conversed with his superiors.
Where shall I begin?
Have you ever crossed the Santillanos, or visited the Asturias?
No, signor. A man cannot be everywhere. He that rings the bells does not walk in the procession. I am only master of the route from Lyon here, knowing a little also, as I have said, of Switzerland.
Tell me first of Lyons, then, and be seated, my friend.
The muleteer sat down, and began his story, telling of the places he had seen with an intelligence that more and more engaged the attention of Carlos, who failed not to draw out his information by many pertinent questions. As they conversed, each observed the other with gradually increasing interest. Carlos admired the muleteer's courage and energy in the prosecution of his calling, and enjoyed his quaint and shrewd observations. Moreover, he was struck by certain indications of a degree of education and even of refinement not usual in his class. Especially, he noticed the small, finely formed hand, which was sometimes, in the worth of conversation, laid on the table, and which looked as if it had been accustomed to wield some implement far more delicate than a riding-whip. Another thing he took note of. Though Juliano's language abounded in proverbs, in provincialisms, in quaint and racy expressions, not a single oath escaped his lips.
I never saw an arriero before,
thought Carlos,
who could get through 2 sentences without half a dozen of them.
Juliano, on the other hand, was observing his host, and with a far shrewder and deeper insight than Carlos could have imagined. During supper he had gathered from the servants that their young master was kind-hearted, gentle, easy-tempered, and had never injured anyone in his life; and knowing all this, he was touched with genuine sympathy for the young noble, whose haggard face and sorrowful looks told but too plainly that some great grief was pressing on his heart.
Your Excellency must be weary of my stories,
he said at length.
It is time I left you to your repose.
And so indeed it was, for the hour was late.
Ere you go,
said Carlos kindly,
you shall drink a cup of wine with me.
He had no wine at hand but the costly beverage Dolores had produced for his own special use. Wondering a little what Juliano would think of such a luxurious beverage, he sought a second cup, for the proud Castilian gentleman was too
finely courteous
not to drink with his guest, although that guest was only a muleteer. Juliano, evidently a temperate man, remonstrated.
But I have already tasted your Excellency's hospitality.
That should not hinder your drinking to my good health,
said Carlos, producing a small hunting cup, forgotten until now, from the pocket of its doublet. Then filling the larger cup, he handed it to Juliano. It was a very little thing, a trifling act of kindness. But to the last hour of his life, Carlos Alvarez thanked God that he had put it into his heart to offer that cup of wine. The muleteer raised it to his lips, saying earnestly,
God grant you health and happiness, noble signor.
Carlos drank also, glad to relieve a sudden painful feeling of exhaustion. As he set down the cup, a sudden impulse prompted him to say with a bitter smile,
Happiness is not likely to come my way at present.
Nay, signor, and wherefore not? With your good leave be it spoken, you are young, noble, amiable, with much learning, and excellent parts, as they tell me.
All these things may not prevent a man being very miserable,
said Carlos frankly.
God comfort you, Signor.
Thanks for your good wish,
said Carlos, rather lightly and conscious of having already said too much.
All men have their troubles, I suppose, but most men contrive to live through them. So shall I, no doubt.
But God can comfort you,
Juliano repeated with a kind of wistful earnestness. Carlos, surprised at his manner, looked at him dreamily, but with some curiosity.
Signor,
said Juliano, leaning forward and speaking in a low tone full of meaning.
Let your worship excuse a plain man's plain question. Signor, do you know God?
Carlos started visibly. Was the man mad? Certainly not, as all his previous conversation bore witness. He was evidently a very clever, half-educated man, who spoke with just the simplicity and unconsciousness of an intelligent child. And now he had asked a true child's question, one which it would exhaust a wise man's wisdom to answer. Thoroughly perplexed, Carlos at last determined to take it in its easiest sense. He said,
Yes, I have studied theology, and taken out my licentiate's degree at the University of Alcala.
If it please your worship, what may that fine word theology mean?
You have said so many wise things that I marvel you know not. Science about God.
Then, Signor, your Excellency knows about God. But is it not another thing to know God? I know much about the Emperor Carlos, now at San Yuste. I could tell you the story of all his campaigns, but I never saw him, still less spoke with him. And far indeed am I from knowing him to be my friend, and so trust in him, that if my mules died, or the alguacil seized me at Cordova for bringing over something contraband, or other mishap befell me, I should go or send to him, certain that he would help and save me.
I begin to understand you,
said Carlos, and a suspicion crossed his mind that the muleteer was a friar in disguise. But that could scarcely be, since his black abundant hair showed no marks of the tonsure.
After the manner you speak of, only great saints know God.
Indeed, Signor, can that be true? For I have heard that our Lord Christ...
At the mention of the name, Carlos crossed himself, a ceremony which the muleteer was so engrossed by his argument as to forget.
That our Lord Christ came into the world to make men know the Father, and that to all that believe on him he truly reveals him.
Where did you get this strange learning?
It is a simple learning, and yet very blessed, Signor,
returned Juliano, evading the question.
For those who know God are happy. Whatever sorrows they have without, within they have joy and peace.
You are advising me to seek peace in religion?
It was singular, certainly, that a muleteer should advise him, but then this was a very uncommon muleteer.
And so I ought,
he added,
since I am destined for the church.
No, Signor, not to seek peace in religion, but to seek peace from God, and in Christ who reveals him.
It is only the words that differ, the things are the same.
Again I say, with all submission to your Excellency, not so. It is Christ Jesus himself, Christ Jesus, God and man, who alone can give the peace and happiness for which the heart aches. Are we oppressed with sin? He says, thy sins are forgiven thee. Are we hungry? He is bread. Thirsty? He is living water. Weary? He says, come unto me, all ye that are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest.
Man, who or what are you? You are quoting the Holy Scriptures to me. Do you then read Latin?
No, Signor,
said the muleteer humbly, casting his eyes down to the ground.
No?
No, Signor, in very truth, but...
Well, go on.
Juliano looked up, a steady light in his eyes.
Will you promise, on the faith of a gentleman, not to betray me?
He asked.
Most assuredly, I will not betray you.
I trust you, Signor. I do not believe it would be possible for you to betray one who trusted you.
Carlos winced and rather shrank from the muleteer's look of hearty, honest confidence.
though I cannot guess your reason for such precautions,
he said.
I am willing, if you wish it, to swear secrecy upon the holy crucifix.
It needs not, Signor. Your word of honor is as much as your oath, though I am putting my life in your hands when I tell you that I have dared to read the words of my Lord Christ in my own tongue.
Are you then a heretic?
Carlos exclaimed, recoiling involuntarily, as one who suddenly sees the plague spot on the forehead of a friend whose hand he has been grasping.
That depends on your notion of a heretic, Signor. Many a better man than I has been branded with the name. Even the great preacher Don Fray Constantino, whom all the fine lords and ladies in Seville flock to hear, has often been called heretic by his enemies.
I have resided in Seville and attended Fray Constantino's theological lectures,
said Carlos.
Then your worship knows there is not a better Christian in all the Spains. And yet, men say that he narrowly escaped a prosecution for heresy. But enough of what men say. Let us hear what God says for once. His words cannot lead us astray.
No, not the Holy Scriptures, properly expounded by learned and orthodox doctors, but heretics put their own construction upon the sacred text, which moreover they corrupt and interpolate.
Signor, you are a scholar. You can consult the original, and judge for yourself how far that charge is true.
But I do not want to read heretic writings.
Nor I, Signor. Yet I confess that I have read the words of my Saviour in my own tongue, which some misinformed or ignorant persons call heresy. And through them, to my soul's joy, I have learned to know him and the Father. I am bold enough to wish the same knowledge yours, Signor. That same joy may be yours also.
The poor man's eye kindled, and his features, otherwise homely enough, glowed with an enthusiasm that lent them true spiritual beauty. Carlos was not unmoved. After a moment's pause, he said,
If I could procure what you style God's word in my own tongue, I do not say that I would refuse to read it. Should I discover any heretical mistranslation or interpolation, I could blot out the passage, or, if necessary, burn the book.
I can place in your hands this very hour the New Testament of our Saviour Christ, lately translated into Castilian by Juan Perez, a learned man, well acquainted with the Greek.
What? Have you got it with you? In God's name, bring it in, then, and at least I will look at it.
Be it truly in God's name, Signor,
said Juliano as he left the room. During his absence, Carlos pondered upon this singular adventure. Throughout his lengthened conversation with him, he had discerned no marks of heresy in the muleteer, except his possession of the Spanish New Testament. And being very proud of his dialectic acuteness, he thought he should certainly have discovered such, had they existed.
He had need to be a clever heretic that would circumvent me,
he said, with the vanity of a young and successful scholar. Moreover, his 10 months' attendance on the lectures of Fray Constantino had, unconsciously to himself, somewhat imbued his mind with liberal ideas. He could have read the Vulgate at Alcala had he cared to do so, only he never had. Where then could be the harm of glancing out of mere curiosity at a Spanish translation from the same original? He regarded the New Testament in the light of some very dangerous, though effective, weapon of the explosive kind, likely to overwhelm with terrible destruction the careless or ignorant meddler with its intricacies, and therefore wisely forbidden by the authorities, though in able and scientific hands such as his own it might be harmless, and even useful. But it was a very different matter for the poor man who brought it to him. Was he after all a madman, or was he a heretic? Or was he a great saint, or a holy hermit in disguise? But whatever his spiritual peril might or might not be, it was only too evident that he was incurring temporal dangers of a very awful kind. And perhaps he was doing so in the simplicity of ignorance. Carlos could not do less than warn him of them. He soon returned, and drawing a small brown volume from beneath his leather jerkin, handed it to the young nobleman.
My friend,
said Carlos kindly as he took it from him,
do you know what you dare by offering this to me, or even by keeping it yourself?
I know it well, Signor,
was the calm reply, and the muleteer's dark eye met his undauntedly.
You are playing a dangerous game. This time you are safe, but take care. You may try it once too often.
I shall not, Signor. I shall witness for my lord just so often as he permits. When he has no more need of me, he will call me home.
God help you. I fear you are throwing yourself into the fire. And for what?
For the joy of bringing food to the perishing, water to the thirsty, light to those that sit in darkness, rest to the weary and heavy laden. Signor, I have counted the cost, and I shall pay the price right willingly.
After a moment's silence, he continued,
I leave within your hands the treasure brought at such cost, but God alone, by his divine spirit, can reveal to you its true worth. Signor, seek that spirit. Nay, be not offended. You are very noble and very learned, and it is a poor and ignorant man who speaks to you. But that poor man is risking his life for your soul's salvation, and thus he proves at least how true his desire to see you one day at the right hand of Christ, his King and Master. Adios, Signor.
He bowed low, and before Carlos had sufficiently recovered from his astonishment to say a word in answer, he had left the room and closed the door behind him.
Strange being,
thought Carlos.
But I shall talk with him again tomorrow.
And ere he was aware, his eyelids were wet, for the courage and self-sacrifice of the pure muleteer had stirred some answering chord of emotion in his heart. Probably, in spite of all appearances to the contrary, he was a madman, or else he was a heretical fanatic. But he was a man willing to brave numberless sufferings, of which a death of torture would be the last and least, to bring his fellow men something which he imagined would make them happy.
The Church has no more Orthodox son than I,
said Don Carlos Alvarez.
But I shall read his book for all that.
Then, the hour being late, he retired to rest and slept soundly. He did not rise exactly with the sun, and when he came forth from his chamber, breakfast was already in preparation.
Where is the muleteer who was here last night?
He asked Dolores.
He was up and away at sunrise,
she answered.
Fortunately, it is not my custom to stop in bed and see the sunshine. So I just caught him loading his mules, and gave him a piece of bread and cheese, and a draught of wine. A smart little man he is, and one who knows his business.
I wish I had seen him ere he left,
said Carlos aloud.
Shall I ever look upon his face again?
He added, mentally. Carlos Alvarez saw that face again, not by ray of sun or moon, nor yet by the gleam of the student's lamp, but clear and distinct, in a lurid, awful light, more terrible than the Egyptian darkness, yet fraught with strange blessing, since it showed the way to the city of God, where the sun no more goes down, neither doth the moon withdraw herself. Juliano El Chico, otherwise Julian Fernandez, is no fancy sketch, no
character of fiction.
It is a matter of history, that cunningly stowed away in his alforjas, amongst the ribbons, laces, and other trifles that form their ostensible freight, there was a large supply of Spanish New Testaments, the translation of one Perez, and that, in spite of all the difficulties and dangers of his self-imposed task, he succeeded in conveying his precious charge safely to Seville. Our cheeks grow pale, our hearts shudder, at the thought of what he and others dared, that they might bring to the lips of their countrymen that living water, which was truly
the blood of the men that went for it in jeopardy of their lives.
More than jeopardy. Not alone did Juliano brave danger, he encountered certain death. Sooner or later it was impossible that he should not fall into the pitiless grasp of that hideous engine of royal and priestly tyranny, called the Holy Inquisition. We have no words in which to praise such heroism as his. We leave that, and we may be content to leave it, to him whose lips shall one day produce the sublime award.
Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord.
But in the view of such things done and suffered for his name's sake, there is another thought that presses on the mind. How real and great, nay, how unutterably precious, must be that treasure which men were found willing at such cost, not only to secure for themselves, but even to impart to others. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9 El Dorado Found. So, the All-Great were the All-Loving too. So through the thunder comes a human voice, saying, "O heart I made, a heart beats here. Face my hands fashioned, see it in myself. Thou hast no power, nor mayst conceive of mine. But love I gave thee with myself to love, and thou must love me who have died for thee." R. Browning. 3 silent months stole away in the old castle of Nuera. No outward event affecting the fortunes of its inmates marked their progress. And yet they were by far the most important months Don Carlos had ever seen, or perhaps would ever see. They witnessed a change in him, mysterious in its progress, but momentous in its results. And influence passed over him, mighty as the wind in its azure pathway, but like it, visible only by its effects. No man could tell
whence it cometh, or whither it goeth.
Again it was early morning, a bright Sunday morning in September. Already Carlos stood prepared to go forth. He had quite discarded his student's habit, and was dressed like any other young nobleman, in a doublet and short cloak of Genoa velvet, with a sword by his side. His breviary was in his hand, however, and he was on the point of taking up his hat when Dolores entered the room, bearing a cup of wine and a manchet of bread. Carlos shook his head, saying,
"I intend to communicate. And you, Dolores,"
he added,
"are you not also going to hear Mass?"
"Surely, Señor, we will all attend our duty. But there is still time to spare. Your worship sets us an example in the matter of early rising."
"It were a shame to lose such fair hours as these. Prithee, Dolores, and lest I forget, hast thou something savoury in the house for dinner?"
"Glad I am to hear you ask, Señor. Hitherto it has seemed alike to your Excellency whether they served you with a pottage of lentils or a stew of partridges. But since Diego had the good fortune to kill that buck on Wednesday, we are better than well provided. Your worship shall dine on roast venison to-day."
"That will do. And if thou wouldst add some of the batterware in which thou art so skilful, it would be better still, for I intend to bring home a guest."
"Now the saints help me, that is news! Without meaning offence, your worship might have told me before. Any noble caballero coming to these parts to visit you must needs have bed as well as board found him. And how can I, in 3 hours more or less—"
"Nay, be not alarmed, Dolores. No stranger is coming here. Only I wish to bring the cura home to dinner."
Even the self-restrained Dolores could not repress an exclamation of surprise. For both the brothers had been accustomed to regard the ignorant, vulgar cura of the neighbouring village with unmitigated dislike and contempt. In old times, Dolores herself had sometimes tried to induce them to show him some trifling courtesies.
"For their soul's health."
They were willing enough to send
"that beggar,"
as Don Juan used to call him, presents of meat or game when they could, but these they would not have grudged to their worst enemy. To converse with him, or to sit him at their table, was a very different matter. He was
"no fit associate for noblemen,"
said the boys, and Dolores in her heart agreed with them. She looked at her young master to see whether he were jesting.
"He likes a good dinner,"
Carlos added quietly.
"Let us for once give him one."
"In good faith, Señor Don Carlos, I cannot tell what has come to you. You must be about doing penance for your sins, though I will say no young gentleman of your years has fewer to answer for. Still, to please your whim, the cura shall eat the best we have, though beans and bacon would be more fitting fare for him."
"Thank you, Mother Dolores,"
said Carlos kindly.
"In truth, neither Don Juan nor I had ever whim, yet you did not strive to gratify."
"And who would not do more than that for so pleasant and kind a young master?"
thought Dolores, as she withdrew to superintend the cooking operations.
"God's blessing and Our Lady's rest on him. And in sooth, I think they do. 3 months ago he came here looking like a corpse out of the grave, and fitter, as it seemed to me, to don his shroud than his priest's frock. But the free mountain air wherein he was born is bringing back the red to his cheek and the light to his eye, thank the holy saints. Ah, if his lady mother could only see her gallant sons now!"
Meanwhile Don Carlos leisurely took his way down the hill. Having abundance of time to spare, he chose a solitary, devious path through the cork trees in the pasture land belonging to the castle. His heart was alive to every pleasant sight and sound that met his eye and ear, although, or rather because, a low, sweet song of thankfulness was all the while chanting itself within him. During his solitary walk he distinctly realized for the first time the stupendous change that had passed over him. For such changes cannot be understood or measured until afterwards. perhaps not always then. Drawing from his pocket Juliano's little book, he clasped it in both hands.
This, God be thanked, has done it all under him, and yet at first it added to my misery 100-fold.
Then his mind ran back to the dreary days of helpless, almost hopeless wretchedness, when he first began its perusal. Much of it had then been quite unintelligible to him, but what he understood had only made his darkness darker still. He who had but just learned from that stern teacher, life, the meaning of sorrow, learned from the pages of his book the awful significance of that other word, sin. Bitter hours, never to be remembered without a shudder, were those that followed. Already prostrate on the ground beneath the weight of his selfish sorrow for the love that might never be his, cruel blows seemed rained upon him by the very hand to which he turned to lift him up.
All was his own fault,
said conscience. But had conscience, enlightened by his book, said no more, he could have borne it. It was a different thing to recognize that all was his own sin, to feel more keenly every day that the whole current of his thoughts and affections was set in opposition to the will of God as revealed in that book, and illustrated in the life of him of whom it told. But this sickness of heart, deadly though it seemed, was not unto death. The word had indeed proved a mirror, in which he saw his own face reflected with the lines and colours of truth. But it had a farther use for him. As he did not fling it away in despair, but still gazed on, at length he saw in its clear depths another face, a face radiant with divine majesty, yet beaming with tender love and pity. He whom the mirror thus gave back to him had been not far from him all his life, had been standing over against him, watching and waiting for the moment in which to reveal himself. At last that moment came. He looked up from the mirror to the real face, from the word to him whom the word revealed. He turned and said unto him,
Rabboni, which is to say, my master.
He laid his soul at his feet in love, in trust, in gratitude, and he knew then, not until then, that this was the coming to him, the believing on him, the receiving him, of which he spoke as the condition of life, of pardon, and of happiness. From that hour he possessed life. He knew himself forgiven. He was happy. This was no theory, but a fact which changed all his present and was destined to change all his future. He longed to impart the wonderful secret he had found. This longing overcame his contempt for the cura, and made him seek to win him by kindness, to listen to words that perhaps might open for him also the same wonderful fountain of joy.
Now I am going to worship my Lord. Afterwards I shall speak of him,
he said as he crossed the threshold of the little village church. In due season the service was over. Its ceremonies did not pain or offend Carlos in any way. He took part in them with much real devotion, as acts of homage paid to his Lord. Still, if he had analysed his feelings, which he did not, he would have found them like those of a king's child, who is obliged, on days of courtly ceremonial, to pay his father the same distant homage as the other peers of the realm, and yet knows that all this for him is but an idle show, and longs to throw aside its cumbrous pomp and rejoice once more in the free familiar intercourse which is his habit and his privilege. But that the ceremonial itself could be otherwise than pleasing to his king, he had not the most distant suspicion. He spoke kindly to the priest, and inquired by name after all the sick folk in the village, though in fact he knew more about them himself by this time than did Father Thomas. The cura's heart was glad when the catechism came to a termination so satisfactory as an invitation to dine at the castle. Whatever the fare might be, and his expectations were not extravagantly high, it could scarce fail to be an improvement on the olla of which he had intended to make his Sunday repast. Moreover, one favour from the castle might be the earnest of others, and favours from the castle, poor though its lords might be, were not to be despised. Nor was he ill at ease in the society of an accomplished gentleman, as a man just a little better bred would probably have been. A wealthy peasant's son, and with but scanty education, Father Tomas was so hopelessly vulgar that he never once imagined he was vulgar at all. Carlos bore as patiently as he could with his coarse manners, and conversation something worse than commonplace. Not until the repast was concluded did he find an opportunity of bringing forward the topic upon which he longed to speak. Then, with more tact than his guest could appreciate, he began by inquiring, as one himself tended for the priesthood might naturally do, whether he could always keep his thoughts from wandering while he was celebrating the holy mysteries of the faith. Father Tomas crossed himself and answered that he was a sinner like other men, but that he tried to do his duty to our Holy Mother Church to the best of his ability. Carlos remarked that unless we ourselves know the love of God by experience we cannot love him, and that without love there is no acceptable service.
Most true, Signor.
Said the priest, turning his eyes upwards.
As the holy St. Augustine saith, your worship quotes from him, I believe.
I have quoted nothing,
said Carlos, beginning to feel that he was speaking to the deaf.
but I know the words of Christ.
And that he spoke out of a full heart of Christ's work for us, of his love to us, and of the pardon and peace which those who receive that trust him. But his listener's stolid face betrayed no new interest, only a vague uneasiness, which increased as Carlos proceeded. The poor parish curate began to suspect that the clever young collegian intended to astonish and bewilder him by the exhibition of his learning and his
new ideas.
Indeed, he was not quite sure whether his host was eloquently enlarging all the time upon Catholic truths, or now and then mischievously throwing out a few heretical propositions, in order to try whether he would have skill enough to detect them. Naturally, he did not greatly relish this style of entertainment. Nothing could be got from him save a cautious,
That is true, Signor.
or,
Very good, your worship.
And as soon as his notions of politeness would permit, he took his leave. Carlos marvelled greatly at his dullness, but soon dismissed him from his mind, and took his Testament out to read under the shade of the cork trees. Ere long, the light began to fade, but he sat there still in the fast deepening twilight. Thoughts and fancies thronged upon his mind, and dreams of the past sought, as even they often did, to reassert their supremacy over his heart. One of those apparently uncountable freaks of memory, which we all know by experience, brought back to him suddenly the luscious perfume of the orange blossoms, called by Spaniards the azahar. Such fragrance had filled the air, and such flowers had been strewed upon his pathway, when last he walked with Doña Beatriz in the fairy gardens of the Alcazar of Seville. Keen was the pain that shot through his heart at the remembrance, but it was conquered soon. As he went indoors, he repeated the words he had just been reading.
He that cometh unto me shall never hunger. He that believeth on me shall never thirst. And this hunger of the soul, as well as every other, he can stay. Having him, I have all things. El dorado yo he trovado. Father, dear unknown Father, I have found the golden country. Not in the sense thou didst fondly seek, and I as fondly dreamed to find it, yet the only true land of gold I have found indeed, the treasure unfailing, the inheritance incorruptible, undefiled, and that fadeth not away, reserved in heaven for me.
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. Dolores. O hearts that break and give no signs, save whitening lip and fading tresses, till death pours out his cordial wine, slow dropped from misery's crushing presses. If singing breath or echoing chord to every hidden pang were given, what endless melodies were poured, as sad as earth, as sweet as heaven. O. W. Holmes. A great modern poet has compared the soul of man to a pilgrim who passes through the world staff in hand, never resting, ever pressing onwards to some point as yet attained, ever sighing wearily,
Alas, that there is never here.
And with deep significance adds his Christian commentator,
In Christ there is here.
He who has found Christ
is already at the goal, for he stills our innermost fears and fulfills our utmost longings. In him the dry land, the mirage of the desert, becomes living water. He who knows him knows the reason of all things.
Passing along all the ages, we might gather from the silent lips of the dead such words as these, bearing emphatic witness to what human hearts have found in him. Yet, after all, we would come back to his own grand and simple words as best expressing the truth.
I am the bread of life. I will give you rest. In me ye shall have peace.
With the peace which he gave there came to Carlos a strange new knowledge also. The Testament, from its first page to its last, became intelligible to him. From a mere sketch, partly dim and partly blurred and blotted, it grew into a transparency through which light shone upon his soul, every word being itself a star. He often read his book to Dolores, although he allowed her to suppose it was Latin, and that he was improvising a translation for her benefit. She would listen attentively, though with a deeper shade of sadness on her melancholy face. Never did she volunteer an observation, but she always thanked him at the end in her usual respectful manner. These readings were, in fact, a trouble to Dolores. They gave her pain, like the sharp throbs that accompany the first return of consciousness to a frozen member, for they awakened feelings that had long been dormant and that she thought were dead forever. But, on the other hand, she was gratified by the condescension of her young master in reading aloud for her edification. She had gone through the world giving very largely out of her own loving heart, and expecting little or nothing in return. She would most gladly have laid down her life for Don Carlos or Don Juan, yet she did not imagine that the old servant of the house could be to them much more than one of the oak tables or the carved chairs. That
Señor Don Carlos
should take such thought for her, and trouble himself to do her good, thrilled her with a sensation more like joy than any she had known for years. Little do those whose cups are so full of human love that they carry them carelessly, spilling many a precious drop as they pass along, dream how others cherish the few poor lees and remnants left to them. Moreover, Carlos, in the eyes of Dolores, was half a priest already, and this lent additional weight and even sacredness to all that he said and did. One evening he had been reading to her in the inner room by the light of the little silver lamp. He had just finished the story of Lazarus, and he made some remark on the grateful love of Mary and the costly sacrifice by which she proved it. Tears gathered in the dark, wistful eyes of Dolores, and she said with sudden, and for her most unusual energy,
"That was small wonder. Anyone would do as much for him that brought the dear dead back from the grave."
"He has done a greater thing than even that for each of us,"
said Carlos. But Dolores withdrew into her ordinary self again, as some timid creature might shrink into its shell from a touch.
"I thank your Excellency,"
she said, rising to withdraw.
"and I also make my acknowledgments to Our Lady, who has inspired you with such true piety suitable to your holy calling."
"Stay a little, Dolores,"
said Carlos, as a sudden thought occurred to him.
"I marvel it has so seldom come into my mind to ask you about my mother."
"I, señor? When you were both children, I used to wonder that you and Don Juan, while you talked often together of my lord your father, had scarce a thought at all of your lady mother. Yet if she had lived, you would have been her favourite, señor."
"And Juan my father's,"
said Carlos, not without a slight pang of jealousy.
"Was my noble father, then, more like what my brother is?"
"Yes, señor. He was bold and brave. No offence to your Excellency, for one you love, I warrant me you could be brave enough. But he loved his sword, and his lance, and his good steed. Moreover, he loved travel and adventure greatly, and never could bear to abide long in the same place."
"Did he not make a voyage to the Indies in his youth?"
"He did, and then he fought under the Emperor, both in Italy and in Africa, against the Moors. Once his Imperial Majesty sent him on some errand to Leon, and there he first met my lady. Afterwards he crossed the mountains to our home and wooed and won her. He brought her, the fairest young bride eyes could rest on, to Seville, where he had a stately palace on the Alameda."
"You must have grieved to leave your mountains for the southern city."
"No, señor, I did not grieve. Wherever your lady mother dwelt was home to me. Besides, a great grief kills all the rest."
"Then you had known sorrow before. I thought you lived with our house from your childhood."
"Not altogether, though my mother nursed yours, and we slept in the same cradle, and as we grew older shared each other's place. At 7 years old I went home to my father and mother, who were honest, well-to-do people, like all my forebears. Good old Christians, and noble. They could wear their caps in the presence of his Catholic Majesty. They had no girl but me, so they would fain have me ever in their sight. For 10 years and more I was the light of their eyes, and no blither lass ever led the goats to the mountain in summer, or spun wool and roasted chestnuts at the winter fire. But the year of the bad fever, both were stricken. Christmas morning, with the bells for early mass ringing in my ears, I closed my father's eyes, and 3 days afterwards set the last kiss on my mother's cold lips. Nigh upon 25 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. Folks say there are many good things in the world, but I have known none so good as the love of father and mother. Ay de mi, señor, you never knew either."
"When your parents died, did you return to my mother?"
"For half a year I stayed with my brother. Though no daughter ever shed truer tears over the grave of better parents, I was not then quite broken-hearted. There was another love to whisper hope, and to keep me from desolation. He, Alfonso, 'tis years and years since I uttered the name save in my prayers, had gone to the war, telling me he would come back and claim me for his bride. So I watched for him hour by hour, and toiled and spun and toiled, that I might not go home to him empty handed. But at last a lad from our parish, who had been a comrade of his, returned and told me all. He was lying on the bloody field of Marignano, with a French bullet in his heart. Senor, the sisters you read of could go to the grave and weep there, and yet the Lord pitied them.
He pities all who weep,
said Carlos.
All good Christians he may. But though an old Christian, I was not a good one, for I thought it bitter hard that my candle should be quenched in a moment, like a wax taper when the procession is done. And it came often into my mind how the Almighty, or Our Lady, or the saints, could have helped me if they would. May they forgive me. It is hard to be religious.
I do not think so.
I suppose it is not hard to learn gentlemen who have been at the colleges. But how can simple men and women tell whether they are keeping all the commandments of God and Holy Church? It well may be that I had done something, or left something undone, whereby Our Lady was displeased.
It is not Our Lady, but our Lord himself, who holds the keys of hell and of death,
said Carlos, gaining at the moment a new truth for his own heart.
None enters the gates of death, as none shall come forth through them, save at his command. But go on, Dolores, and tell me, how did comfort come to you?
Comfort never came to me, senor, but after a time there came a kind of numbness and hardness that helped me to live my life as if I cared for it. And your lady mother, God rest her soul, showed me wondrous kindness in my sorrow. It was then she took me to be her own maiden. She had me taught many things, such as reading and various cunning kinds of embroidery, that I might serve her with them, she said, but I well knew they were meant to turn my heart away from its own aching. I went with her to Seville. I could be glad for her, senor, that God had given her the good things he had denied to me. At last it came to be almost like joy to me to see the great deep love there was between your father and her.
This was a degree of unselfishness beyond the comprehension of Carlos just then. He felt his own wounds throb painfully, and was not sorry to turn the conversation.
Did my parents reside long in Seville?
He asked.
Not long, senor. Their life was a gay one, as became their rank and wealth, for, as your worship knows, your father had a noble estate then. But soon they both grew tired of the gay world. My lady ever loved the free mountains, and my lord, I scarce can tell what change passed over him. He lost his care for the tourney and the dance, and betook himself instead to study. Both were glad to withdraw to this quiet spot. Here your brother Don Juan was born, and for nigh a year afterwards no lord and lady could have led a happier, and, at the same time, more pious and orderly life than did your noble parents.
The thoughtful eye of Carlos turned to the inscription on the window, and kindled with a strange light.
Was not this room my father's favorite place of study?
He asked.
It was, senor. Of course the house was not then as it now is. Though simple enough, after the Seville palace with its fountains and marble statues, and doors grated with golden network, it was still a seemly dwelling place for a noble lord and lady. There was glass in all the windows then, though through neglect and carelessness it has been broken. Even your worship may remember how Don Juan sent an arrow through a quarrel pane in the west window one day. So we thought it best to remove the traces.
My parents led a pious life, you say?
Truly they did, senor. They were good and charitable to the poor, and they spent much of their time reading holy books, as you do now. Ay de mi! What was wrong with them I know not, save that perhaps they were scarce careful enough to give Holy Church all her dues. And I used sometimes to wish that my lady would show more devotion to the Blessed Mother of God. But she felt it all, no doubt. Only it was not her way, nor my lord's either, to be forever running about on pilgrimage or offering wax candles, nor yet to keep the father confessor every instant with his ear to their lips.
Carlos started, and turned an earnest, inquiring gaze upon her.
Did my mother ever read to you as I have done?
He asked.
She sometimes read me good words out of the breviary, senor. All thing went on thus until one day when a letter came from the emperor himself, as I believe, desiring your father to go to him, to Antwerp. The matter was to be kept very private, but my lady used to tell me everything. My lord thought he was to be sent on some secret mission where skill was needed, and perchance peril was to be met. for it was well known that he loved such affairs, and was dexterous in the management of them. So he parted cheerily from my lady, she standing at the gate yonder, and making little Don Juan kiss hands to him as he rode down the path. Woe for the poor babe that never saw his father's face again! And worse woe for the mother. But death heals all things, except sin. After 3 weeks or a month, more or less, 2 monks of St. Dominic rode to the gates one day. The younger stayed without in the hall with us, while the elder, a man of stern and stately presence, had private audience of my lady in this chamber where we sit now. A place of death it has seemed to me ever since. For the audience had not lasted long until I heard a cry. Such a cry! It rings in my ears even now. I hastened to my lady. She had swooned, and long, long was it before sense returned again. Do not keep looking at me, senor, with eyes so like hers, or I cannot tell you more.
Did she speak? Did she reveal anything to you?
Nothing, senor. During the days that followed, only things without meaning or connection, such as those in fever speak, or broken words of prayer, were on her lips. Until the very last, and then she was worn and weak, and could but receive the rites of the church, and whisper a few directions about the poor babes. She bade us give you the name you bear, since he had said that his next boy should be called for the great emperor. Then she prayed very earnestly, Lord, take him thyself, take him thyself. Dr. Marco, who was present, thought she meant the poor little newborn babe, supposing, and no wonder, that it would be better tended in heaven by Our Lady and the angels than here on earth. But I know it was not you she thought of.
My poor mother, God rest her soul. Nay, I doubt not that now she rests in God.
Carlos added softly.
And so the curse fell on your house, senor, and in such sorrow were you born. Yet you grew up merry lads, you and Don Juan.
Thanks to thy care and kindness, well-beloved and faithful nurse. But, Dolores, tell me truly, have you never heard anything further of, or from, my father?
From him, never. Of him, that I believed, never.
And what do you believe?
Carlos asked eagerly.
I know nothing, senor. I have heard all that your worship has heard, and no more.
Do you think it is true, what we've all been told, of his death in the Indies?
I know nothing, senor.
Dolores repeated, with the air of a person determined to say nothing. But Carlos would not allow her to escape thus. Both had gone too far to leave the subject without probing it to its depths, and both felt instinctively that it was not likely again to be discussed between them. Laying his hand on her arm and looking steadily in her face, he asked,
Dolores, are you sure my father is dead?
Seemingly relieved by the form the question had taken, she met his gaze without flinching, and answered in tones of evident sincerity,
Sure as that I sit here, so help me God.
After a long pause, she added, as she rose to go,
Senor Don Carlos, be not offended if I counsel you this once, since I held you a babe in my arms, and you will find none that loves you better, if a poor old woman may say so to a young and noble caballero.
Say all you think to me, my dear and kind nurse.
Then, senor, I say, leave vain thoughts and questions about your father's fate. There are no birds in last year's nests, and water that has run by will turn no mill. And I entreat of you to repeat the same to your noble brother when you find opportunity. Look before you, senor, and not behind, and God's best blessings rest on you.
Dolores turned to go, but turning back again stood irresolute.
What is it, Dolores?
Carlos asked, hoping perhaps for some further glimmer of light upon that dark past from which she implored him to turn his thoughts.
If it please you, Senor Don Carlos.
And she paused and hesitated.
Can I do anything for you?
Said Carlos in a kind, encouraging tone.
Ay, senor, that you can. With your learning and your good book, surely you can tell me whether the soul of my poor Alfonso, dead on the battlefield without shrift or sacrament, has yet found rest with God?
Thus the true woman's heart, though so full of sympathy for others, still turned back to its own sorrow, which lay deepest of all. Carlos felt himself unexpectedly involved in a difficulty.
My book tells me nothing on the subject,
he said after some thought.
But I'm sure you may be comforted after all these years, during which you have diligently prayed and sought the Church's prayers for him.
The long, eager gaze of her wistful eyes asked mournfully,
Is this all you can tell me?
But her lips only said,
I thank your Excellency.
as she withdrew. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. The Light Enjoyed. Doubt is slow to clear, and sorrow is hard to bear, and each sufferer has his say, his scheme of the weal and the woe. But God has a few of us whom he whispers in the ear. The rest may reason and welcome, 'tis we musicians know. R. Browning. Bewildering were the trains of thought which the conversation just narrated awakened in the mind of Carlos. On the one hand, a gleam of light was shed upon his father's career, suggesting a possible interpretation of the inscription on the window that thrilled his heart with joy. On the other, the termination of that career was involved in even deeper obscurity than before, and he was made to feel more keenly than ever how childish and unreal were the dreams which he and his brother had been wont to cherish upon the subject. Moreover, Dolores, just before she left him, had drawn a bow at venture, and most unintentionally sent a sharp arrow through a joint in his harness. Why could he find no answer to a question so simple and natural as the one she had asked him? Why did the book which had solved so many mysteries for him shed not a ray of light upon this one? Whence this ominous silence of the apostles and evangelists upon so many things that the Church most loudly proclaimed? Where in his book was purgatory to be found at all? Where was the adoration of the Virgin and the saints? Where were works of supererogation? But here he started in horror, as one who suddenly saw himself on the brink of a precipice, or rather as one dwelling secure and contented within a little circle of light and warmth, to whom such questions came as intimations of a chaos surrounding it on every side, into which a chance step might at any moment plunge him. Most earnestly he entreated that the Lord of his life, the guide of his spirit, would not let him go forth to wander there. He prayed expressly and repeatedly that the doubts which began to trouble him might be laid and silenced. His prayer was answered, as all true prayer is sure to be, but it was not granted. He whose love is strong and deep enough to work out its good purpose in us, even against the pleadings of our own hearts, saw that his child must needs pass through a land of darkness to reach the clearer light beyond. Conflicts fierce and terrible must be his portion, if indeed he were to take his place among those called and chosen and faithful ones, who, having stood beside the Lamb in his contest with Antichrist, shall stand beside him on the sea of glass mingled with fire. Already Carlos was in training for that contest, though as yet he knew not that there was any contest before him, save the general striving against sin in which all Christians have to take part. For the joy of the Lord is the Christian's strength in the day of battle, and he usually prepares those faithful soldiers whom he means to set in the forefront of the hottest battle, by previously bestowing upon them that joy in very full measure. He who is willing to sell all that he hath must first have found a treasure, and what the joy thereof is, none else may declare. In this joy Carlos lived now, and it was as yet too fresh and new to be greatly disturbed by haunting doubts or perplexing questions. These for the present came and passed like a breath upon the surface of molten gold, scarcely dimming its lustre for a moment. It had become his great wish to receive orders as soon as possible, that he might consecrate himself more entirely to the service of his Lord, and spread abroad the knowledge of his love more widely. With this view he determined on returning to Seville early in October. He left Nuera with regret, especially on account of Dolores, who had taken a new place in his consideration, and even in his affections, since he had begun to read to her from his book. And though usually very calm and impassive in manner, she could scarcely refrain from tears at the parting. She entreated him with all most passionate earnestness to be very prudent and careful of himself in the great city. Carlos, who saw no special danger likely to menace him save such as might arise from his own heart, felt tempted to smile at her foreboding tone, and asked her what she feared for him.
"Oh, Señor Don Carlos,"
she pleaded with clasped hands,
"for the love of God take care, and do not be reading and telling your good words to every one you meet. For the world is an ill place, your worship, where good is ofttimes evil spoken of."
"Never fear for me,"
returned Carlos with his frank, pleasant smile.
"I have found nothing in my book but the most Catholic verities, which will be useful to all and hurtful to none. But of course I shall be prudent, and take due care of my words, lest by any extraordinary chance they might be misinterpreted, so that you may keep your mind at peace, dear Mother Dolores."
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 12. The light divided from the darkness. I felt and feel, whatever befalls, the footsteps of thy life and mine. Tennyson. In the glorious autumn weather, Don Carlos rode joyfully through cork and chestnut groves, across bare brown plains, and amidst gardens of pale olives and golden orange globes shining through dark glossy leaves. He had long ago sent back to Seville the guard with which his uncle had furnished him, so that his only companion was a country youth, trained by Diego to act as his servant. But although he passed through the very district afterwards immortalized by the adventures of the renowned Don Quixote, no adventure fell to his lot, unless it may count for an adventure that near the termination of his journey the weather suddenly changed, and torrents of rain, accompanied by unusual cold, drove him to seek shelter.
"Ride on quickly, Jorge,"
he said to his attendant,
"for I remember there is a venta, or inn, by the roadside not far off. A poor place truly, where we are little likely to find a supper, but we shall find a roof to shelter us and fire to warm us, and these at present are our most pressing needs."
Arrived at the venta, they were surprised to see the lazy landlord so far stirred out of his usual apathy as to busy himself in trying to secure the fastening of the outer door, that it might not swing backwards and forwards in the wind, to the great discomfort of all within the house. The proud, indifferent Spaniard looked calmly up from his task, and remarked that he would do all in his power to accommodate his worship.
But unfortunately, Señor and your Excellency, a very great and principal nobleman has just arrived here, with a most distinguished train of fine caballeros, his lordship's gentlemen and servants, and kitchen, hall, and chamber are as full of them as a hive is full of bees.
This was evil news to Carlos. Proud, sensitive, and shy, there could be nothing more foreign to his character than to throw himself into the society of a person who, though really only his equal in rank, was so much his superior in all that lends rank its charm in the eyes of the vulgar.
"We had better push on to Isilla,"
said he to his reluctant attendant, bravely turning his face to the storm, and making up his mind to 10 miles more in drenching rain. At that moment, however, a tall figure emerged from the inner door, opening into the long room behind the stable and kitchen, that formed the only tolerable accommodation the one-storied venta afforded.
"Surely, señor, you do not intend to go further in this storm,"
said the nobleman, whose fine thoughtful countenance Carlos could not but fancy that he had seen before.
"It is not far to Isilla, señor,"
returned Carlos, bowing.
"and first come, first served is an excellent proverb."
"The first comer has certainly one privilege which I am not disposed to waive, that of hospitably welcoming the second. Do me the favor to come in, señor. You will find an excellent fire."
Carlos could not decline an invitation so courteously given. He was soon seated by the wood fire that blazed on the hearth of the inner room, exchanging compliments, in true Spanish fashion, with the nobleman who had welcomed him so kindly. Though no one could doubt for an instant the stranger's possession of the pure sangre azul, yet his manners were more frank and easy and less ceremonious than those to which Carlos had been accustomed in the exclusive and privileged class of Seville society, a fact accounted for by the discovery, afterwards made, that he was born and educated in Italy.
"I have the pleasure of recognizing Don Carlos Alvarez de Santillanos y Meñaya,"
said he.
"I hope the babe about whom his worship showed such amiable anxiety recovered from its indisposition?"
This, then, was the personage whom Carlos had seen in such close conversation with the physician Losada. The association of ideas immediately brought back the mysterious remark about his father that he had overheard on that occasion. Putting that aside, however, for the present, he answered,
"Perfectly, I thank your grace. We attribute the recovery mainly to the skill and care of the excellent Dr. Cristobal Losada."
"A gentleman whose medical skill cannot be praised too highly, except, indeed, it were exalted at the expense of his other excellent qualities, and particularly his charity to the poor."
Carlos heartily acquiesced, and added some instances of the physician's kindness to those who could not recompense him again. They were new to his companion, who listened with interest. During this conversation supper was laid. As the principal guest had brought his own provisions with him, it was a comfortable and plentiful repast. Carlos, ere he sat down, left the room to rearrange his dress, and found opportunity to ask the innkeeper if he knew the noble stranger's name.
His Excellency is a great noble from Castile,
returned mine host with an air of much importance.
His name, as I am informed, is Don Carlos de Seso, and his illustrious lady, Doña Isabella, is of the blood royal.
Where does he reside?
His gentlemen tell me, principally at one of his fine estates in the north. Villa Mediana, they call it. He is also corregidor, or mayor, of Toro. He has been visiting Seville upon business of importance, and is now returning home.
Pleased to be the guest of such a man, for in fact he was his guest, Carlos took his seat at the table and thoroughly enjoyed the meal. An hour's intercourse with a man who had read and travelled much, but had thought much more, was a rare treat to him. Moreover, De Seso showed him all that fine courtesy which a youth so highly appreciates from a senior, giving careful attention to every observation he hazarded, and manifestly bringing the best of his powers to bear on his own share of the conversation. He spoke of Fray Constantino's preaching, with an enthusiasm that made Carlos regret that he had been hitherto such an inattentive hearer.
Have you seen a little treatise by the Fray entitled The Confession of a Sinner?
He asked. Carlos having replied in the negative, his new friend drew a tract from the pocket of his doublet, and gave it to him to read while he wrote a letter. Carlos, after the manner of eager, rapid readers, plunged at once into the heart of the matter, disdaining beginnings. Almost the first words upon which his eyes fell arrested his attention and drew him irresistibly onwards.
Such has been the pride of man,
he read,
that he aimed at being God. But so great was thy compassion towards him in his fallen state, that thou abasedst thyself to become not only of the rank of men, but a true man, and the least of men, taking upon thee the form of his servant, that thou mightest set me at liberty, and that by means of thy grace, wisdom, and righteousness, man might obtain more than he had lost by his ignorance and pride. Wast thou not chastised for the iniquity of others? Has not thy blood sufficient virtue to wash out the sins of all the human race? Are not thy treasures more able to enrich me than all the debt of Adam to impoverish me? Lord, although I had been the only person alive, or the only sinner in the world, thou wouldst not have failed to die for me. O my Saviour, I would say, and say it with truth, that I individually stand in need of those blessings which thou hast given to all. What though the guilt of all had been mine, thy death is all mine. Even though I had committed all the sins of all, yet would I continue to trust thee, and to assure myself that thy sacrifice and pardon is all mine, though it belong to all.
So far he read in silence, then the tract fell from his hand, and an involuntary exclamation broke from his lips.
Passing strange.
De Seso paused, pen in hand, and looked up surprised.
What find you passing strange, Señor?
He asked.
That Fray Constantino should have felt precisely what he describes here.
That such a holy man should feel so deeply his own utter sinfulness? But you are doubtless aware that the holiest saints in all ages have shared this experience. St. Augustine, for instance, with whose writings so ripe a theological scholar is doubtless well acquainted.
Such,
returned Carlos,
are not worse than others, but they know what they are as others do not.
True, tried by the standard of God's perfect law, the purest life must appear a miserable failure. We may call the marble of our churches and dwellings white, until we see God's snow, pure and fresh from heaven, upon it.
Aye, Señor,
said Carlos with joyful eagerness.
But the hand that points out the stains can cleanse them. No snow is half so pure as the linen clean and white, which is the righteousness of saints.
It was De Seso's turn to be astonished now. In the look that, half leaning over the table, he bent upon the eager face of Carlos, surprise and emotion blended. For a moment their eyes met with a flash, like that which flint strikes from steel, of mutual intelligence and sympathy. But it passed again as quickly. De Seso said,
I suspect that I see in you, Señor Don Carlos, one of those admirable scholars who have devoted their talents to the study of that sacred language in which the words of the holy apostles are handed down to us. You are a Grecian?
Carlos shook his head.
Greek is but little studied at Complutum now,
he said,
and I confine myself to the usual theological course.
In which, I have heard, your success has been brilliant, but it is a sore disgrace to us, and a heavy loss to the youth of our nation, that the language of St. John and St. Paul should be deemed unworthy of their attention.
Your Excellency is aware that it was otherwise in former years,
returned Carlos.
Perhaps the present neglect is owing to the suspicion of heresy, which, truly or falsely, has attached itself to most of the accomplished Greek scholars of our time.
A miserable misapprehension, the growth of monkish ignorance and envy, and popular superstition. Heresy is a convenient stigma with which men ofttimes brand as evil the good they are incapable of comprehending.
Most true, Señor. Even Fray Constantino has not escaped.
His crime has been that he has sought to turn the minds of men from outward acts and ceremonies to the great spiritual truths of which these are the symbols. To the vulgar, religion is nothing but a series of shows and postures.
Yes,
answered Carlos.
But the heart that loves God and truly believes in our Lord and Savior is taught to put such in their proper place. These ought ye to have done, and not to leave the other undone.
Señor Don Carlos,
said De Seso, with the sighs he could no longer suppress,
you are evidently a devout and earnest student of the Scriptures.
I search the Scriptures. In them I think I have eternal life, and they testify of Christ.
Promptly responded the less cautious youth.
I perceive that you do not quote the Vulgate.
Carlos smiled.
No, Señor. To a man of your enlightened views, I am not afraid to acknowledge the truth. I have seen, nay, why should I hesitate? I possess a rare treasure, the New Testament of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, in our own noble Castilian tongue.
Even through the calm and dignified deportment of his companion, Carlos could perceive the thrill that this communication caused. There was a pause. Then he said softly,
And your treasure is also mine.
The low, quiet words came from even greater depths of feeling than the eager, tremulous tones of Carlos. For his convictions, slowly reached and deeply purchased, were built below the region of the soul that passions agitate.
Based on the crystalline sea of thought and its eternity.
The heart of Carlos glowed with sudden ardent love towards the man who shared his treasure, and, he doubted not, his faith also. He could joyfully have embraced him on the spot. But the force of habit and the sensitive reserve of his character checked this impetuous demonstrativeness. He only said, with a look that was worth an embrace,
I knew it. Your Excellency spoke as one who held our Lord and his truth in honor.
Ella es pues honor a vosotros que creéis.
It would have been hard to begin a verse that Carlos could not at this time have instantly completed. He went on,
Mas para los que no crean, la piedra que los edificadores reprobaron.
A sorrowful truth,
said De Seso,
which my young friend must needs bear in mind. His word, like himself, is rejected by the many. Its very mention may expose to obloquy and danger.
Only another instance, Señor, of those lamentable prejudices about heresy, about which we spoke anon. I am aware that there are those that would brand me, a scholar too, with the odious name of heretic, merely for reading God's word in my own tongue. But how utterly absurd the charge! The blessed book has but confirmed my faith in all the doctrines of our holy Mother Church.
Has it?
said De Seso quietly, perhaps a little dryly.
Most assuredly, Señor,
Carlos rejoined with warmth.
In fact, I never understood, or I may say truly believed, those holy verities until now, beginning with the Credo itself and the Orthodox Catholic faith in our Lord's divinity and atonement."
Here their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of the attendants, who removed supper, replenished the lamp, and heaped fresh chestnut logs on the fire. But as soon as the room was cleared, they returned eagerly to subjects so interesting to both.
"Our salvation rests,"
said De Seso,
"upon the great cardinal truths you have named. By the faith which receives into your heart the atonement of Christ as a work done for you, you are justified."
"I am forgiven, and I shall be justified."
"Pardon me, Señor. Scripture teaches that your justification is already complete. Therefore, being justified by faith, we have peace with God."
"But that cannot surely be the apostle's meaning,"
said Carlos.
"Ay de me, I know too well that I am not yet completely justified. Far from it. Evil thoughts throng my heart, and not with heart alone, but with lips, eyes, hands. I transgress daily."
Yet you see, peace can only be consequent on justification, and peace you have.
Carlos looked perplexed. Misled by the teaching of his church, he confused justification with sanctification. Consequently, he could not legitimately enjoy the peace that ought to flow from one as a complete and finished work, because the other necessarily remained imperfect. De Seso explained that the word justify is never used in Scripture in its derivative sense, to make righteous, but always in its common and universally accepted sense, to account or declare righteous. Quite easily and naturally he glided into the teacher's place, while Carlos gladly took that of the learner, not, indeed, without astonishment at the layman's skill in divinity, but with too intense an interest in what he said to waste much thought upon his manner of saying it. Hitherto he had been like an unlearned man, who, without guide or companion, explores the trackless shores of a newly discovered land. Should such a one meet in his course a scientific explorer, who has mapped and named every mountain, rock, and bay, who has traced out the coastline, and can tell what lies beyond the white hills in the distance, it is easy to understand the eagerness with which he would listen to his narrative, and the intentness with which he would bend over the chart in which the scene of his own journeyings lies portrayed. Thus De Seso not only taught Carlos the true meaning of Scripture terms, and the connection of Scripture truths with each other, he also made clear to him the facts of his own experience, and gave names to them for him.
"I think I understand now,"
said Carlos, after a lengthened conversation, in which, moving from point to point, he had suggested many doubts and not a few objections, and these, in turn, had been taken up and answered by his friend.
"God be thanked. There is no more condemnation, no more punishment for us. Nothing, either in act or suffering, can be added to the work of Christ, which is complete."
Aye, now you have grasped the truth which is the source of our joy and strength.
"It must then be our sanctification which suffering promotes, both in this life and in purgatory."
All God's dealings with us in this life are meant to promote our sanctification. Joy may do it by his grace, as well as sorrow. It is written not alone, "He humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger," but also, "He fed thee with manna, to teach the secret of life in him, from him, and by him."
But suffering is purifying, like fire.
Not in itself. Criminals released from the galleys usually come forth hardened in their crimes by the lash and the oar.
Having said this, De Seso rose and extinguished the expiring lamp, while Carlos remained thoughtfully gazing into the fire.
"Señor,"
he said, after a long pause, during which the stream of thought ran continuously underground, to reappear consequently in an unexpected place.
"Señor, do you think God's word, which solves so many mysteries, can answer every question for us?"
Scarcely. Some questions we may ask, of which the answers, in our present state, would be beyond our comprehension. And others may indeed be answered there, but we may miss the answers, because through weakness of faith we are not yet able to receive them.
"For instance?"
"I had rather not name an instance, at present,"
said De Seso, and Carlos thought his face had a sorrowful look as he gazed at it in the firelight.
"I would not willingly miss anything my Lord meant to teach. I desire to know all his will, and to follow it,"
Carlos rejoined earnestly.
It may be that you know not what you desire. Still, name any question you wish, and I will tell you freely whether in my judgment God's word contains an answer."
Carlos stated the difficulty suggested by the inquiry of Dolores. Who can tell the exact moment when his bark leaves the gently flowing river for the great deep ocean? That of Carlos, on the instant when he put this question, was met by the first wave of a mighty sea upon which he was to be tossed by many a storm. But he did not know it.
"I agree with you as to the silence of God's word about purgatory,"
returned his friend, and for some time both gazed into the fire without speaking.
This and similar discoveries have sometimes given me, I own, a feeling of blank disappointment, and even of terror,
said Carlos at length. For with him it was one of those rare hours in which a man can bear to translate into words the dark misgivings of the soul, usually unacknowledged even to himself.
"I cannot say,"
was the answer,
"that the thought of passing through the gate of death into the immediate presence of my glorified Lord affects me with blank disappointment or terror."
"How? What do you say?"
cried Carlos, starting visibly.
"Absent from the body, present with the Lord. To depart and be with Christ is far better."
"But it was San Pablo, the great apostle and martyr, who said that. For us, we have the Church's teaching,"
Carlos rejoined in quick, anxious tones.
"Nevertheless, I venture to think that, in the face of all you have learned from God's word, you will find it a task somewhat of the hardest to prove purgatory."
"Not at all,"
said Carlos, and immediately he bounded into the arena of controversy, laid his lance in rest, and began an animated tilting match with his new friend, who was willing, of course, thought Carlos, for argument's sake alone, and as an intellectual exercise, to personate a Lutheran antagonist. But not a few of the doughty champions have met the stern reality of a bloody death in the mimic warfare of the tilting field. At every turn Carlos found himself answered, baffled, confounded. Yet how could he, how dared he acknowledge defeat, even to himself, when with the imperilled doctrine so much else must fall? What would become of the private masses, indulgences, prayers for the dead? Nay, what would become of the infallibility of the Mother Church herself? So he fought desperately. Fear, ever increasing, quickened his perceptions, baptized his lips with eloquence, made his sense acute and his memory retentive. Driven at last from the ground of Scripture and reason, he took his stand upon that of scholastic divinity, using the weapons with which he had been taught to play so deftly for once in terrible earnest. He spun clever syllogisms, in which he hoped to entangle his adversary. But De Seso caught the flimsy webs in the naked hand of his strong sense, and crushed them to atoms. Then Carlos knew that the battle was lost.
"I can say no more,"
he acknowledged, sorrowfully bowing his head.
"And what have I said? Is it not in accordance with the word of God?"
With a cry of dismay on his lips, Carlos turned and looked at him.
"God help us. Are we then Lutherans?"
"It may be Christ is asking another question. Are we amongst those who follow him whithersoever he goeth?"
"Oh, not there, not to that,"
cried Carlos, rising in his agitation and beginning to pace the room.
"I abhor heresy. I eschew the thought. From my cradle I have done so. Anywhere but that."
Pausing at last in his walk before the place where De Seso sat, he asked,
"And you, señor, have you considered whither this would lead?"
"I have. I do not ask thee to follow. But this I say, if Christ bids any man leave the ship and come to him upon these dark and stormy waters, he will stretch out his own right hand to uphold and sustain him."
"To leave the ship, his church? That would be leaving him, and leaving him I am lost, soul and body, lost, lost."
"Fear not, at his feet, clinging to him, soul of man was never lost yet."
"I will cleave to him, and to the church too."
"Still, if one must be forsaken, let not that one be Christ."
"Never, never. So help me God."
After a pause he added, as if speaking to himself,
"Lord, to whom shall we go? Thou hast the words of eternal life."
He stood motionless, wrapped in thought, while De Seso rose softly, and going to the window, put aside the rude shutter that had been fastened across it.
The night is bright.
said Carlos dreamily.
The moon must have risen.
That is daylight, you see,
returned his companion with a smile.
Time for wayfarers to seek rest in sleep.
Prayer is better than sleep.
True, and we who own the same precious faith can well unite in prayer.
With the willing consent of Carlos, his new friend laid their common desires and perplexities before God. The prayer was in itself a revelation to him. He forgot even to wonder that it came from the lips of a layman. For De Seso spoke as one accustomed to converse with the unseen, and to enter by faith to the inner sanctuary, the very presence of God himself. And Carlos found that it was good thus to draw nigh to God. He felt his troubled soul returning to its rest, to its quiet confidence in Him, who, he knew, would guide him by his counsel, and afterwards receive him into glory. When they rose, instinctively their right hands sought each other, and were locked in that strong grasp which is sometimes worth more than an embrace.
We have confidence each in the other,
said De Seso,
so that we need exchange no pledge of faithfulness or secrecy.
Carlos bowed his head.
Pray for me, Señor,
he said.
Pray that God, who sent you here to teach me, may in his own time complete the work he has begun.
Then both lay down in their cloaks, one to sleep, the other to ponder and pray. In the morning each went his several way, and never was it given to Carlos, in this world, to look upon that face or to grasp that hand again. He who had thus crossed his path, as it were for a moment, was perhaps the noblest of all the heroic band of Spanish martyrs, that forlorn hope of Christ's army, who fought and fell
where Satan's seat was.
His high birth and lofty station, his distinguished abilities, even those more superficial graces of person and manner which are not without their strong fascination, were all, like the precious ointment with the odour of which the house was filled, consecrated to the service of the Lord for whom he lived and died. The eye of imagination lingers with special and reverential love upon that grand, calm figure. But our simple story leads us far away amongst other scenes and other characters. We must now turn to a different part of the wide missionary harvest field, in which the lowly muleteer Julian Hernandez and the great noble Don Carlos de Seso were both labouring. Was their labour in vain? End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Seville. There is a multitude around, responsive to my prayer. I hear the voice of my desire, resounding everywhere. A.L. Waring. Don Carlos felt surprised, on returning to Seville, to find the circle in which he had been wont to move exactly as he left it. His absence appeared to him a great deal longer than it really was. Moreover, there lurked in his mind an undefined idea that a period so fraught with momentous change to him could not have passed without change over the heads of others. But the worldly only seemed more worldly, the frivolous more frivolous, the vain more vain than ever. Around the presence of Doña Beatriz there still hung a sweet dangerous fascination against which he struggled, and in the strength of his new and mighty principle of action struggled successfully. Still, for the sake of his own peace, he longed to find some fair pretext for making his home elsewhere than beneath his uncle's roof. One great pleasure awaited his return, a letter from Juan. It was the second he had received, the first having merely told of his brother's safe arrival at the headquarters of the royal army in Cambrai. Don Juan had obtained his commission just in time for active service in the brief war between France and Spain that immediately followed the accession of Philip II. And now, though he said not much of his exploits, it was evident that he had already begun to distinguish himself by the prompt and energetic courage which was a part of his character. Moreover, a signal piece of good fortune had fallen to his lot. The Spaniards were then engaged in the siege of St. Quentin. Before the works were quite completed, the French general, the celebrated Admiral Coligny, managed to throw himself into the town by a brilliant and desperate coup de main. Many of his heroic band were killed or taken prisoner, however, and among the latter was a gentleman of rank and fortune, a member of the admiral's suite, who surrendered his sword into the hands of young Don Juan Alvarez. Juan was delighted with his prize, as well he might be. Not only was the distinction an honourable one for so young a soldier, but the ransom he might hope to receive would serve very materially to smooth his pathway to the attainment of his dearest wishes. Carlos was now able to share his brother's joy with unselfish sympathy. With a peculiar kind of pleasure, not quite unmixed with superstition, he recalled Juan's boyish words, more than once repeated.
"When I go to the wars, I shall make some great prince or duke my prisoner."
They had found a fair, if not exactly literal, fulfilment, and that so early in his career, and a belief that had grown up with him from childhood was strengthened thereby. Juan would surely accomplish everything upon which his heart was set. Certainly he would find his father, if that father should prove to be after all in the land of the living. Carlos was warmly welcomed back by his relatives, at least by all of them save one. To a mild temper and amiable disposition he united the great advantage of rivaling no man and interfering with no man's career. At the same time, he had a well-defined and honourable career of his own, in which he bid fair to be successful, so that he was not despised, but regarded as a credit to the family. The solitary exception to the favourable sentiments he inspired was found in the bitter disdain which Gonsalvo, with scarcely any attempt at disguise, exhibited towards him. This was painful to him, both because he was sensitively alive to the opinions of others, and also because he actually preferred Gonsalvo, notwithstanding his great and glaring faults, to his more calculating and worldly-minded brothers. Force of any kind possesses a real fascination for an intellectual and sympathetic but rather weak character, and this fascination grows in intensity when the weaker has a reason to pity and a desire to help the stronger. It was not altogether grace, therefore, which checked the proud words that often rose to the lips of Carlos in answer to his cousin's sneers or sarcasms. He was not ignorant of the cause of Gonsalvo's contempt for him. It was Gonsalvo's creed that a man who deserved the name always got what he wanted, or died in the attempt, unless, of course, absolutely insuperable physical obstacles interfered, as they did in his own case. As he knew well enough what Carlos wanted before his departure from Seville, the fact of his quietly resigning the prize, without even an effort to secure it, was final with him. One day, when Carlos had returned a forbearing answer to some taunt, Doña Inez, who was present, took occasion to apologize for her brother as soon as he had quitted the room. Carlos liked Doña Inez much better than her still unmarried sister, because she was more generous and considerate to Beatriz.
"You are very good, amigo mío,"
she said,
"to show so great forbearance to my poor brother. And I cannot think wherefore he should treat you so uncourteously. But he is often rude to his brothers, sometimes even to his father."
"I fear it is because he suffers. Though rather less helpless than he was 6 months ago, he seems really more frail and sickly."
"Eh de mi, that is too true. And have you heard his last whim? He tells us he's given up physicians for ever. He is almost as ill in opinion of them as, forgive me, cousin, of priests."
"Could you not persuade him to consult your friend, Doctor Cristobal?"
"I have tried, but in vain. To speak the truth, cousin,"
she added, drawing nearer to Carlos and lowering her voice,
"there is another cause that has helped to make him what he is. No one knows or even guesses aught of it but myself. I was ever his favourite sister. If I tell you, will you promise the strictest secrecy?"
Carlos did so, wondering a little what his cousin would think could she surmise the weightier secrets which were burdening his own heart.
"You have heard of the marriage of Doña Juana de Xeres y Bohorques with Don Francisco de Vargas?"
"Yes, and I account Don Francisco a very fortunate man."
"Are you acquainted with the young lady's sister, Doña Maria de Bohorques?"
"I have met her. A fair, pale, queenly girl. She is not fond of gaiety, but very learned and very pious, as I have been told."
"You will scarce believe me, Don Carlos, when I tell you that pale, quiet girl is Gonsalvo's choice, his dream, his idol. How she contrived to gain that fierce, eager young heart I know not, but hers it is, and hers alone. Of course he had passing fancies before, but she was his first serious passion, and she will be his last."
Carlos smiled.
"Red fire and white marble,"
he said.
"But after all, the fiercest fire could not feed on marble. It must die out in time."
"From the first, Gonsalvo had not the shadow of a chance,"
Doña Inez replied, with an expressive flutter of her fan.
"I have not the least idea whether the young lady even knows he loves her. But it matters not. We are Alvarez de Menea. Still we cannot expect a grandee of the first order to give his daughter to a younger son of our house, even before that unlucky bull feast. Now, of course, he himself would be the first to say, Pineapple kernels are not for monkeys, nor fair ladies for crippled caballeros. And yet, you understand?"
"I do,"
said Carlos, and in truth he did understand, far better than Doña Inez imagined. She turned to leave the room, but suffered again to say kindly,
"I trust, my cousin, your own health has not suffered from your residence among those bleak, inhospitable mountains? Don Garcia tells me he's seen you twice since your return, coming forth late in the evening from the dwelling of our good Señor Doctor."
There was sufficient reason for these visits. Before they parted, De Seso had asked Carlos if he would like an introduction to a person in Seville who could give him further instruction upon the subjects they had discussed together. The author having been thankfully accepted, he was furnished with a note addressed, much to his surprise, to the physician Losada, and the connection thus begun was already proving a priceless boon to Carlos. But nature had not designed him for a keeper of secrets. The colour mounted rapidly to his cheek as he answered,
"I am flattered by my lady cousin's solicitude for me, but I thank God my health is as good as ever. In truth, Doctor Cristobal is a man of learning and a pleasant companion, and I enjoy an hour's conversation with him. Moreover, he has some rare and valuable books, which he is kind enough to lend me."
"He is certainly very well bred for a man of his station,"
said Doña Inez condescendingly. Carlos did not resume his attendance upon the lectures of Fray Constantino at the College of Doctrine, but when the voice of the eloquent preacher was heard in the cathedral, he was never absent. He had no difficulty now in recognizing the truths that he loved so well, covered with a thin veil of conventional phraseology. All mention not necessary of dogmas particularly Romish was avoided, unless when the congregation were warned earnestly, though in terms well studied and jealously guarded, against risking their salvation upon indulgences or ecclesiastical pardons. The vanity of trusting to their own works was shown also, and in every sermon Christ was faithfully held up before the sinner as the one all-sufficient Saviour. Carlos listened always with rapt attention, usually with keen delight. Often would he look around him upon the sea of earnest upturned faces, saying within himself,
"Many of these brethren and sisters have found Christ. Many more are seeking him."
And at the thought his heart would thrill with thankfulness. But even at that moment some word from the preacher's lips might change his joy into a chill of apprehension. It frequently happened that Fray Constantino, borne onward by the torrent of his own eloquence, was betrayed into uttering some sentiment so very nearly heretical as to make his hearer tingle with the peculiar sense of pain that is caused by seeing one rush heedlessly to the verge of a precipice.
"I often thank God for the stupidity of evil men and the simplicity of good ones,"
Carlos said to his new friend Losada, after one of these dangerous discourses. For by this time, what De Seso had first led him to suspect had become a certainty with him. He knew himself a heretic, a terrible consciousness to sink into the heart of any man in those days, especially in Catholic Spain. Fortunately, the revelation had come to him gradually, and still more gradually came the knowledge of all that it involved. Yet those were sorrowful hours in which he first felt himself cut off from every hallowed association of his childhood and youth, from the long chain of revered tradition, which was all he knew of the past, from the vast brotherhood of the Church visible, that mighty organization, pervading all society, leavening all thought, controlling all custom, ruling everything in this world, even if not in the next. His own past life was shattered. The ambitions he had cherished were gone. The studies he had excelled and delighted in were proved for the most part worse than vain. It is true that he believed, even still, that he might accept priestly ordination from the hands of Rome, for the idolatry of the Mass was amongst the things not yet revealed to him. But he could no longer hope for honour or preferment, or what men call a career, in the Church. Joy enough would it be if he were permitted, in some obscure corner of the land, to tell his countrymen of a Saviour's love, and perpetual watchfulness, extreme caution, and the most judicious management would be necessary to preserve him, as hitherto they had preserved Fray Constantino, from the grasp of the Holy Inquisition. To us who read that word in the lurid light that martyr fires kindled after this period have flung upon it, it may seem strange that Carlos was not more a prey to fear of the perils entailed by his heresy. But so slowly did he pass out of the stage in which he believed himself still a sincere Catholic into that in which he shudderingly acknowledged that he was in very truth a Lutheran, that the shock of the discovery was wonderfully broken to him. Nor did he think the danger that menaced him either near or pressing, so long as he conducted himself with reserve and prudence. It is true that this reserve involved a degree of secrecy, if not of dissimulation, that was fast becoming very irksome. Formerly, the kind of fencing, feinting, and doubling into which he was often forced would rather have pleased him as affording for the exercise of ingenuity. But his moral nature was growing so much more sensitive that he began to recoil from slight departures from truth, in which heretofore he would only have seen a proper exercise of the advantage which a keen and quick intellect possesses over dull ones. Moreover, he longed to be able to speak freely to others of the things which he himself found so precious. Though quite sufficiently afraid of pain and danger, the thought of disgrace was still more intolerable to him. Keener than any suffering he had yet known, except the pang of renouncing Beatrix, was the consciousness that all amongst whom he lived, and who now respected and loved him, would, if they guessed the truth, turn away from him with unutterable scorn and loathing. One day, when walking in the street with his aunt and Doña Sancha, they turned down a side street to avoid meeting the death procession of a murderer on his way to the scaffold. The crime for which he had suffered had been notorious, and with voluble exclamations of horror and congratulations at getting safely out of the way, to which the ladies gave expression, were mingled prayers for the soul of the miserable man.
If they all knew,
thought Carlos, as the slight, closely veiled forms clung trustingly to him for protection,
they would think me worse, more degraded than yon wretched being. They pity him, they pray for him. Me, they would only loathe and execrate. And Juan, my beloved, my honored brother, what will he think?
This last thought was one that haunted him most frequently and troubled him most deeply. But had he nothing to counterbalance these pangs of fear and shame, these manifold dark misgivings? He had much. First and best, he had the peace that passeth all understanding shed abroad in his heart. Its light did not grow pale and faint with time. On the other hand, it increased in brightness and steadiness, as new truths arose like stars upon his soul, every new truth being in itself a new joy to him. Moreover, he found keen enjoyment in the communion of saints. Great was his surprise when, after sufficiently instructing him in private, and satisfactorily testing his sincerity, Losada cautiously revealed to him the existence of a regularly organized Lutheran church in Seville, of which he himself was actually the pastor. He invited Carlos to attend its meetings, which were held, with due precaution, and usually after nightfall, in the house of a lady of rank, Doña Isabella de Baena. Carlos readily accepted the perilous invitation, and with deep emotion took his place amongst the band of called, chosen, and faithful men and women, every one of whom, as he believed, shared the same joys and hopes that he did. They were not at all such a little band as he expected to find them, nor were they, with very few exceptions, the poor of this world. If that bright southern land, so rich in all that kindles the imagination, eventually, to her own ruin, rejected the truth of God, at least she offered upon his altar some of her choicest and fairest flowers. Many of those who met in Doña Isabella's upper room were chief men, and devout and honourable women. Talent, learning, excellence of every kind was largely represented there. So also was the sangre azul, the boast of the proud Spanish grandees. One of the first faces that Carlos recognized was the sweet, thoughtful one of the young Doña Maria de Bohorques, whose precocious learning and accomplishments had often been praised in his hearing, and in whom he now had a new and peculiar interest. There were two noblemen of the first order, Don Domingo de Guzman, son of the Duke of Medina Sidonia, and Don Juan Ponce de Leon, son of the Count of Bailen. Carlos had often heard of the munificent charities of the latter, who had actually embarrassed his estates by his unbounded liberality to the poor. But while Ponce de Leon was thus labouring to relieve the sorrows of others, a deep sadness brooded over his own spirit. He was wont to go forth by night, and pace up and down the great stone platform in the Prado San Sebastian, that bore the ghastly name of the Quemadero, or burning place, while in his heart the shadow of death, the darkest shadow of the dreadest death, was struggling with the light of immortality. Did the rest of that devoted band share the agony of apprehension that filled those lonely midnight hours with passionate prayer? Some amongst them did, no doubt. But with most, the circumstances and occupations of daily life wove, with their multitudinous slender threads, a veil dense enough to hide, or at least to soften, the perils of their situation. The Protestants of Seville contrived to pass their lives and do their work side by side with other men. They moved amongst their fellow citizens and were not recognized. They even married and were given in marriage, though all the time there fell upon their daily paths the shadow of the grim old fortress where the Holy Inquisition held its awful secret court. But then, at this period, the Holy Inquisition was by no means exhibiting its usual terrible activity. The Inquisitor General, Fernando de Valdez, Archbishop of Seville, was an old man of 74, relentless when roused, but not particularly enterprising. Moreover, he was chiefly occupied in amassing enormous wealth from his rich and numerous church preferments. Hitherto the fires of St. Dominic had been kindled for Jews and Moors. Only one Protestant had suffered death in Spain, and Valladolid, not Seville, had been the scene of his martyrdom. Seville, indeed, had witnessed two notable prosecutions for Lutheranism, that of Rodrigo de Valer and that of Juan Gil, commonly called Dr. Egidius. But Valer had only been sent to a monastery to die, while, by a disgraceful artifice, retraction had been obtained from Egidius. During the years that had passed since then, the Holy Office had appeared to slumber. Victims who refused to eat pork or kept Sabbath on Saturday were growing scarce for obvious reasons. And not yet had the wild beast,
exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron and his nails of brass,
begun to devour a nobler prey. Did the monster, gorged with human blood, really slumber in his den, or did he only assume the attitude and appearance of slumber, as some wild beasts are said to do, to lure his unwary victims within the reach of his terrible crouch and spring? No one can certainly tell, but however it may have been, we doubt not the Master used the breathing time thus afforded his church to prepare and polish many a precious gem, destined to shine through all ages in his crown of glory. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. The Months of San Isodro. The earnest of eternal joy in every prayer I trace. I see the likeness of the Lord in every patient face. How oft in still communion known those spirits have been sent to share the travail of my soul or show me what it meant. A. L. Waring. It is amongst the perplexing conditions of our earthly life that we cannot first reflect, then act, first form our opinions, then, and not till then, begin to carry them out into practice. Thought and action have usually to run beside each other in parallel lines, a terrible necessity, and never more terrible than during the progress of momentous inward changes. A man becomes convinced that the star by which he has hitherto been steering is not the true pole star, and that if he perseveres in his present course his bark will inevitably be lost. At his peril, he must find out the one unerring guide, yet while he seeks it, his hand must not for an instant quit his hold on the helm, for the winds of circumstances fill his sails, and he cannot choose whither he will go, he can only choose where. This lies at the root of much of the apparent inconsistency which has oft been made a reproach to reformers. Though Carlos did not feel this difficulty as keenly as some of his brethren in the faith, he yet felt it. His uncle was continually pressing him to take orders, and to seek for this or that tempting preferment, whilst every day he had stronger doubts as to the possibility of his accepting any preferment in the church, and was even beginning to entertain scruples about taking orders at all. During this period of deliberation and uncertainty, one of his new friends, Fray Casiodoro, an eloquent Jeromite friar who assisted Losada in his ministrations, said to him,
"If you intend embracing a religious life, Señor Don Carlos, you will find the white tunic and brown mantle of Saint Jerome more to your taste than any other habit."
Carlos pondered the hint, and shortly afterwards announced to his relatives that he intended to go into retreat for a season at the Jeromite convent of San Isodro del Campo, which was about 2 miles from Seville. His uncle approved this resolution, and none the less because he thought it was probably intended as a preparation for taking the cowl.
"After all, nephew, it may turn out that you have the longest head among us,"
he said.
"In the race for wealth and honours, no man can doubt that the regulars beat the seculars nowadays. And there is not a saint in all the Spains so popular as Saint Jerome. You know the proverb, 'He who is a count and to be a duke aspires, let him straight to Guadalupe and sing among the friars.'"
Gonsalvo, who was present, here looked up from his book and observed sharply,
"No man will ever be a duke who changes his mind 3 times within 3 months."
"But I only changed my mind once,"
returned Carlos.
"You have never changed it at all, that I wot of,"
said Don Manuel.
"and I would that thine were turned in the same profitable direction, son Gonsalvo."
"Oh yes, by all means, offer the blind and the lame in sacrifice. Put heaven off with the wreck of a man that the world will not condescend to take into her service."
"Hold thy peace, son born to cross me,"
said the father, losing his temper at by no means the worst of the many provocations he had recently received.
Is it not enough to look at thee lying there, a useless log, and to suffer thy vile temper, but thou must set thyself against me, when I point out to thee the only path in which a cripple such as thou could earn green figs to eat with his bread, not to speak of supporting the rank of Alvarez de Meñaya as he ought?
Here Carlos, out of consideration for the feelings of Gonsalvo, left the room, but the angry altercation between the father and son lasted long after his departure. The next day Don Carlos rode out, by a lonely path amidst the grey ruins of old Italica, to the stately castellated convent of San Isodro. Amidst all his new interests, the young Castilian noble still remembered with due enthusiasm how the building had been reared, more than 200 years ago, by the devotion of the heroic Alonso Guzman the Good, who gave up his own son to death under the walls of Tarifa, rather than surrender the city to the Moors. Before he left Seville, he placed a copy of Fray Constantino's Sum of Christian Doctrine between 2 volumes of Gonsalvo's favourite Lope de Vega. He had previously introduced to the notice of the ladies several of the Fray's little treatises, which contained a large amount of Scripture truth, so cautiously expressed as to not only have escaped the censure, but actually obtained the express approbation of the Holy Office. He had also induced them occasionally to accompany him to the preachings at the cathedral. Further than this he dared not go, nor did he on other counts think it advisable, as yet, to permit himself much communication with Doña Beatriz. The monks of San Isodro welcomed him with that strong peculiar love which springs up between the disciples of the same Lord, more especially when they are a little flock surrounded by enemies. They knew that he was already one of the initiated, a regular member of Losada's congregation. Both this fact and the warm recommendations of Fray Cassiodoro led them to trust him implicitly, and very quickly they made him a sharer in their secrets, their difficulties, and their perplexities. To his astonishment he found himself in the midst of a community, Protestant in heart almost to a man, and as far as possible acting out their convictions, while at the same time they retained, how could they discard them, the outward ceremonies of their church and their order. He soon fraternized with a gentle pious young monk named Fray Fernando, and asked him to explain this extraordinary state of things.
"I am just out of my novitiate, having been here little more than a year,"
said the young man, who was about his own age.
"and already when I came the fathers carefully instructed the novices out of the Scriptures, exhorting us to lay no stress upon outward ceremonies, penances, crosses, holy water, and the like. But I have often heard them speak of the manner in which they were led to adopt these views."
Who was their teacher? Fray Cassiodoro?
"Latterly, not at first. It was Dr. Blanco who sowed the first seeds of truth here."
Whom do you mean? We in the city give the name of Dr. Blanco, the white doctor, from his silver hairs, to a man of your holy order, certainly, but one most zealous for the old faith. He is a friend and confidant of the inquisitors, if indeed he is not himself qualificator of heresy, one of the learned men who were appointed to assist the Inquisition, and whose duty it was to decide whether doubtful propositions were or were not heretical. I speak of Dr. Garcias Arias.
"The same man. You are astonished, señor. Nevertheless, it is true. The elder brethren say that when he came to the convent all were sunk in ignorance and superstition. The monks cared for nothing but vain repetitions of unfelt prayers and showy mummeries of idle ceremonial. But the white doctor told them all these would avail them nothing, unless their hearts were given to God, and they worshipped him in spirit and in truth. They listened, were convinced, began to study the Holy Scriptures as he recommended them, and truly to seek him who is revealed therein."
Out of the eater came forth meat,
said Carlos.
I am truly amazed to hear of such teaching from the lips of Garcias Arias.
"Not more amazed than the brethren were by his after conduct,"
returned Fray Fernando.
"Just when they had received the truth with joy, and were beginning heartily to follow it, their teacher suddenly changed his tone, and addressed himself diligently to the task of building up the things that he once destroyed. When Lent came round, the burden of his preaching was nothing but penance and mortification of the flesh. No less would content him than that the poor brethren should sleep on the bare ground, or standing, and wear sackcloth and iron girdles. I could not tell what to make of these bewildering instructions. Some followed them, others clung to the simpler faith they had learned to love. Many tried to unite both. In fact, the convent was filled with confusion, and several of the brethren were driven half distracted. But at last God put it into their hearts to consult Dr. Egidius. Your Excellency is well acquainted with his history, doubtless.
Not so well as I should like to be. Still, for the present, let us keep to the brethren. Did Dr. Egidius confirm their faith?
That he did, Señor, and in many ways he led them into a further acquaintance with the truth.
And that enigma, Dr. Blanco?
Fray Fernando shook his head.
Whether his mind was really changed, or whether he concealed his true opinions through fear, or through love of the present world, I know not. I should not judge him.
No,
said Carlos softly.
It is not for us, who have never been tried, to judge those who have failed in the day of trial. But it must be a terrible thing to fail, Fray Fernando.
As good Egidius did himself. Ah, Señor, if you had but seen him when he came forth from his prison. His head was bowed, his hair was white. They who spoke with him say his heart was well nigh broken. Still, he was comforted and thanked God when he saw the progress the truth had made during his imprisonment, both in Valladolid and in Seville, especially amongst the brethren here. His visit was of great use to us, but the most precious boon we ever received was a supply of God's word in our own tongue, which was brought to us some months ago.
Carlos looked at him eagerly.
I think I know whose hand brought it,
he said.
You cannot fail to know, Señor. You have doubtless heard of Juliano el Chico?
The color rose to the cheeks of Carlos as he answered.
I shall thank God all my life and beyond it that I have not heard of him alone, but met him. He it was who put this book into my hand.
And he drew out his own testament.
We also have good cause to thank him, and we mean that others shall have it through us. For the books he brought we not only use ourselves, but diligently circulate far and wide, according to our ability.
It is strange to know so little of a man, and yet to owe him so much. Can you tell me anything more than the name Juliano Hernandez, which I repeat every day when I ask God in my prayers to bless and reward him?
I only know he is a poor, unlearned man, a native of Villaverde in Campos. He went to Germany, and entered the service of Juan Perez, who, as you are aware, translated the Testament and printed it, Juliano aiding in the work as compositor. He then undertook, of his own free will, the task of bringing a supply into this country. You well know how perilous a task, both the seaports and the passes of the Pyrenees being so closely watched by the emissaries of the Holy Office. Juliano chose the overland journey, since, knowing the mountains well, he thought he could manage to make his way unchallenged by some of their hazardous, unfrequented paths. God be thanked, he arrived in safety with his precious freight early last summer.
Do you know where he is now?
No. Doubtless he is wandering somewhere, perhaps not far distant, carrying on in darkness and silence his noble missionary work.
What would I give, rather what would I not give, to see him once more, to take his hand in mine, and to thank him for what he has done for me.
Ah, there is the vesper bell. You know, Señor, that Fray Cristobal is to lecture this evening on the Epistle to the Hebrews. That is why I love Tuesday best of all days in the week.
Fray Cristobal de Arellano was a monk of San Isodro, remarkable for his great learning, which was consecrated to the task of explaining and spreading the Reformed doctrines. Carlos put himself under the tuition of this man to perfect his knowledge of Greek, a language of which he had learned very little, and that little very imperfectly, at Alcala. He profited exceedingly by the teaching he received, and partially repaid the obligation by instructing the novices in Latin, a task which was very congenial to him, and which he performed with much success. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15 The Great San Benito. The thousands that, uncheered by praise, have made one offering of their days, for truth's, for heaven's, for freedom's sake, resigned the bitter cup to take. Hemans. Young as was the Protestant Church in Seville, she already had her history. There was one name that Carlos had heard mentioned in connection with her first origin, round which there gathered in his thoughts a peculiar interest, or rather fascination. He knew now that the monks of San Isodro had been largely indebted to the instructions of Dr. Juan Gil, or Egidius, and he had been told previously that Egidius himself had learned the truth from an earlier and bolder witness, Rodrigo de Valer. This was the name that Losada once coupled in his hearing with that of his own father. Why then had he not sought information which might have proved so deeply interesting to him, directly from Losada himself, his friend and teacher? Several causes contributed to his reluctance to broach the subject, but by far the greatest was a kind of chivalrous, half-romantic tenderness for that absent brother, whom he could now truly say that he loved best on earth. It is very difficult for us to put ourselves in the position of Spaniards of the 16th century, so far as at all to understand the way in which they were accustomed to look upon heresy. In their eyes it was not only a crime infinitely more dreadful than that of murder, it was also a horrible disgrace, branding a man's whole lineage up and down for generations, and extending its baleful influence to its remotest kindred. Carlos asked himself, day by day, how would the high-hearted Don Juan Alvarez, whose idol was glory, and his dearest pride a noble and venerated name, endure to hear that his beloved and only brother was stained with that surpassing infamy? But at least it would be anguish enough to stab Juan once, as it were, with his own hand, without arming the dead hand of the father whose memory they both revered, and then driving home the weapon into his brother's heart. Rather would he let the matter remain in obscurity, even if, which was extremely doubtful, he could by any effort of his own shed a ray of light upon it. Still he took occasion one day to inquire of his friend Fray Fernando, who received full information on these subjects from the older monks.
Was not that Rodrigo de Valer, whose San Benito hangs in the cathedral, the first teacher of the pure faith in Seville?
True, señor, he taught many, while he himself, as I have heard, received the faith from none save God only.
He must have been a remarkable man. Tell me all you know of him.
Our Fray Casidoro has often heard Dr. Egidius speak of him, so that though his lips were silenced long before your time or mine, señor, he seems still one of our company.
Yes, already some of our number have joined the Church triumphant, but they are still one with us in Christ.
Don Rodrigo de Valer,
continued the young monk,
was of a noble family, and very wealthy. He was born in Lebrija, but came to reside in Seville, a gay, light-hearted, brilliant young caballero, who was soon a leader in all the folly and fashion of the great city. But suddenly these things lost their charm for him. Much to the astonishment of the gay world, to which he had been such an ornament, he disappeared from the scenes of amusement and festivity he had been wont to love. His companions could not understand the change that came over him, but we can understand it well. God's arrows of conviction were sharp in his heart, and he led him to turn for comfort, not to penance and self-mortification, but to his own word. Only in one form was that word accessible to him. He gathered up the fragments of his old school studies, little cared for at the time, and well nigh forgotten afterwards, to enable him to read the Vulgate. There he found justification by faith, and through it peace to his troubled conscience. But he did not find, as I need scarcely say to you, Don Carlos, purgatory, the worship of Our Lady and the saints, and certain other things our fathers taught us.
How long since was all this?
Asked Carlos, who was listening with much interest, and at the same time comparing the narrative with that other story he had heard from Dolores.
Long enough, señor. 20 years ago or more. When God had thus enlightened him, he returned to the world, but he returned to it a new man, determined henceforth to know nothing save Christ and him crucified. He addressed himself in the first instance to the priests and monks, whom with a boldness truly amazing he accosted wherever he met them, were it even in the most public places of the city, proving to them from Scriptures that their doctrines were not the truth of God.
It was no hopeful soil in which to sow the word.
No, truly, but it seemed laid upon him as a burden from God to speak what he felt and knew, whether men would hear or whether they would forbear. He very soon aroused the bitter enmity of those who hate the light because their deeds are evil. Had he been a poor man, he would have been burned at the stake, as that brave, honest-hearted young convert, Francisco de San Romano, was burned at Valladolid not so long ago, saying to those who offered him mercy at the last, "Did you envy me my happiness?" But Don Rodrigo's rank and connection saved him from that fate. I have heard, too, that there were those in high places who shared, or at least favored, his opinions in secret. Such interceded for him.
Then his words were received by some?
Carlos asked anxiously.
Have you ever heard the names of any of those who were his friends or patrons?
Fray Fernando shook his head.
Even among ourselves, Senor,
he said,
names are not mentioned oftener than is needful, for a bird of the air will carry the matter, and when life depends on our silence, it is no wonder if at least we become a trifle over-silent. In the lapse of years some names that ought to be remembered amongst us may well chance to be forgotten, from this dread of breathing them even in a whisper. Always, excepting Dr. Eugenius, Don Rodrigo's friends, or converts are unknown to me. But I was about to say the inquisitors were prevailed upon by those who interceded for him to regard him as insane. They dismissed him, therefore, with no more severe penalty than the loss of his property, and with many cautions as to his future behavior.
I hold it scarce likely that he observed them.
Very far otherwise, Senor. For a short time, indeed, his friends prevailed on him to express his sentiments more privately, and Fray Casidoro says that during this interval he confirmed them in the faith by expounding the epistle to the Romans. But he could not long hide the light he held. To all remonstrances he answered that he was a soldier sent on a forlorn hope, and must needs press forward to the breach. If he fell, it mattered not. In his place God would raise up others, whose would be the glory and the joy of victory. So once again the Holy Office laid its grasp upon him. It was resolved that his voice should be heard no more on earth, and he was therefore consigned to the living death of perpetual imprisonment. And yet, in spite of all their care and all their malice, one more testimony for God and his truth was heard from his lips.
How was that?
They led him, robed in that great San Benito you have often seen, to the church of San Salvador, to sit and listen, with the other weeping penitents, while some ignorant priest denounced their heresies and blasphemies. But he was not afraid, after the sermon, to stand up in his place and warn the people against the preacher's erroneous doctrine, showing them where and how it differed from the Word of God. It was marvelous they did not burn him, but God restrained the remainder of their wrath. They sent him at last to the monastery of San Lucar, where he remained in solitary confinement until his death.
Carlos mused a little. Then he said,
What a blessed change from solitary confinement to the company of just men made perfect, from the gloom of a convent prison to the glory of God's house, eternal in the heavens.
Some of the elder brethren say we may be called upon to pass through trials even more severe,
remarked Fray Fernando.
I know not. Being amongst the youngest here, I should speak my mind with humility. Still, I cannot help looking around me, and seeing that everywhere men are receiving the Word of God with joy. Think of the learned and noble men and women in the city who have joined our band already, and are eager to gain others. You converts are won for us every day. not to speak of that great multitude among Fray Constantino's hearers who are really on our side, without dreaming it themselves. Moreover, your noble friend Don Carlos de Seso told us last summer that the signs in the earth are equally encouraging. He thinks the Lutherans of Valladolid are more numerous than those of Seville, and Logrono also the light is spreading rapidly, and throughout the districts near the Pyrenees the word has free course, thanks to the Huguenot traders from Béarn.
I've heard these things in Seville, and truly my heart rejoices at them, but yet—
Here Carlos broke off suddenly, and remained silent, gazing mournfully into the fire, near which, as it was now winter, they had seated themselves. At last Fray Fernando asked,
"What do you think, Señor?"
Carlos raised his dark blue eyes and fixed them on the questioner's face.
Of the future,
He said slowly,
I think nothing. I dare not think of it. It is in God's hands, and he thinks for us. Still, one thing I cannot choose but see. Where we are, we cannot remain. We are bound to a great wheel that is turning, and turn with it. Even in spite of ourselves, we must and do. But it is the wheel not of chance, but of God's mighty purposes. That is all our comfort.
And those purposes, are they not mercy and truth unto our beloved land?
They may be, but I know not. They are not revealed. Mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant, that indeed is written.
We are they that keep his covenant.
Carlos sighed and resumed the thread of his own thought.
The wheel turns round, and we with it. Even since I came here it has turned perceptibly. And how it is to turn one step further without bringing us into contact with the solid frame of things as they are, and so crushing us, truly I see not, but I trust God.
You allude to those discussions about the sacrifice of the Mass now going on so continually amongst us?
I do. Hitherto we have been able to work underground, but if doubt must be thrown upon that, the thin shell of earth that has concealed and protected us will break and fall in upon our heads, and then—
We are already asking, and then?
Said Fray Fernando.
There will be nothing before us but flight to some foreign land.
And how in God's name is that to be accomplished? But God forgive me these words, and God keep me and all of us from the subtle snare of mixing with the question, what is his will? That other question, what will be our fate if we try to do it? As the noble de Seso said to me, all that matters to us is to be found amongst those who follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. But he went to Calvary.
The last words were spoken in so low a tone that Fray Fernando heard them not.
What did you say?
He asked.
No matter. Time enough to hear if God himself speaks it in our ears.
Their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a lay brother, who informed Carlos that a visitor awaited him in the convent parlour. As it was one of the hours during which the rules of the house, which were quite liberal enough without being lax, permitted the entertainment of visitors, Carlos went to receive his without much delay. He knew that if the guest had been one of
their own,
their loved brethren in the faith, even the attendant would have been well acquainted with his person, and would naturally have named him. He entered the room, therefore, with no very lively anticipations, expecting at most to see one of his cousins, who might have paid him the compliment of riding out from the city to visit him. A tall, handsome, sunburnt man, who had his left arm in a sling, was standing with his back to the window, but in one moment more the other arm was flung round the neck of Carlos, and heart pressed to heart, and lip to lip. The brothers stood together. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Welcome Home. We are so unlike each other, thou and I, that none would guess. We were children of one mother, but for mutual tenderness. E.B. Browning. After the first tumult of greeting, in which affection was expressed rather by look and gesture than by word, the brothers sat down and talked. Eager questions rose to the lip of both, but especially those of Carlos, whose surprise at Juan's unexpected appearance only equalled his delight.
"But you are wounded, my brother,"
he said.
"Not seriously, I hope."
"Oh no, only a bullet through my arm, a piece of my usual good luck. I got it in the battle."
No adjective was needed to specify the glorious day of St. Quentin, when Flemish Egmont's chivalrous courage, seconded by Castilian bravery, gained for King Philip such a brilliant victory over the arms of France. Carlos knew the story already from public sources, and it did not occur to Juan, nor indeed to Carlos either, that there had ever been, or ever would be again, a battle so worthy of being held in everlasting remembrance.
"But do you count the wound part of your good luck?"
asked Carlos.
"Aye, truly, and well I may. It has brought me home, as you ought to have known ere this."
"I received but 2 letters from you, that written on your first arrival and dated from Cambrai, and that which told of your notable prize, the French prisoner."
"But I wrote 2 others. One I entrusted to a soldier who was coming home invalid. I suppose the fellow lost it. The other, written just after the great St. Lawrence's Day, arrived in Sevilla the night before I made my own appearance there. His Majesty will need to look to his posts. Certes, they are the slowest carriers to be found in any Christian country."
And Juan's merry laugh rang through the convent parlor, little enough used to echo such sounds.
"So I have heard almost nothing of you, brother, save what could be gathered from the public accounts,"
Carlos continued.
"All the better now. I have only such news as is pleasant for me to tell, and will not be ill, I think, for thee to hear. First, then, and in due order, I am promised my company."
"Good news indeed! My brother must have honored our name by some special deed of valor. Was it at St. Quentin?"
asked Carlos, looking at him with honest brotherly pride. He was not much changed by his campaign, except that his dark cheek wore a deeper bronze, and his face was adorned with a formidable pair of bigotes.
"That story must wait,"
returned Juan.
"I have so much else to tell thee. Dost thou remember how I said, as a boy, that I should take a noble prisoner like Alfonso Vives, and enrich myself by his ransom? And thou seest I have done it."
"In a good day. Still he was not the Duke of Saxony."
"Like him, at least, in being a heretic, or Huguenot, if that be a less unsavory word to utter in these holy precincts. Moreover, he is a tried and trusted officer of Admiral Colonni's suite. It was that day when the Admiral so gallantly threw himself into the besieged town, and, for my part, I am heartily obliged to him. But for his presence, there would have been no defense of St. Quentin to speak of, at all. But for the defense, no battle. But for the battle, no grand victory for the Spains and King Philip. We cut off half of the Admiral's troops, however, and it fell to my lot to save the life of a brave French officer whom I saw fighting alone against a crowd. He gave me his sword, and I led him to my tent, and provided him with all the solace and succor I could, for he was sorely wounded. He was the Sieur de Romanet, a gentleman of Provenance, and an honest, merry-hearted, valiant man, as it was ever my lot to meet withal. He shared my bed and board, a pleasant guest rather than a prisoner, until we took the town, making the Admiral himself our captive, as you know already. By that time his brother had raised the sum for his ransom, and sent it honorably to me. But, in any case, I should have dismissed him on parole as soon as his wounds were healed. He was pleased to give me, beside the good gold pistols, this diamond ring you see on my finger, in a token of friendship."
Carlos took the costly trinket in his hand and duly admired it. He did not fail to gather from one simple narrative many things that he told not, and was little likely to tell. In the time of action, chivalrous daring; when the conflict was over, gentleness and generosity no less chivalrous, endearing him to all, even the vanquished enemy. No wonder Carlos was proud of his brother. But beneath all the pride and joy there was, even already, a secret whisper of fear. How could he bear to see that noble brow clouded with anger, those bright confiding eyes averted from him in disdain? Turning his own thoughts as if they had been guilty things, he asked quickly,
"But how did you obtain leave of absence?"
"Through the kindness of his Highness."
"The Duke of Savoy?"
"Of course, and a braver general I would never ask to serve."
"I thought it might have been from the king himself, when he came to the camp after the battle."
Don Juan's cheek glowed with modest triumph.
"His Highness was good enough to point me out to his Catholic Majesty,"
he said,
"and the king spoke to me himself."
It is difficult for us to understand how a few formal words of praise from the lips of one of the meanest and vilest of men could be looked upon by the really noble-hearted Don Juan Alvarez as almost the crowning joy of his life. With the enthusiastic loyalty of his age and country, he honored Philip the King, Philip the man being all the time a personage as utterly unknown to him as the Sultan of Turkey. But not choosing to expatiate on a theme so flattering to himself, he continued,
The Duke contrived to send me home with despatches, saying kindly that he thought my wound required a little rest and care. Though I had affairs of importance,
and here the colour mounted to his brow,
to settle in Seville, I would not have quitted the campaign with my good will, had we been about any enterprise likely to give us fair fighting. But in truth, Carlos, things have been abundantly dull since the fall of St. Quentin. Though we have our king with us, and Henry of France and the Duke of Guise have both joined the enemy, all are standing at gaze as if they were frozen, and doomed to stay there motionless till the day of judgment. I have no mind for that kind of sport, not I. I became a soldier to fight his Catholic Majesty's battles, not to stare at his enemies as if they were puppets paid to make a show for my amusement. So I was not sorry to take leave of absence.
And your important business in Seville? May a brother ask what that means?
A brother may ask what he pleases, and be answered. Wish me joy, Carlos. I've arranged that little matter with Doña Beatriz.
And his light words half hid, half revealed the great deep joy of his own strong heart.
My uncle,
he continued,
is favorable to my views. Indeed, I have never known him so friendly. We are to have our betrothal feast at Christmas, when your time of retreat here is over.
Carlos
wished him joy.
Most sincerely. Fervently did he thank God that it was in his power to do it, that the snare that had once wound itself so subtly around his footsteps was broken, and his soul escaped. He could now meet his brother's eye without self-reproach. Still, this seemed sudden. He said,
Certainly you did not lose time.
Why should I?
Juan, with simplicity.
By and by is always too late, as thou wert wont to say, and I would they learned that proverb at the camp. In truth,
he added more gravely,
I often feared, during my stay there, that I might have lost all through my tardiness, but thou wert a good brother to me, Carlos.
Mayest thou ever think so, brother mine?
Said Carlos, not without a pang, as his conscience told him how little he deserved the praise.
But what in the world,
asked Juan hastily,
has induced thee to bury thyself here amongst these drowsy monks?
The brethren are excellent men, learned and pious, and I am not buried.
Carlos returned with a smile.
And if thou wert buried 10 fathoms deep, thou shouldst come up out of the grave when I need thee to stand beside me.
Do not fear for that. Now thou art come, I will not prolong my stay here, as otherwise I might have done. But I have been very happy here, Juan.
I'm glad to hear it,
said the merry-hearted, unsuspecting Juan.
I am glad also that you are not in too great haste to tie yourself down to the church's service. Though our honored uncle seems to wish you had a keener eye to your own interest, and a better lookout for your fat benefices, but I believe his own sons have appropriated all the stock of worldly prudence meant for the whole family, leaving none over for thee and me, Carlos.
That is true of Don Manuel and Don Balthazar, not of Gonsalvo.
Gonsalvo? He's the worst of the three!
Juan exclaimed, with something like anger in his open sunny face. Carlos laughed.
I suppose he has been favoring you with his opinion of me,
he said.
If he were not a poor, miserable weakling and a cripple, I should answer him with the point of my good sword. However, this is idle talk, little brother.
Carlos being as nearly tall as himself, the diminutive was only a term of affection, recalling the days of their childhood, and more suited to masculine lips than its equivalent, dear.
Little brother, you look grave and pale, and 10 years older than when we parted at Alcalá.
Do I? Much has happened with me since. I've been very sorrowful and very happy.
Don Juan laid his available hand on his brother's shoulder, and looked him earnestly in the face.
No secrets from me, little brother,
he said.
If thou dost not like the service of Holy Church after all, speak out, and thou shalt go back with me to France, or to anywhere else in the known world that thou wilt. There may be some fair lady in the case,
he added with a keen and searching glance.
No, brother, not that I have indeed much to tell thee, but not now, not today.
Choose thine own time, only remember no secrets. That were the one unbrotherly act I could never forgive.
But I'm not satisfied about your wound,
said Carlos, with perhaps a little moral cowardice, turning the conversation.
Was the bone broken?
No, fortunately, only grazed. It would not have signified but for the treatment of the blundering barber surgeon. I was advised to show it to some man of skill, and already my cousins have recommended to me one who is both physician and surgeon, and very able, they say.
Dr. Cristobal Losada?
The same. Your favorite, Don Gonzalvo, has just been prevailed upon to make trial of his skill.
I am heartily glad of it,
returned Carlos.
There is a change of mind on his part equal to any wherewith he can reproach me, and a change for the better, I have little doubt.
Thus the conversation wandered on, touching many subjects, exhausting none, and never again drawing dangerously near those deep places which one of the brothers knew must be thoroughly explored, and that at no distant day. For one's sake, for the sake of one whom he loved even more than one, he dared not, nay, he would not, avoid the task. But he needed, or thought he needed, consideration and prayer, that he might speak the truth wisely, as well as bravely, to that beloved brother. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. Disclosures. No distance breaks the tie of blood. Brothers are brothers evermore. Nor wrong, nor wrath of deadliest mood, that magic may o'erpower. Keble. The opportunity for free converse with his brother, which Carlos desired, yet dreaded, was unexpectedly postponed. It would have been in accordance neither with the ideas of the time, nor with his own feelings, to have shortened his period of retreat in the monastery, though he would not now prolong it. And though Don Juan did not fail to make his appearance upon every day when visitors were admitted, he was always accompanied by either of his cousins, Don Manuel or Don Balthazar, or by both. These shallow, worldly-minded young men were little likely to allow for the many things in which strangers might not intermeddle, that brothers long parted might find to say to each other. They only thought that they were conferring a high honor on their poorer relatives by their favor and notice. In their presence the conversation was necessarily confined to the incidents of Juan's campaign and to family matters. Whether Don Balthazar would obtain a post he was seeking under government, whether Doña Sanchez would inevitably bestow the inestimable favor of her hand upon Don Beltran Vivarez or Don Alonso de Giron, and whether the disappointed suitor would stab himself or a successful rival. These were questions of which Carlos soon grew heartily weary. But in all that concerned Beatrix he was deeply interested. Whatever he may once have allowed himself to fancy about the sentiments of a very young and childish girl, he never dreamed that she would make, or even desire to make, any opposition to the expressed wish of her guardian, who destined her for Juan. He was sure that she would learn quickly enough to love his brother as he deserved, even if she did not already do so, and it gave him pleasure that his sacrifice had not been in vain, that the wine-cup of joy which he had just tasted, then put steadily aside, was being drained to the dregs by the lips he loved best. It is true this pleasure was not unmixed with pain, but the pain was less than a few months ago he would have believed possible. The wound which he once thought deadly was in process of being healed. Nay, it was nearly healed already, but the scar would always remain. Grand and mighty, but perplexing and mournful thoughts were filling his heart every day more and more. Amongst the subjects eagerly and continually discussed with the brethren of San Isodro, the most prominent just now was the sole priesthood of Christ, with the impossibility of his one perfect and sufficient sacrifice being ever repeated. But these truths, in themselves so glorious, had for those who dared to admit them, one terrible consequence. Their full acknowledgment would transform the main altar's consummation, the sacrifice of the Mass, from the highest act of Christian worship into a hideous lie, dishonoring to God and ruinous to man. To this conclusion the monks of San Isodro were drawing nearer slowly but surely every day, and Carlos was side by side with the most advanced of them in the path of progress. Though timid in action, he was bold in speculation. To his keen, quick intellect, to think and to reason was a necessity. He could not rest content with surface truths, nor leave any matter in which he was interested without probing it to its depths. But as far at least as the monks were concerned, the conclusion now imminent was practically a most momentous one. It must transform the light that illumined them into a fire that would burn and torture the hands that held and tried to conceal it. They could only guard themselves from loss and injury, perhaps from destruction, by setting it on the candlestick of a true and faithful profession.
Better,
said the brethren to one another,
leave behind us the rich lands and possessions of our order. What are these things in comparison to a conscience void of offence towards God and towards man? Let us go forth and seek shelter in some foreign land, destitute exiles, but faithful witnesses for Christ, having purchased to ourselves the liberty of confessing his name before men.
This plan was popular with the community, though there were some that objected to it, not because of the loss of worldly wealth it would entail, but because of its extreme difficulty and the peril in which it would involve others. That the question might be fully discussed and some course of action resolved upon, the monks of San Isodro convened a solemn chapter. Carlos had not, of course, the right to be present, though his friends would certainly inform him immediately afterwards of all that passed. So he whiled away part of the anxious hours by a walk in the orange grove belonging to the monastery. It was now December, and there had been a frost, not very usual in that mild climate. Every blade of grass was gemmed with tiny jewels, which were crushed by his footsteps as he passed along. He fancied them like the fair and sparkling but unreal dreams of the creed in which he had been nurtured. They must perish, even should he weakly turn aside to spare them. God's sun would not fail ere long to dissolve them with the warmth of its beams. But wherefore mourn them? Would not the sun shine on still, and the blue sky, the emblem of eternal truth and love, still stretch above his head? Therefore he would look up, and not down. Forgetting the things that were behind and reaching forth to those that were before, he would fain press forward toward the mark for the prize. And then his heart went up in fervent prayer, that not only he himself, but also all those who shared his faith might be enabled to do so. Turning into a path leading back through the grove to the monastery, he saw his brother coming toward him.
I was seeking thee,
said Don Juan.
And always welcome. But why so early? On a Friday, too.
Wherein is Friday worse than Thursday?
Asked Juan with a laugh.
You are not a monk, or even a novice, to be bound by rules so strict that you may not say, Vaya con Dios, to your brother without asking leave of my lord abbot.
Carlos had often noticed, not with displeasure, the freedom which Juan, since his return, had assumed in speaking of churchmen and church ordinances. He answered,
I am only bound by the general rules of the house, to which it is seemly that visitors should conform. Today the brethren are holding a chapter to confer upon matters pertaining to their discipline. I cannot well bring you indoors, but we do not need a better parlor than this.
True. I care for no roof save God's sky, and as for glazed and grated windows, I abhor them. Were I thrown into prison, I should die in a week. I made an early start for San Isidro for an unusual day, to get rid of the company of my excellent but tiresome cousins. For, in truth, I'm sick unto death of their talk and their courtesies. Moreover, I have 10,000 things to tell you, brother.
I have a few for your ear also.
Let us sit down. Here is a pleasant seat which some of your brethren contrived to rest their weary limbs and enjoy the prospect. They know how to be comfortable, these monks.
They sat down accordingly. For more than an hour Don Juan was the chief speaker, and as he spoke out of the abundance of his heart, it was no wonder that the name oftenest on his lips was that of Dona Beatriz. Of the long and circumstantial story that he poured into the sympathizing ear of Carlos, no more than this is necessary to repeat. That Beatriz not only did not reject him, no well-bred Spanish girl would behave in such a singular manner to a suitor recommended by her guardian, but actually looked kindly, nay, even smiled upon him. His exhilaration was in consequence extreme, and its expression might have proved tedious to any listener not deeply interested in his welfare. At last, however, the subject was dismissed.
So my path lies clear and plain before me,
said Juan, his fine determined face glowing with resolution and hope.
A soldier's life, with his toils and prizes, and a happy home at Nuera with a sweet face to welcome me when I return. And sooner or later that voyage to the Indies. But you, Carlos, speak out, for I confess you perplex me. What do you wish and intend?
Had you asked me that question a few months, I might almost say a few weeks ago, I should not have hesitated, as now I do, for an answer.
You were ever willing, more than willing, for Holy Church's service. I know but one cause which could alter your mind, and to the tender accusation you have already pleaded not guilty.
The plea is a true one.
Certes, it cannot be that you have been seized with a sudden passion for a soldier's life.
Laughed Juan.
That was never your taste, little brother, and with all respect for you, I scarce think your achievements with sword and arquebus could be suddenly brilliant. But there is something wrong with you,
he said in an altered tone as he gazed in his brother's anxious face.
Not wrong, but...
I have it,
said Juan, joyously interrupting him.
You are in debt. That is soon mended, brother. In fact, it is my fault. I have had far too large a share already of what should have been for both of us alike. In future...
Hush, brother. I have always had enough, more than I needed, and thou hast many expenses, and wilt have more henceforward, whilst I shall only want a doublet and hosen, and a pair of shoes.
And a cassock and gown?
Carlos was silent.
I vow it is a harder task to comprehend you than to chase Collini's guard with my single arm. And you so pious, so good a Christian. If you were a dull, rough soldier like me, and if you had a Huguenot prisoner, and a very fine fellow too, to share your bed and board for months, one could comprehend your not liking certain things over well or even.
And Juan averted his face and lowered his voice.
You're having certain evil thoughts you could scarcely care to breathe in the ears of your father confessor.
Brother, I too have had thoughts,
said Carlos eagerly. But Juan suddenly tossed off his mantero and ran his fingers through his black glossy hair. In old times this gesture used to be a sign that he was going to speak seriously. After a moment he began, but with a little hesitation, for in fact he held the mind of Carlos in as true and unfeigned reverence as Carlos held his character. That is enough to say, without mentioning the additional respect with which he regarded him, as almost a priest.
Brother Carlos, you are good and pious. You were thus from childhood, and therefore it is that you are fit for the service of Holy Church. You rise and go to rest, you read your books, and tell your beads, and you say your prayers, all just as you are ordered. It is the best life for you, and for any man who can live it, and be content with it. You do not sin. You do not doubt. Therefore you will never come into any grief or trouble. But let me tell you, little brother, you have a scant notion what men meet with who go forth into the great world and fight their way in it, seeing on every side of them things that, take them as they may, will not always square with the faith they've learned in childhood.
Brother, I also have struggled and suffered. I also have doubted.
Oh yes, a churchman's doubt. You had only to tell yourself doubt was a sin, to make the sign of the cross, to say an Ave or two, and then there was an end of your doubts. 'Twere a different matter if you had the evil one in the shape of an angel of light, at least that of a courteous, well-bred Huguenot gentleman, with as nice a sense of honor as any Catholic Christian, at your side continuously to whisper that the priests are no better than they ought to be, that the Church needs reform, and heaven knows what more, and worse beside. Now, my pious brother, if thou art going to curse me with bell, book, and candle, begin at once. I am ready, and prepared to be duly penitent. Let me first put on my cap, though, for it is cold.
And he suited the action to the word. The voice in which Carlos answered him was low and tremulous with emotion.
Instead of cursing thee, brother beloved, I bless thee from my heart for words which give me courage to speak. I have doubted. Nay, why should I shrink from the truth? I have learned, as I believe, from God himself, that some things which the Church teaches as doctrines are only the commandments of men.
Don Juan started, and his color changed. His vaguely liberal ideas were far from having prepared him for this.
What do you mean?
He cried, staring at his brother in amazement.
That I am now in very truth what I think you would call a Huguenot.
The die was cast. The avowal was made. Carlos waited its effects in breathless silence, as one who has fired a powder magazine might await the explosion.
May all the holy saints have mercy upon us,
cried Juan in a voice that echoed through the grove. But after that one involuntary cry he was silent. The eyes of Carlos sought his face, but he turned away from him. At last he muttered, striking with his sword at the trunk of a tree that was near him.
Huguenot, Protestant, heretic.
Brother,
said Carlos, rising and standing before him.
Brother, say what thou wilt, only speak to me. Reproach me, curse me, strike me, if it please thee, only speak to me.
Juan turned, gazed full in his imploring face, and slowly, very slowly, allowed the sword to fall from his hand. There was a moment of doubt, of hesitation. Then he stretched out that hand to his brother.
They who list may curse thee, but not I,
he said. Carlos strained the offered hand in so close a grasp that his own was cut by his brother's diamond ring and the blood flowed. For a long time both were silent, Juan in amazement, perhaps in consternation, Carlos in deep thankfulness. His confession was made, and his brother loved him still. At last Juan spoke, slowly, and as if half bewildered.
The Sieur de Romanée believes in God, in our Lord and his passion. And you?
Carlos repeated the Apostles' Creed in the vulgar tongue.
And in Our Lady, Mary, Mother of God?
I believe that she was the most blessed among women, the holiest among the holy saints. Yet I ask her intercession no more. I am too well assured of his love, who says to me, and to all who keep his word, my brother, my sister, my mother.
I thought devotion to Our Lady was the surest mark of piety,
said Juan in utter perplexity.
Then, I am only a man of the world. But oh, my brother, this is frightful.
He paused a moment, then added more calmly,
Still, I have learned the Huguenots are not beasts with horns and hooves, but possibly brave and honorable men enough, as good for this world as their neighbors, and yet, the disgrace.
His dark cheek flushed, then grew pale as there rose before his mind's eye an appalling vision. His brother robed in a hideous San Benito, bearing a torch in the ghastly procession of an auto de fe.
You have kept your secret as your life? My uncle and his family suspect nothing?
He asked anxiously.
Nothing, thank God.
And who taught you these doctrines?
Carlos briefly told the story of his first acquaintance with the Spanish New Testament, suppressing, however, all mention of the personal sorrow that had made its teaching so precious to him. Nor did he think it expedient to give the name of Juliano Hernandez.
The Church may need reform. I am sure she does.
Juan candidly admitted.
But Carlos, my brother,
he added, while the expression of his face softened gradually into mournful, pitying tenderness.
Little brother, in old times so gentle, so timid, hast thou dreamed of the peril? I speak not now of the disgrace. God, what is hard enough to think of? Hard enough,
he repeated bitterly.
But the peril.
Carlos was silent. His hands were clasped, his eyes raised upwards, full of thought, perhaps of prayer.
What is that on thy hand?
Asked Juan, with a sudden change of tone.
Blood? The Sieur de Romanée diamond ring has hurt thee.
Carlos glanced at the little wound and smiled.
I never felt it,
he said.
So glad was my heart, Roy, for that brave grasp of faithful brotherhood.
And there was a strange light in his eye as he added,
Perchance it may be thus with me if Christ indeed should call me to suffer. Weak as I am, he can give even to me such blessed assurance of his love, that in the joy of it pain and fear shall be unfelt or vanish.
Juan could not understand him, but he was awed and impressed. He had no heart for many words. He rose and walked toward the gate of the monastery grounds, slowly and in silence, Carlos accompanying him. When they had nearly reached the spot where they were to part, Carlos said,
You have heard Fray Constantino, as I asked you?
Yes, and I greatly admire him.
He teaches God's truth.
Why can you not rest content with his teaching, then, instead of going to look for better bread than wheaten, heaven knows where?
When I return to the city next week, I will explain all to thee.
I hope so. In the meantime, adios.
He strode on a pace or two, then turned back to say,
Thou and I, Carlos, we will stand together against the world.
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18. The Aged Monk. I will not boast a martyr's might, to leave my home without a sigh, the dwelling of my past delight, the shelter where I hope to die. Anon. Much was Carlos strengthened by the result of his interview with Don Juan. The thing that he greatly feared, his beloved brother's wrath and scorn, had not come upon him. Juan had shown instead a moderation, a candor, and a willingness to listen, which, while it really amazed him, inspired him with the happiest hopes. With a glad heart he repeated the psalmist's exulting words.
The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart danceth for joy, and in my song will I praise him.
He soon perceived that the chapter was over, for figures robed in white and brown were moving here and there amongst the trees. He entered the house, and without happening to meet anyone, made his way to the deserted chapter room. Its sole remaining occupant was a very aged monk, the oldest member of the community. He was seated at the table, his face buried in his hands, and his frail, worn frame quivering as if with sobs. Carlos went up to him and asked gently,
Father, what ails you?
The old man slowly raised his head and gazed at him with sad, tired eyes, which had watched the course of more than 80 years.
My son,
he said,
if I weep, it is for joy.
Carlos wondered, for he saw no joy on the wrinkled brow or in the tearful face, but he merely asked,
What have the brethren resolved?
To await God's providence here. Praised be his holy name for that.
And the old man bowed his silver head and wept once more. To Carlos also the determination was a cause for deep gratitude. He had all along regarded the proposed flight of the brethren with extreme dread, as an almost certain means of awakening the suspicions of the Holy Office, and thus exposing all who shared their faith to destruction. It was no light matter that the danger was now at least postponed, always provided that the respite was purchased by no sacrifice of principle.
Thank God,
reiterated the old monk.
For here I have lived, and here I will die and be buried, beside the holy brethren of other days, in the chapel of Don Alonso the Good. My son, I came hither a stripling, as thou art. No, younger. I could not know how many years ago. 1 year is so like another there is no telling. I could tell by looking at the great book, only my eyes are too dim to read it. They have grown dim very fast of late. When Dr. Gideus used to visit us, I could read my breviary with the youngest of them all. But no matter how many years. They were many enough to change a blooming, black-haired boy into an old man tottering on the grave's brink. And I to go forth now into that great wicked world beyond the gate. I to look upon strange faces, and to live amongst strange men, or to die amongst them, for to that it would come full soon. No, Señor Don Carlos, here I took the cowl, here I lived, and here I will die and be buried, God and the saints helping me.
Yet for the truth's sake, my father, would you not be willing to make even this sacrifice, and to go forth in your old age into exile?
If the brethren must needs go, so, I suppose, must I. But they are not going, Saint Jerome be praised.
The old man repeated.
Going or staying, the presence of him whom they serve and for whom they witness will be with them.
It may be, for aught I know. But in my young days, so many fine words were not in use. We sang our matins, our complines, our vespers. We said the holy mass and all our offices, and God and Saint Jerome took care of the rest.
But you would not have those days back again, would you, my father? You did not then know the glorious gospel of the grace of God.
Gospel? We always read the gospel for the day. I know my breviary, young sir, just as well as another. And on festival days someone always preached from the gospel. When Fray Domingo preached, plenty of great folks used to come out from the city to hear him, for he was very eloquent, and as much thought of in his time as Fray Cristobal is now. But they are forgotten in a little while, all of them. So will we in a few years to come.
Carlos reproached himself for having named the gospel instead of him whose words and work are the burden of the gospel story. For even to that dull ear, heavy with age, the name of Jesus was sweet, and that dull mind, drowsy with the slumber of a long lifetime, had half awaked at least to the consciousness of his love.
Dear father,
he said gently,
I know you are well acquainted with the Gospels. You remember what our blessed Lord saith of those who confess him before men, how he will not be ashamed to confess them before his Father in heaven. And moreover, is it not a joy for us to show in any way he points out to us our love to him who loved us and gave himself for us?
Yes, we love him, and he knows I only wish to do what is right and what is pleasing in his sight.
Afterwards, Carlos talked over the events of the day with the younger and more intelligent brethren, especially with his teacher, Fray Cristobal, and his particular friend, Fray Fernando. He could but admire the spirit that guided their deliberations, and feel increased thankfulness for the decision at which they had arrived. The peace which the whole community of Spanish Protestants then enjoyed, perilous and unstable as it was, stood at the mercy of every individual belonging to that community. The unexplained flight of any obscure member of Losada's congregation would have been sufficient to give the alarm, and let loose the bloodhounds of persecution upon the Church. How much more the abandonment of a wealthy and honorable religious house by the greater part of its inmates. The sword hung over their heads, suspended by a single hair, which a hasty or incautious movement, a word, a breath even, might suffice to break. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. Truth and Freedom. Man is greater than you thought him. The bondage of long slumber he will break. His just and ancient rights he will reclaim. With Nero and Bucyrus he will rank. The name of Philip. Schiller. Never before had it fallen to the lot of Don Juan Alvarez to experience such bewilderment as that which his brother's disclosure occasioned him. That brother, whom he had always regarded as the embodiment of goodness and piety, who was rendered illustrious in his eyes by all sorts of academic honors, and sanctified by the shadow of the coming priesthood, had actually confessed himself to be, what he had been taught to hold in deepest, deadliest abomination, a Lutheran heretic. But on the other hand, from the wise, pious, and in every way unexceptionable manner in which Carlos had spoken, one could not help hoping that what, probably through some unaccountable aberration of mind, he himself persisted in styling Lutheranism, might prove in the end some very harmless and orthodox kind of devotion. Perhaps, eventually, his brother might found some new and holy order of monks and friars. Or even, he was so clever, he might take the lead in a reformation of the Church, which, there was no use in an honest man's denying, was sorely needed. Still he could not help admitting that the Sieur de Ramenais had sometimes expressed himself with nearly as much apparent orthodoxy, and he was undoubtedly a confirmed heretic, a Huguenot. But if the recollection of this man, who for months had been his guest rather than his prisoner, served from one point of view to increase his difficulties, from another it helped to clear away the most formidable of them. Don Juan had never been religious, but he had always been hotly orthodox, as became a Castilian gentleman of purest blood, and heir to all the traditions of an ancient house, foremost for generations in the great conflict with the infidel. He had been wont to look upon the Catholic faith as a thing bound up irrevocably with the knightly honor, the stainless fame, the noble pride of his race, and consequently with all that was dearest to his heart. Heresy he regarded as something unspeakably mean and degrading. It was associated in his mind with Jews and Moors.
Caitiffs, beggarly fellows.
All of them vulgar and unclean, some of them the hereditary enemies of his race. Heretics were Muslims, infidels, such as
my Cid
delighted in hewing down with his good sword Tizona.
For God and Our Lady's honor.
Heretics kept the Passover with mysterious unhallowed rite, into which it would be best not to inquire. Heretics killed, and perhaps ate, Christian children. They spat upon the cross. They had to wear ugly yellow San Benitos at autos de fe, and to sum up all in one word, they
smelled of the fire.
To give full weight to the last allusion, it must be remembered that in the eyes of Don Juan and his contemporaries, death by fire had no hallowed or ennobling associations to veil its horrors. The burning pile was to him what the cross was to our forefathers, and what the gibbet is to us, only far more disgraceful. Thus it was not so much his conscience as his honor and his pride that were arrayed against the new faith. But unconsciously to himself, opposition had been silently undermined by his intercourse with the Sieur de Ramenais. It would probably have been fatal to Protestantism with Don Juan, had his first specimen of a Protestant been a humble muleteer. Fortunately, the new opinions had come to him represented by a noble and gallant knight, who,
in open battle or in tilting field, forbore his own advantage,
who was as careful of his point d'honneur as any Castilian gentleman, and who scarcely yielded even to himself in all those marks of good breeding which, to say the truth, Don Juan Alvarez de Santillanos y Manaya valued far more than any abstract dogmas of faith. This circumstance produced a willingness on his part to give fair play to his brother's convictions. When Carlos returned to Seville, which he did about a week after the meeting of the chapter, he was overjoyed to find Juan ready to hear all he had to say with patience and candor. Moreover, the young soldier was greatly attracted by the preaching of Fray Constantino, whom he pronounced, in language borrowed from the camp,
a right good camarado.
Using these favorable dispositions to the best advantage, Carlos repeated to him passages from the New Testament, and with deep and prayerful earnestness explained and enforced the truths they taught, taking care, of course, not to unnecessarily shock his prejudices. And as time passed on, it became every day more and more apparent that Don Juan was receiving
the new ideas,
and that with far less difficulty and conflict than Carlos himself had done. For with him the Reformed faith had only prejudices, not convictions, to contend against. These once broken down, the rest was easy, and then it came to him so naturally to follow the guidance of Carlos in all that pertained to thinking. Unmeasured was the joy of the affectionate brother when at last he found that he might safely venture to introduce him privately to Losada as a promising inquirer. In the meantime their outward life passed on smoothly and happily. With much feasting and rejoicing, Juan was betrothed to Doña Beatriz. He loved her devotedly since boyhood. He loved her now more than ever. But his love was a deep, lifelong passion, no sudden delirium of the fancy, so that it did not render him oblivious of every other tie and callous to every other impression. It rather stimulated and at the same time softened his whole nature. It made him not less but more sensitive to all the exciting and ennobling influences which were being brought to bear upon him. In Doña Beatriz, Carlos perceived a change that surprised him, while at the same time it made more evident than ever how great would have been his own mistake had he accepted the passive gratitude of a child towards one who noticed and flattered her for the true deep love of a woman's heart. Doña Beatriz was a passive child no longer now. On the betrothal day, a proud and beautiful woman leaned on the arm of his handsome brother, and looked around her upon the assembled family, queen-like in air and mien, her cheek rivaling the crimson of the damask rose, her large dark eye beaming with passionate exulting joy. Carlos compared her in thought to the fair carved alabaster lamp that stood on the inlaid centre table of his aunt's state receiving room. Love had wrought in her the change which light within always did in that, revealing its hidden transparency and glorifying its pale, cold whiteness with tints so warmly beautiful that the clouds of evening might have envied them. The betrothal of Doña Sancha to Don Beltran Vivarez quickly followed. Don Balthazar also succeeded in obtaining the desired government appointment, and henceforth enjoyed, much to his satisfaction, the honours and emoluments of an empleado. To crown the family good fortune, Doña Inez rejoiced in the birth of a son and heir, while even Don Gonsalvo, not to be left out, acknowledged some improvement in his health, which he attributed to the judicious treatment of Losada. The mind of an intelligent man can scarcely be deeply exercised upon one great subject, without the result making itself felt throughout the whole range of his occupations. Losada's patience could not fail to benefit by his habits of independent thought and searching investigation, and his freedom from vulgar prejudices. This freedom, so rare in his nation, led him occasionally, though very cautiously, even to hazard the adoption of a few remedies which were not altogether cosas de España. The physician deserved less credit for his treatment of Juan's wounded arm, which nature healed almost as soon as her beneficent operations ceased to be retarded by ignorant and blundering leechcraft. Don Juan was heard occasionally to utter aspirations for the full restoration of his cousin Gonzalo's health, more hearty in their expression than charitable in their motive.
I would give one of my fingers he could ride a horse and handle a sword, or at least a good foil with the button off, and I would soon make him repent his bearing and language to thee, Carlos. But what can a man do with a thing like that, save let him alone for very shame? Yet he is dastard enough to presume on such toleration, and to strike those whom his own infirmities hinder from returning the blow.
If he could ride a horse or handle a sword, brother, I think you would find a marvelous change for the better in his bearing and language. That bitterness, what is it, after all, but the fruit of pain? Or of what is even worse than pain, repressed force and energy. He would be in the great world doing and daring. And behold, he is chained to a narrow room, or at best toils with difficulty a few hundred paces. No wonder that the strong winds, bound in their caverns, moan and shriek piteously at times. When I hear them, I feel far too much compassion to think of anger. And I would give one of my fingers, nay, I would give my right hand,
he added with a smile,
that he shared our blessed hope, Juan, my brother.
The most unlikely person of all our acquaintances to become a convert.
So say not I. Do you know that he has given money? He that has so little, more than once to Senor Cristobal, for the poor?
That is nothing,
said Juan.
He was ever free-handed. Do you not remember in our childhood how he would strike us upon the least provocation, yet insist on our sharing his sweetmeats and his toys, and even sometimes fighting us for refusing them? While the others knew the value of a ducat before they knew their angelus, and would sell and barter their small possessions like Dutch merchants.
Which you spared not to call them, bearing yourself in the quarrels that naturally ensued with undaunted prowess, while I too often disgraced you by tearful entreaties for peace at all costs.
Returned Carlos, laughing.
But my brother,
he resumed more gravely,
I often ask myself, are we doing all that is possible in our present circumstances to share with others the treasure we have found?
I trust it will soon be open to them all,
said Juan, who had now come just far enough to grasp strongly his right to think and judge for himself, and with it the idea of emancipation from the control of a proud and domineering priesthood.
Great is truth, and shall prevail.
Certainly in the end, but much that to mortal eyes looks like defeat may come first.
I think my learned brother, so much wiser than I upon many subjects, fails to read well the signs of the times. Whose word saith, When ye see the fig tree put forth her buds, know ye that summer is nigh, even at the door. Everywhere the fig trees are budding now.
Still the frosts may return.
Hold thy peace, too, desponding brother. Thou shouldest have learned another lesson yesterday, when thou and I watched the eager thousands as they hung breathless on the lips of our Fray Constantino. Are not those thousands really for us, and for truth and freedom?
No doubt Christ has his own amongst them.
You always think of individuals, Carlos, rather than of our country. You forget we are sons of Spain, Castilian nobles. Of course we rejoice when even one man here and there is won for the truth. But our Spain, our glorious land, first and fairest of all the earth, our land of conquerors, whose arms reach to the ends of the world, one hand taming the infidels in his African stronghold, while the other crowns her with the gold and jewels of the far west. She who has led the nations in the path of discovery, whose fleets gem the ocean, whose armies rule the land, shall she not also lead the way to the great city of God, and bring in the good coming time when we shall all know him from the least to the greatest? When they shall know the truth, and the truth shall make them free. Carlos, my brother, I do not dare doubt it.
It was not often that Don Juan expressed himself in such lengthened and energetic, not to say grandiloquent manner, but his love for Spain was a passion, and to extol her or to plead her cause, words were never lacking with him. In reply to this outburst of enthusiasm, Carlos only said gently,
Amen, and the Lord establish it in his time.
Don Juan looked keenly at him.
I thought you had faith, Carlos,
he said.
Faith?
Carlos repeated inquiringly.
Such faith,
said Juan,
as I have. Faith in truth and freedom.
And he rang out the sonorous words,
Verdad y libertad.
As if he thought, as indeed he did, that they had but to go forth through a submissive, rejoicing world.
Conquering and to conquer.
I have faith in Christ,
Carlos answered quietly. And in those two brief phrases, each unconsciously revealed to the other the very depths of his soul, and told the secret of his history. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. The First Drop of a Thunder Shower. Close doorways that are folded and prayed against in vain. E.B. Browning. Meanwhile, the happy weeks glided on noiselessly and rapidly. They brought full occupation for head and heart, as well as varied and intense enjoyment. Don Juan's constant intercourse with Doña Beatriz was not the less delightful, because already he sought to imbue her mind with the truths which he himself was learning every day to love better. He thought her an apt and hopeful pupil, but under the circumstances he was scarcely the best possible judge. Carlos was not so well satisfied with her attainments. He advised reserve and caution in imparting their secrets to her, lest through inadvertence she might betray them to her aunt and cousins. One considered this a mark of his constitutional timidity, yet he so far attended to his warnings that Doña Beatriz was strongly impressed with the necessity of keeping their religious conversations a profound secret, while her sensibilities were not shocked by any mention of words so odious as heresy or Lutheranism. But there could be no doubt as to Juan's own progress under the instructions of his brother and of Losada and Fray Cassiodoro. He began ere long to accompany Carlos to the meetings of the Protestants, who welcomed the new acquisition to their ranks with affectionate enthusiasm. All were attracted by Don Juan's warmth and candor of disposition, and by his free, joyous, hopeful temperament, though he was not beloved by any as intensely as Carlos was by the few who really knew him, such as Losada, Don Juan Ponce de Leon, and the young monk, Fray Fernando. Partly through the influence of his religious friends, and partly through the brilliant reputation he had brought from Alcala,
Carlos now obtained a lectureship at the College of Doctrine, of which the provost, Fernando de San Juan, was a decided and zealous Lutheran. This appointment was an honourable one, considered in no way derogatory to his social position, and useful as tending to convince his uncle that he was doing something, not idly dreaming his time away. Occupations of another kind opened out before him also. Amongst the many sincere and anxious inquirers who were troubled with perplexities concerning the relations of the old faith and the new, were some who turned to him with an instinctive feeling that he could help them. This was just the work that best suited his abilities and his temperament. To sympathize, to counsel, to aid in conflict, as only that man can do who has known conflict himself, was God's special gift to him. And he who goes through the world speaking, whenever he can, a word in season to the weary, will seldom be without some weary one to listen to him. Upon one subject, and only one, the brothers still differed. Juan saw the future robed in the glowing hues borrowed from his own ardent, hopeful spirit. In his eyes, the Spains were already won,
for truth and freedom,
as he loved to say. He anticipated nothing less than a glorious regeneration of Christendom, in which his beloved country would lead the van. And there were many amongst Losada's congregation who shared these bright and beautiful, if delusive, dreams, and the enthusiasm which had given them birth, and in its turn was nourished by them. Again, there were others who rejoiced with much trembling over the good tidings which often reached them of the spread of the faith in distant parts of the country, and who welcomed each neophyte to their ranks as if they were adorning a victim for the sacrifice. They could not forget that name of terror, the Holy Inquisition. And from certain ominous indications they thought the sleeping monster was beginning to stir in his den. Else why had new and severe decrees against heresy been recently obtained from Rome? And above all, why had the Bishop of Tarragona, González de Munebrãga, already known as a relentless persecutor of Jews and Moors, been appointed Vice-Inquisitor General at Seville? Still, on the whole, hope and confidence predominated, and strange, nay, incredible as it may appear to us, beneath the very shadow of the Triana the Lutherans continued to hold their meetings, almost with open doors. One evening Don Juan escorted Doña Beatriz to some festivity from which he could not very well excuse himself, whilst Carlos attended a reunion for prayer and mutual edification at the usual place, the house of Doña Isabella de Baena. Don Juan returned at a late hour, but in high spirits. Going at once to the room where his brother sat awaiting him, he threw off his cloak, and stood before him, a gay, handsome figure in his doublet of crimson satin, his gold chain, and well-used sword, now worn for ornament, with its embossed scabbard and embroidered belt.
I never saw Doña Beatriz look so charming,
he began eagerly.
Don Miguel de Santa Cruz was there, but he could not get so much as a single dance with her, and looked ready to die for envy, but saved me from the impertinence of Luis Rotello. I shall have to cane him one of these days, if no milder measures will teach him his place and station. He, the son of a simple hidalgo, to dare lift his eyes to Doña Beatriz de la Vega, the caitiff's presumption. But thou art not listening, brother. What is wrong with thee?
No wonder he asked. The face of Carlos was pale, and the deep, mournful eyes looked as if tears had been lately there.
A great sorrow, brother mine,
he answered in a low voice.
My sorrow too, then. Tell me, what is it?
Asked Juan, his tone and manner changed in a moment.
Juliano is taken.
Juliano? The muleteer who brought the books and gave you that testament?
The man who put into my hands this precious book, to which I owe my joy now, and my hope for eternity,
said Carlos, his lips trembling.
Ay de mi. But perhaps it is not true.
Too true. A smith to whom he showed a copy of the book betrayed him. God forgive him, if there be forgiveness for such. It may have been a month ago, but we only heard it now. And he lies there.
Who told you?
All were talking of it at the meeting when I entered. It is the sorrow of all. But I doubt if any have such cause to sorrow as I, for he is my father in the faith, Juan. And now,
he added, after a long, sad pause,
I shall never tell him what he has done for me, at least on this side of the grave.
There's no hope for him,
said Juan mournfully, as one that mused.
Hope? Only in the great mercy of God. Even those dreadful dungeon walls cannot shut him out.
No, thank God.
But the prolonged, the bitter, the horrible suffering, I've been trying to contemplate, to picture it, but I cannot, I dare not. And what I dare not think of, he must endure.
He is a peasant. You're a noble. That makes some difference,
said Don Juan, with whom the tie of brotherhood in Christ had not yet effaced all earthly distinction.
But Carlos,
he questioned suddenly and with a look of alarm.
Does not he know everything?
Everything,
Carlos answered quietly.
One word from his lips and the pile is kindled for us all. But that word will never be spoken. Tonight not one heart amongst us trembled for ourselves. We only wept for him.
You trust him, then, so completely? It is much to say. They in whose hands he is are cruel as fiends. No doubt they will.
Hush,
interrupted Carlos, with a look of such exceeding pain that Juan was effectually silenced.
There are things we cannot speak of, save to God in prayer. Oh, my brother, pray for him, that he for whom he has risked so much may sustain him, and if it may be, shorten his agony.
Surely more than 2 or 3 will join in that prayer. But my brother,
he added, after a pause,
be not so downcast. Do you not know that every great cause must have its martyr? When was a victory won and no brave man left dead on the field? A city stormed, and none fallen in the breach. Perhaps to that poor peasant may be given the glory, the great glory, of being honored throughout all time as the sainted martyr whose death was consecrated our holy cause to victory. A grand lot, truly, worth suffering for.
And Juan's dark eye kindled, and his cheek glowed with enthusiasm. Carlos was silent.
Dost thou not think so, my brother?
I think that Christ is worth suffering for,
said Carlos at last,
and that nothing short of his personal presence, realized by faith, can avail to bring any man victorious through such fearful trials. May he be with his faithful servant now, when all human help and comfort are far away.
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21 by the Guadalquivir. There dwells my father, sinless and at rest, where the fierce murderer can no more pursue. Schiller. Next Sunday evening the brothers attended the quiet service in Dona Isabella's upper room. It was more solemn than usual because of the deep shadow that rested on the hearts of all the band assembled there. But Losada's calm voice spoke wise and loving words about life and death, and about him who, being the Lord of life, has conquered death for all who trust him. Then came prayer, true incense offered on the golden altar, standing before the mercy seat, which only the veil, still dropped between, hides from the eyes of the worshippers. See Exodus 30, verse 6. But in such hours many a ray from the glory within shines through that veil.
Do not let us return home yet, brother,
said Carlos when they had parted with their friends.
The night is fine.
Whither shall we bend our steps?
Carlos named a favorite walk through some olive yards on the bank of the river, and Juan set his face towards one of the city gates.
Why take such a circuit?
Said Carlos, showing a disposition to turn in an opposite direction.
This is far the shorter way.
True, but it is less pleasant.
Carlos looked at him gratefully.
My brother would spare my weakness,
he said.
But it needs not. Twice of late, when you were engaged with Doña Beatriz, I went alone thither, and to the Prado San Sebastian.
So they passed through the Puerta de Triana, and having crossed the bridge of boats, leisurely took their way beneath the walls of the grim old castle. As they did so, both prayed in silence for one who was pining in its dungeons. Don Juan, whose interest in the fate of Juliano was naturally far less intense than his brother's, was the first to break that silence. He remarked that the Dominican convent adjoining the Triana looked nearly as gloomy as the inquisitorial prison itself.
I think it looks like all other convents,
returned Carlos with indifference. They were soon in the shadow of the dark, ghost-like olive trees. The moon was young and gave but little light, but the large, clear stars looked down through the southern air like lamps of fire. hanging not so much in the sky as from it. Were those bright watchers charged with a message from the land very far off, which seemed so near to them in the high places whence they ruled the night? Carlos drank in the spirit of the scene in silence, but this did not please his less meditative brother.
What art thou pondering?
He asked.
They that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars for ever and ever.
Art thou still thinking of the prisoner in the Triana?
Of him, and also of another very dear to both of us, of whom I have for some time been purposing to speak to thee. What if thou and I have been like children, seeking for a star on earth, while all the time it was shining above us in God's glorious heaven?
Knowest thou not of old, little brother, that when thy parables begin, I am left behind at once? I pray thee, let the stars alone, and speak the language of earth.
What was the task to which thou and I vowed ourselves in childhood, brother?
Juan looked at him keenly through the dim light.
I sometimes feared thou hadst forgotten,
he said.
No danger of that. But I had a reason, I think a good and sufficient one, for not speaking to thee until well and fully assured of thy sympathy.
My sympathy? In aught that concerned the dream, the passion of my life, of both our young lives. Carlos, how couldst thou even doubt this?
I had reason to doubt at first whether a gleam of light which has been shed upon our father's fate would be regarded by his son as a blessing or a curse.
Do not keep a man in suspense, brother. Speak at once, in heaven's name.
I doubt no longer now. It will be to thee, Juan, as to me, a joy exceeding great to think that our venerated father read God's word for himself, and knew his truth, and honored it, as we have learned to do.
Now, God be thanked,
cried Juan, pausing in his walk and clasping his hands together.
This indeed is joyful news. But speak, brother, how do you know it? Are you certain? Or is it only dream, hope, conjecture?
Carlos told him in detail, first the hint dropped by Losada to de Seso, then the story of Dolores, lastly what he had heard at San Isodro about Don Rodrigo de Valer. As he proceeded with his narrative, he welded the scattered links into a connected chain of evidence. Juan, all eagerness, could hardly wait till he came to the end.
Why did you not speak to Losada?
He interrupted at last.
Stay, brother, hear me out. The best is to come. I have done so lately. But until assured how thou wouldst regard the matter, I cared not to ask questions, the answers to which might wound thy heart.
You are in no doubt now. What heard you from Signor Cristobal?
I heard that Dr. Egidius named the Conde de Nuera as one of those who befriended Don Rodrigo, and that he had been present when that brave and faithful teacher privately expounded the epistle to the Romans.
There!
Juan exclaimed with a start.
There is the origin of my second and favorite name, Rodrigo. Brother, these are the best tidings I have heard for years.
And uncovering his head, he uttered fervent and solemn words of thanksgiving, to which Carlos added a heartfelt
Amen,
and resumed,
Then, brother, you think we are justified in taking this joy to our hearts?
Without doubt,
cried the sanguine Don Juan.
And it follows that his crime
was what in our eyes constitutes the truest glory, the profession of a pure faith,
said Juan with decision, leaping at once to the conclusion Carlos had reached by a far slower path.
And those mystic words inscribed upon the window, the delight and wonder of our childhood.
Ah,
repeated Juan.
El Dorado, yo he trovado. But what they have to do with the matter I see not yet.
You see not? Surely the knowledge of God in Christ, the kingdom of heaven opened up to us, is the true El Dorado, the golden country, which enriches those who find it for evermore.
That's all very good,
said Juan, with the air of a man not quite satisfied.
I doubt not that was our father's meaning,
Carlos continued.
I doubt it, though. Up to that point I follow you, Carlos. But there we part. Something in the New World, I think, my father must have found.
A lengthened debate followed, in which Carlos discovered, rather to his surprise, that Juan still clung to his early faith in a literal land of gold. The more thoughtful and speculative brother sought in vain to reason him out of that belief. Nor was he much more successful when he came to state his own settled conviction that they should never see her father's face on earth. Not the slightest doubt remained on his own mind that on account of his attachment to the Reformed faith, the Conde de Nuera had been, in the phraseology of the time, quietly put out of the way. But whether this had been done during the voyage or on the wild unknown shores of the New World, he believed his children would never know. On this point, however, no argument availed with Juan. He seemed determined not to believe in his father's death. He confessed, indeed, that his heart bounded at the thought that he had been a sufferer
in the cause of truth and freedom. He has suffered exile,
he said,
and the loss of all things. But I see not wherefore he may not after all be living still, somewhere in that vast, wonderful new world.
I am content to think,
Carlos replied,
that all these years he has been at rest with the dead in Christ, and that we shall see his face first with Christ when he appears in his glory.
But I am not content. We must learn something more.
We shall never learn more. How can we?
Asked Carlos.
That is so like thee, little brother, ever desponding, ever turned easily from thy purpose.
Well, be it so,
said Carlos meekly.
But what I determine that I do,
said Juan.
At least I will make my uncle speak out,
he continued.
I have ever suspected that he knows something.
But how is that to be done?
Asked Carlos.
Do all thou canst, and God prosper thee. Only,
he added with great earnestness,
remember the necessities of our present position, and for the sake of our friends, as well as our own lives, use due prudence and caution.
Fear not, my too prudent brother, the best and dearest brother in the world,
he added kindly.
If he had but a little more courage.
Thus conversing, they hastily retraced their steps to the city, the hour being already late. Quiet weeks passed on after this unmarked by any event of importance. Winter had now given place to spring. The time of the singing of birds was come. In spite of numerous and heavy anxieties, and of one sorrow that pressed more or less upon all, it was still springtime in many a brave and hopeful heart amongst the adherents of the new faith in Seville. Certainly it was springtime with Don Juan Alvarez. One Sunday a letter arrived by special messenger from Nuera, containing the unwelcome tidings that the old and faithful servant of the house, Diego Montes, was dying. It was his last wish to resign his stewardship into the hands of his young master, Señor Don Juan. Juan could not hesitate.
I will go tomorrow morning,
he said to Carlos.
But rest assured I will return hither as soon as possible. The days are too precious to be lost.
Together they repaired once more to Doña Isabella's house. Don Juan told the friends they met there of his intended departure, and ere they separated, many a hand warmly grasped his, and many a voice spoke kindly the
Vaya con Dios
for his journey.
It needs not formal leave-takings, Señores and my brethren,
said Juan.
My absence will be very short. Not next Sunday indeed, but possibly in a fortnight, and certainly this day month I shall meet you all here again.
God willing,
said Losada gravely. And so they parted. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22. The floodgates opened, and they feared as they entered into the cloud. For the first stage of Don Juan's journey Carlos accompanied him. They spent the time in animated talk, chiefly about Nuera, Carlos sending kind messages to the dying man, to Dolores, and indeed to all the household.
Remember, brother,
he said,
to give Dolores the little books I put into the alforjas, especially the Confession of a Sinner.
I shall remember everything, even to bring thee back tidings of all the sick folk in the village. Now, Carlos, here we agreed to part. No, not one step further.
They clasped each other's hands.
It's not like a long parting,
said Juan.
No, by con Dios, my Roy.
Quede con Dios, brother.
And he rode off, followed by his servant. Carlos watched him wistfully. Would he turn for a last look? He did turn. Taking off his velvet montero, he gaily bowed farewell, thus allowing Carlos to gaze once more upon his dark, handsome, resolute features, keen, sparkling eyes, and curling black hair. Whilst Juan saw a scholar's face, thoughtful, refined, sensitive, a broad, pale forehead, from which the breeze had blown the waving fair hair, fair to a southern eye, though really a bright soft brown, and lips that kept the old sweetness of expression, though whether from the manly fringe that graced them, or from some actual change, the weakness which had marred them once had ceased to be apparent now. Another moment, and both had turned their horses' heads. Carlos, when he reached the city, made a circuit to avoid one of the very frequent processions of the host, since, as time passed on, he felt ever more and more disinclined to the absolutely necessary prostration. Afterwards he called upon Losada to inquire the exact address of a person whom he had asked him to visit. He found him engaged in the character of physician, and sat down in the patio to await his leisure. Ere long Dr. Cristobal passed through, politely accompanying to the gate a canon of the cathedral, for whose ailments he had just been prescribing. The churchman, who was evidently on the best terms with his physician, was showing his good nature and affability by giving him the current news of the city, to which Losada listened courteously, with a grave, quiet smile, and, when necessary, an appropriate question or comment. Only one item made any impression upon Carlos. It related to a pleasant estate by the seaside which Munebrãga had just purchased, disappointing thereby a relative of the canon's who desired to possess it, but could not command the very large price readily offered by the Inquisitor. At last the visitor was gone. In a moment the smile had faded from the physician's careworn face. Turning to Carlos with a strangely altered look, he said,
"The monks of San Isidoro have fled."
"Fled?"
repeated Carlos, in blank dismay.
"Yes. No fewer than 12 of them have abandoned the monastery."
"How did you hear it?"
"One of the lay brethren came in this morning to inform me. They held another solemn chapter, in which it was determined that each one should follow the guidance of his own conscience. Those, therefore, to whom it seemed best to go have gone. The rest remain."
For some moments they looked at each other in silence. So fearful was the peril in which this rash act involved them all, that it almost seemed as if they had heard a sentence of death. The voice of Carlos faltered as he asked at last,
"Have Fray Cristobal or Fray Fernando gone?"
"No. They are both amongst those, more generous, if not more wise, who have chosen to remain and take what God will send them here. Stay, here is a letter from Fray Cristobal, which the lay brother brought me. It will tell you as much as I know myself."
Carlos read it carefully.
"It seems,"
he said when he had finished,
"that the consciences of those who fled would not allow them any longer to conform, even outwardly, to the rules of their order. Moreover, from the signs of the times, they believe that a storm is about to burst upon the company of the faithful."
"God grant it may prove that they have saved themselves from its violence."
Losada answered, with a slight emphasis on
"themselves."
"And for us, God help us."
Carlos almost moaned, the paper falling from his trembling hand.
"What shall we do?"
"Be strong in the Lord, and in the power of his might,"
returned Losada bravely.
"No other strength remains for us, but God grant none of us in the city may be so unadvised as to follow the example of the brethren. The flight of one might be the ruin of all."
"And those noble devoted men who remain at San Isidro?"
"Are in God's hands, as we are."
"I will ride out and visit them, especially Fray Fernando."
"Excuse me, Señor Don Carlos, but you will do nothing of the kind. That were to court suspicion. I will bear any message you choose to send."
"And you?"
Losada smiled, though sadly.
"The physician has occasion to go,"
he said.
"He is a very useful personage, who often covers with his amiable cloak the dogmatizing heretic."
Carlos recognized the official phraseology of the Holy Office. He repressed a shudder, but could not hide the look of terror that dilated his large blue eyes. The older man, the more experienced Christian, could compassionate the youth. Losada, himself standing
face to face with death,
spoke kind words of counsel and comfort to Carlos. He cautioned him strongly against losing his self-possession, and thereby running needlessly into danger.
"Especially would I urge upon you, Señor Don Carlos,"
he said,
"the duty of avoiding unnecessary risk, for already you are useful to us, and should God spare your life, you will still be more so. If I fall—"
"Do not speak of it, my beloved friend."
"It will be as God pleases,"
said the pastor calmly.
"But I need not remind you, others stand in like peril with me, especially Fray Casadorio and Don Juan Ponce de Leon."
"The noblest heads, the likeliest to fall,"
Carlos murmured.
Then must younger soldiers step forth from the ranks, and take up the standards dropped from their hands. Don Carlos Alvarez, we have high hopes of you. Your quiet words reach the heart, for you speak that which you know, and testify that which you have seen, and the good gifts of mind that God has given you enable you to speak with the greater acceptance. He may have much work for you in his harvest field, but whether he should call you to work or to suffer, shrink not. But be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest.
I will try to trust him, and may he make his strength perfect in my weakness.
Said Carlos.
But for the present,
he added,
give me any lowly work to do, whereby I may aid you or lighten your cares, my loved friend and teacher.
Losada gladly gave him, as indeed he had done several times before, instructions to visit certain secret inquirers and persons in distress and perplexity of mind. He passed the next 2 or 3 days in these ministrations and in constant prayer, especially for the remaining monks of San Isodro, whose sore peril pressed heavily on his heart. He sought as much as possible to shut out other thoughts, or when they would force an entrance, to cast their burden, which otherwise would have been intolerable, upon him who would surely care for his own church, his few sheep in the wilderness. One morning he remained late in his chamber, writing a letter to his brother, and then went forth, intending to visit Losada. As it was a fast day, and he kept the church fast rigorously, it happened that he had not previously met any of his uncle's family. The entrance to the physician's house did not present its usual cheerful appearance. The gate was shut and bolted, and there was no sign of patients passing in or out. Carlos became alarmed. It was long before he obtained an answer to his repeated calls. At last, however, someone inside cried out,
¿Quién es?
Carlos gave his name, well known to all the household. Then the door was half opened, and a mulatto serving lad showed a terrified face behind it.
Where is Señor Cristobal?
Gone, señor.
Gone? Whither?
The answer was a furtive, frightened whisper.
Last night, the alguazils of the Holy Office.
And the door was shut and bolted in his face. He stood rooted to the spot, speechless and motionless, in a trance of horror. At last he was startled by feeling someone grasp his arm without ceremony, indeed rather roughly.
"Are you moonstruck, cousin Don Carlos?"
asked the voice of Gonsalvo.
"At least you might have had the courtesy to offer me the aid of your arm, without putting me to the shame of requesting it, miserable cripple that I am."
And he gave vent to a torrent of curses upon his own infirmities, using expressions profane and blasphemous enough to make Carlos shiver with pain. Yet that very pain did him real service. It roused him from his stupor, as sharp anguish sometimes brings back a patient from a swoon. He said,
"Pardon me, my cousin, I did not see you, but I hear you now, with sorrow."
Gonsalvo deigned no answer except his usual short, bitter laugh.
"Whither do you wish to go?"
"Home. I am tired."
They walked along in silence. At last Gonsalvo asked abruptly,
"Have you heard the news?"
"What news?"
"The news that is in everyone's mouth today. Indeed, the city has well nigh run mad with holy horror. And no wonder. Their reverences, the Lords Inquisitors, have just discovered a community of abominable Lutherans, a very viper's nest, in our midst. It is said the wretches have actually dared to carry on their worship somewhere in the town. Ah, no marvel you look horror-stricken, my pious cousin. You could never have dreamed that such a thing was possible, could you?"
After one quick, keen glance, he did not look again in his cousin's face, but he might have felt the beating of his cousin's heart against his arm.
"I am told,"
he continued,
"that nearly 200 persons have been arrested already."
200?
gasped Carlos.
"And the arrests are going on still."
"Who is taken?"
Carlos forced his trembling lips to ask.
"Losada, more's the pity. A good physician, though a bad Christian."
"A good physician and a good Christian, too,"
said Carlos, in the voice of one who tries to speak calmly in terrible bodily pain.
"An opinion you would do more wisely to keep to yourself, if a reprobate such as I may presume to counsel so learned and pious a personage."
"Who else?"
"One you would never guess. Don Juan Ponce de Leon, of all men. Think of the Count of Balin's son being thus degraded. Also the master of the College of Doctrine, San Juan, and a number of Jeromite friars from San Isodro. Those are all I know, as the gentleman's taking account of. There are some beggarly tradesfolk, such as Medel d'Espinosa, the embroiderer, and Louise d'Abrechot, from whom your brother bought that beautiful book of the Gospels he gave Donna Beatriz. But if only such cattle were concerned in it, no one would care.
Some fools there be,
Don Gonsalvo continued after a pause,
who have run to the Triana and informed against themselves, thinking thereby to get off more easily. Fools again, I say, for their pains.
And he emphasized his words by a pressure of the arm on which he was leaning. At length they reached the door of Don Manuel's house.
Thanks for your aid,
said Gonsalvo.
Now that I remember it, Don Carlos, I hear also that we are to have a grand procession on Tuesday, with banners and crosses, in honour of Our Lady and of our holy patronesses, Justina and Rufina, to beg pardon for the sin and scandal so long permitted, in the midst of our most Catholic city. You, my pious cousin, licentiate of theology and all but consecrated priest. You will carry a taper, no doubt?
Carlos would fain have left the question unanswered, but Gonsalvo meant to have an answer.
You will,
he repeated, laying his hand on his arm, and looking him in the face, though with a smile.
It would be very creditable to the family for one of us to appear. Seriously, I advise you to do it.
Then Carlos said quietly,
No.
And crossed the patio to the staircase which led to his own apartment. Gonsalvo stood watching him, and mentally retracting at his last word, the verdict formerly pronounced against him as
a coward, not half a man.
End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23 The Reign of Terror. Those shining millions around thee stand, for the sake of him at thy right hand. Think of the souls he died for here, thus wandering in darkness, in doubt and fear. The powers of darkness are all abroad. They own no Saviour, and they fear no God. And we are trembling in dumb dismay. O turn not thou thy face away. Hogg. It was late in the evening when Carlos emerged from his chamber. How the intervening hours had passed he never told anyone. But this much is certain. He contended with and overcame a wild, almost uncontrollable impulse to seek refuge in flight. His reason told him that this would be to rush upon certain destruction. So sedulously guarded were all the ways of egress, and so watchful and complete, in every city and village of the land, was the inquisitorial organization, not to speak of the Hermandad, or Brotherhood, a kind of civil police, always ready to cooperate with the ecclesiastical authorities. Still, if he could not be saved, Juan might and should. This thought was growing gradually clearer and stronger in his bewildered brain and aching heart, while he knelt in his chamber, finding a relief in the attitude of prayer, though few and broken were the words of prayer that passed his trembling lips. Indeed, the burden of his cry was this:
Lord, have mercy on us. Christ, have mercy on us. Thou that carest for us, forsake us not in our bitter need. For thine is the kingdom, even yet thou reignest.
This was all he could find to plead, either on his own behalf or on that of his imprisoned brethren, though for them his heart was wrung with unutterable anguish. Once and again did he repeat,
Thine is the kingdom and the power. Thine, O Father, thine, O Lord and Saviour, thou canst deliver us.
It was well for him that he had one to save. He rose at last, and added to the letter previously written to his brother a few lines of most earnest entreaty that he would on no account return to Seville. But then, recollecting his own position, he marvelled greatly at his simplicity in purposing to send such a letter by the king's post, an institution which, strange to say, Spain possessed at an earlier period than any other country in Europe. If he should fall under suspicion, his letter would be liable to detention and examination, and might thus be the means of involving Juan in the very peril from which he sought to deliver him. A better plan soon occurred to him. That he might carry it out, he descended late in the evening to the cool, marble-paved court, or patio, in the centre of which the fountain ever murmured and glistened, surrounded by tropical plants, some of them in gorgeous bloom. As he had hoped, one solitary lamp burned like a star in a remote corner, and its light illumined the form of a young girl seated in a low chair, before an inlaid ebony table, writing busily. Doña Beatriz had excused herself from accompanying the family on an evening visit, that she might devote herself in undisturbed solitude to the composition of her first love letter. Indeed, her first letter of any kind, for short as he intended his absence to be, Juan had stipulated for this consolation, and induced her to promise it, and she knew that the king's post went northwards the next day, passing by Nuera on his way to the towns of La Mancha. So engrossing was her occupation that she did not hear the step of Carlos. He drew near and stirred behind her. Pearls, golden agni, and a scarlet flower or two were twined in her glossy raven hair, and the lamp shed a subdued radiance over her fine features, which glowed through their delicate olive with the rosy light of joy. An exquisite though not very costly perfume, that Carlos in other days always associated with her presence, still continued a favourite with her, and filled the place around with fragrance. It brought back his memory to the past, to that wild, vain, yet enchanting dream, the brief romance of his life. But there was no time now even for a dream within a dream. There was only time to thank God, from the depths of his soul, that in all the wide world there was no heart that would break for him.
Doña Beatriz,
he said gently. She started, and half turned, a bright flush mounting to her cheek.
You are writing to my brother?
And how know you that, Señor Don Carlos?
Asked the young lady, with a little innocent affectation. But Carlos, standing face to face with terrible realities, pushed aside her pretty arts, as one hastening to succour a dying man might push aside a branch of wild roses that impeded his path.
I most earnestly request of you, Señora, to convey to him a message from me.
And wherefore can you not write to him yourself, Señor Licentiate?
Is it possible, Señora, that you know not what has happened?
Vaya, vaya, Don Carlos, how you startle one! Do you mean these horrible arrests?
Carlos found that a few strong, plain words were absolutely necessary in order to make Beatrix understand his brother's peril. She had listened hitherto to Don Juan's extracts from Scripture, and the arguments and exhortations founded thereon, conscious indeed that these were secrets which should be jealously guarded, yet unconscious that they were what the Church and the world branded as heresy. Consequently, although she heard of the arrest of Losada and his friends with vague regret and apprehension, she was far from distinctly associating the crime for which they suffered with the name dearest to her heart. She was still very young, and she had not thought much, she had only loved. And she blindly followed him she loved, without caring to ask whither he was going himself, or whither he was leading her. When at last Carlos made her comprehend that it was for reading the Scriptures, and talking of justification by faith alone, that Losada was thrown into the dungeons of the Triana, a thrilling cry of anguish broke from her lips.
Hush, Señora,
said Carlos, and for once his voice was stern.
If even your little Blackfoot page heard that cry, it might ruin all.
But Beatrix was unused to self-control. Another cry followed, and there were symptoms of hysterical tears and laughter. Carlos tried a more potent spell.
Hush, Señora,
he repeated.
We must be strong and silent, if we are to save Don Juan.
She looked piteously up at him, repeating,
Save Don Juan?
Yes, Señora, listen to me. You, at least, are a good Catholic. You have not compromised yourself in any way. You say your Angelus. You make your vows. You bring flowers to Our Lady's shrine. You are safe.
She turned round and faced him, her cheek dyed crimson, and her eyes flashing.
I am safe. Is that all you have to say? Who cares for that? What is my life worth?
Patience, dear Señora. Your safety aids in securing his. Listen, you are writing to him. Tell him of the arrests, for hear of them he must. Use the language about heresy, which will occur to you, but which, God help me, I could not use. Then pass from the subject, write aught else that comes to your mind, but before closing your letter, say that I am well in mind and body, and would be heartily recommended to him. Add that I most earnestly request of him, for our common good, and the better arrangement of our affairs, not to return to Seville, but to remain at Nuera. He will understand that. Lay your own commands upon him, your commands, remember, Señora, to the same effect.
I will do all that. But here come my aunt and cousins.
It was true. Already the porter had opened for them the gloomy outer gate, and now the gilt and filigreed inner door was thrown open also, and the returning family party filled the court. They were talking together, not quite so gaily as usual, but still eagerly enough. Doña Sancha soon drew near to Beatrix, and began to rally her upon her occupation, threatening playfully to carry away and read the unfinished letter. No one addressed a word to Carlos, but that might have been mere accident. It was, however, scarcely accidental that his aunt, as she passed him on her way to an inner room, drew her mantilla closer round her, lest its deep lace fringe might touch his clothing. Shortly afterwards Doña Sancha dropped her fan. According to custom, Carlos stooped for it, and handed it to her with a bow. The young lady took it mechanically, but almost immediately dropped it again with a look of scorn, as if polluted by his touch. Its delicate carved ivory, the work of Moorish hands, lay in fragments on the marble floor, and from that moment Carlos knew that he was under the ban, that he stood alone amidst his uncle's household, a suspected and degraded man. It was not wonderful. His intimacy with the monks of San Isodro, his friendship with Don Juan Ponce de Leon, and with the physician Losada were all well-known facts. Moreover, had he not taught at the College of Doctrine under the direct patronage of Fernando de San Juan, another of the victims? And there were other indications of his tendencies which could scarcely escape notice, once the suspicions of those who lived under the same roof with him were awakened. For a while he stood silent, watching his uncle's countenance, and marking the frown that contracted his brow whenever his eye turned towards him. But when Don Manuel passed into a smaller saloon that opened upon the court, Carlos followed him boldly. They stood face to face, but could scarcely see each other. The room was darkness, save for a few struggling moonbeams.
"Señor, my uncle,"
said Carlos.
"I fear my presence here is displeasing to you."
Don Manuel paused before replying.
"Nephew,"
he said at length,
"you have been lamentably imprudent. The saints grant you have been no worse."
A moment of strong emotion will sometimes bring out in a man's face characteristic lineaments of his family, in calmer seasons not traceable there. Thus it is with features of the soul. It was not the gentle, timid Don Carlos who spoke now. It was Alvarez de Santillanos y Minaya. There was both pride and courage in his tone.
"If it has been my misfortune to offend my honored uncle, to whom I owe so many benefits, I am sorry, though I cannot charge myself with any fault. But I should be faulty indeed were I to prolong my stay in a house where I am no longer what, thanks to your kindness, Señor my uncle, I have ever been hitherto a welcome guest."
Having spoken thus, he turned to go.
"Stay, young fool,"
cried Don Manuel, who thought the better of him for his proud words. They raised him in his estimation from a mark for his scorn to a legitimate object for his indignation.
"There spoke your father's voice. But I tell you, for all that, you shall not quit the shelter of my roof."
"I thank you."
"You may spare the pains. I ask you not, for I prefer to remain in ignorance to what perilous and foolhardy lengths your intimacy with heretics may have gone. Without being a qualificator of heresy myself, I can tell that you smell of the fire. And indeed, young man, were you anything less than Alvarez de Minaya, I would hardly scorch my own fingers to hold you out of it. The devil, to whom, in spite of all your fair appearances, I fear you belong, might take care of his own. But since truth is the daughter of God, you shall have it from my lips. And the plain truth is, that I have no desire to hear every cur dog in Seville barking at me and mine, nor to see our ancient and honourable name dragged through the mire and filth of the streets."
"I have never disgraced that name."
"Have I not said that I desire no protestations from you? Whatever my private opinion may be, it stands upon our family honour to hold that yours is still unstained. Therefore, not from love, as I tell you plainly, but from motives that may perchance prove stronger in the end, I and mine extend to you our protection. I am a good Catholic, a faithful son of Mother Church, but I freely confess I am no hero of the faith to offer up upon its shrine those that bear my own name. I pretend not to such heights of sanctity. Not I."
And Don Manuel shrugged his shoulders.
"I entreat of you, Señor my uncle, to allow me to explain—"
Don Manuel waved his hand with a forbidding gesture.
"None of thy explanations for me,"
he said.
"I am no silly cock, to scratch till I find the knife. Dangerous secrets had best be let alone. This I will say, however, that of all the contemptible follies of these evil times, this last one of heresy is the worst. If a man will lose his soul, in the name of common sense, let him lose it for fine houses, broad lands, a duke's title, an archbishop's coffers, or something else good at least in this world. But to give it all up, and to gain nothing save fire here and fire again hereafter, it is sheer blank idiocy."
"I have gained something."
said Carlos firmly.
I have gained a treasure worth more than all I risk, more than life itself.
What? Is there really a meaning in this madness? Have you and your friends a secret?
Don Manuel asked in a gentler voice, and not without curiosity. For he was the child of his age, and had Carlos told him that the heretics had made the discovery of the philosopher's stone, he would have seen nothing worthy of disbelief in the statement. He would only have asked him for proofs.
The knowledge of God in Christ,
began Carlos eagerly,
gives me joy and peace.
Is that all?
cried Don Manuel with an oath.
Fool that I was to imagine, for half an idle minute, that there might be some grain of common sense still left in your crazy brain. But since it is only a question of words and names and mystical doctrines, I have the honor to wish you good evening, Señor Don Carlos. Only I command you, as you value your life, and prefer a residence beneath my roof to a dungeon in the Triana, to keep your insanity within bounds, and to conduct yourself so as to avert suspicion. On these conditions we will shelter you. Eventually, if it can be done with safety, we may even ship you out of the Spains to some foreign country where heretics, rogues, and thieves are permitted to go at large.
So saying, he left the room. Carlos was stung to the quick by his contempt, but remembered at last that it was a fragment of the true cross, really the first that had fallen to his lot, given to him to wear in honor of his master. Sleep would not visit his eyes that night. The next day was the Sabbath, a day he had been wont to welcome and enjoy. But never again should the Reformed Church of Seville meet in the upper room, which had been the scene of so much happy intercourse. The next reunion was appointed for another place, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Doña Isabella de Baena and Losada were in the dungeons of the Triana. Fray Casiodoro de Reina, singularly fortunate, had succeeded in making his escape. Fray Constantino, on the other hand, had been among the first arrested, but Carlos went as usual to the cathedral, where that eloquent voice would never again be heard. A heavy, silent gloom, like that which precedes a thunderstorm, seemed to fill the crowded aisles. Yet it was there that the first gleam of comfort reached the breaking heart of Carlos. It came to him through the familiar words of the Latin service, loved from childhood. He said afterwards to the trembling child of one of the victims, whose desolated home he dared to visit,
For myself horror took hold of me. I dared not to think, I scarce dared to pray, save in broken words that were only like cries of pain. The first thing that helped me was that grand verse in the Te Deum, chanted by the sweet, childish voices of the cathedral choir, Tu de victo mortis aculeo, apruesti credentibus, regna coelorum. Think, dear friends, not death alone, but its sting, its sharpness. For us and our beloved he has overcome, and they, and we in him. The gates of the kingdom of heaven stand open, opened by his hands, and neither men nor fiends can shut them again.
Such words as these did Carlos take opportunity to speak to many of the bereaved ones, from whom the desire of their eyes had been taken by a stroke far more bitter than death. This ministry of love did not greatly increase his own peril, since the less he deviated from his ordinary habits of life, the less suspicions he was likely to awaken. But had it been otherwise, he was not now in a position to calculate. Perhaps he was too new heaven. At all events, he had already ventured too much for Christ's sake not to be willing, at his call, to venture a little more. Meanwhile, the isolation of his position in his uncle's house grew overpowering. No one reproached him, no one taunted him, not even Gonsalvo. He often longed for some bitter word, aye, though it were a curse, to break the oppressive silence. Every eye looked upon him with hatred and scorn. Every hand shrank from the slightest, most accidental contact with his. Almost he came to consider himself what all others considered him, polluted, degraded, under the ban. Once and again would he have sought escape by flight from an atmosphere in which it seemed more and more impossible to breathe. But flight meant arrest, and arrest, beside its overwhelming terrors for himself, meant the danger of betraying one. His uncle and his uncle's family, though they seemed now to scorn and hate him, had promised to save him if they could, and so far he trusted them. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Spanish Brothers by Deborah Alcock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24. A Gleam of Light. It is a weary task to school the heart, ere years or griefs have tamed its fiery throbbings, into that still and passive fortitude which is but learned from suffering. Hemans. Shortly afterwards, the son and heir of Doña Inez was baptized with the usual amount of ceremony and rejoicing. After the event, the family and friends partook of a merienda of fruit, confectionery, and wine in the patio of Don Garcia's house. Much against his inclination, Carlos was obliged to be present, as his absence would have occasioned remark and inquiry. When the guests were beginning to disperse, the hostess drew near the spot where he stood, near to the fountain, admiring, or seeming to admire, a pure white azalea in glorious bloom.
"In good sooth, cousin Don Carlos,"
she said,
"you forget old friends very easily. But I suppose it is because you are going so soon to take orders. Everyone knows how learned and pious you are, and no doubt you're right to wean yourself in good time from the concerns and amusements of this unprofitable world."
No word of this little speech was lost upon one of the neatest gossips in Seville, a lady of rank who stood near, leaning on the arm of Losada's former patient, the wealthy canon. And this was what the speaker, in her good nature, probably intended. Carlos raised to her face eyes beaming with gratitude for the friendly notice.
"No change of state, señora, can ever make me forget the kindness of my fair cousin,"
he responded with a bow.
"Your cousin's little daughter,"
said the lady,
"had once a place in your affections. But with you, as with all the rest, I presume the boy is everything. As for my poor little Inez, her small person is of small account in the world now. It is well she has her mother."
"Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to renew my acquaintance with Doña Inez, if I may be permitted so to do."
This was evidently what the mother desired.
"Go to the right then, amigo mio,"
she said promptly, indicating the place by a quick movement of her fan,
"and I will send the child to you."
Carlos obeyed, and for a considerable time paced up and down a cool, spacious apartment, only separated from the court by marble pillars, between which costly hangings were suspended. Being a Spaniard and dwelling among Spaniards, he was neither surprised nor disconcerted by the long delay. At last, however, he began to suspect that his cousin had forgotten him. But this was not the case. First a painted ivory ball rolled in over the smooth floor. Then one of the hangings was hastily pushed aside, and the little Doña Inez bounded gaily into the room in search of her toy. She was a merry, healthy child, about 2 years old, and really very pretty, though her infantine charms were not set off to advantage by the miniature nun's habit in which she was dressed, on account of a vow made by her mother to Our Lady of Carmel, during the serious illness for which Carlos had summoned Losada to her aid. She was followed almost immediately, not by the grave elderly nurse who usually waited on her, but by a girl of about 16, rather a beauty, whose quick dark eyes bestowed, from beneath their long lashes, bashful but evidently admiring glances on the handsome young nobleman. Carlos, ever fond of children, and enjoying the momentary relief from the painful tension of his daily life, stooped for the ball and held it, just allowing its bright red to appear through his fingers. As the child was not in the least shy, he was soon engaged in a game with her. Looking up in the midst of it, he saw that the mother had come in silently, and was watching him with searching, anxious eyes that brought back in a moment all his troubles. He allowed the ball to slide to the ground, and then with a touch of his foot sent it rolling into one of the farthest corners of the spacious hall. The child ran gleefully after it, while the mother and the attendant exchanged glances.
"You may take the noble child away, Juanita,"
said the former. Juanita led off her charge without again allowing her to approach Carlos, thus rendering unnecessary the ceremony of a farewell. Was this the mother's contrivance, lest by spell of word or gesture, or even by a kiss, the heretic might pollute or endanger the innocent babe? When they were alone together, Doña Inez was the first to speak.
"I do not think you can be so wicked after all, since you love children, and play with them still," she said in a low, half-frightened tone.
"God bless you for those words, señora,"
answered Carlos with a trembling lip. He was learning to steel himself to scorn, but kindness tested his self-control more severely.
"Amigo mio,"
she resumed, drawing nearer and speaking more rapidly,
"I cannot quite forget the past. It is very wrong, I know, and I'm weak. Aid to me, if it be true you really are that dreadful thing I do not care to name. I ought to have the courage to stand by and see you perish."
"But my kinsfolk,"
said Carlos,
"do not intend me to perish, and for the protection they afford me I am grateful. More I could not have expected from them, less they might well have done for me. But I would to God I could show them and you that I am not the foul, dishonored thing they deem me."
If it had only been something respectable,
said Doña Inez with a sort of writhe.
Such as some youthful irregularity, or stabbing or slaying somebody. But what use in words? I would say, I counsel you to look to your own safety. Do you not know my brothers?
I think I do, Señora. That an Alvarez de Meñaya should be defamed of heresy would be more than a disgrace. It would be a serious injury to them.
There be more ways than one of avoiding the misfortune.
Carlos looked inquiringly at her. Something in her half-averted face and the quick shrug of her shoulders prompted him to ask,
Do you think they mean me mischief?
Daggers are sharp to cut knots,
said the lady, playing with her fan and avoiding his eye. With so many ghastlier terrors had the mind of Carlos grown familiar, that this one came to him in the guise of a relief. So,
the sharpness of death,
for him, might mean no more than a dagger's thrust after all. One moment here, the next in his Saviour's presence. Who that knew aught of the tender mercies of the Holy Office could do less than thank God on his bended knees for the prospect of such a fate?
It is not death that I fear,
he answered, looking at her steadily.
But you may as well live. Nay, you had better live. For you may repent, may save your unhappy soul. I shall pray for you.
I thank you, dear and kind Señora, but through the grace of God my soul is saved already. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Hush, for heaven's sake,
Doña Inez interrupted, dropping her fan and putting her fingers in her ears.
Hush, or ere I am aware I shall have listened to some dreadful heresy. The saints help me! How should I know just where the good Catholic words end, and the wicked ones begin? I might be caught in the web of the evil one, and then neither saint nor angel, no, nor even Our Lady herself, could deliver me. But listen to me, Don Carlos, for at all events I would save your life.
I will listen gratefully to aught from your lips.
I know that you dare not attempt flight from the city at present. But if you could lie concealed in some safe and quiet place within it till this storm is blown over, you might then steal away unobserved. Don Garcia says that now there is such a keen search made after the Lutherans, that every man who cannot give a good account of himself is like to be taken for one of the accursed sect. But that cannot last forever. In 6 months or so the panic will be past. And those 6 months you may spend in safety, hidden away in the lodging of my lavandera.
You are kind.
Peace, and listen. I have arranged the whole matter, and once you are there, I will see that you lack nothing. It is in the Morero, a house hidden in a very labyrinth of lanes, a chamber in the house which a man would need to look for very particularly ere he found it.
How shall I succeed in finding it?
You notice the pretty girl who led in my little Inez? Peep, the lavandera's son, is ready to die for the love of her. She will describe you to him, and engage his assistance in the adventure, telling him the story I have told her, that you wish to conceal yourself for a season, having stabbed your rival in a love affair.
Oh, Doña Inez, I? Almost a priest?
Well, well, do not look so horror-stricken, amigo mia. What could I do? I dared not give them a hint of the truth, or both my hands full of double ducats would not have tempted them to stir in the affair. So I thought no shame of inventing a crime for you that would win their interest and sympathy, and dispose them to aid you.
Passing strange,
said Carlos.
Had I only sinned against the law of God and the life of my neighbor, they would gladly help me to escape. Did they dream that I read his words in my own tongue, they would give me up to death?
Juanita is a good little Christian,
remarked Doña Inez.
And Peep also is a very honest lad. But perhaps you may find some sympathy with the old crone of a lavandera, who's of Moorish blood, and, it is whispered, knows more of Mohammed than she does of her breviary.
Carlos disclaimed all connection with the followers of the false prophet.
How should I know the difference?
Said Doña Inez.
I thought it was all the same, heresy and heresy. But I was about to say, Peep is a gallant lad, a regular majo. His hand knows its way either amongst the strings of a guitar or on the hilt of a dagger. He's often served caballeros who were out of nights serenading their ladies, and he will go equipped as if for such an adventure. You also bind a guitar on your shoulder. You could use one in old times, and to good purpose too, if you've not forgotten all Christian accomplishments together. Bribe old Sancho to leave the gates open, and sally forth tomorrow night when the clock strikes the midnight hour. Peep will wait for you in the Calle del Candelejo until 1.
Tomorrow night?
I would have named tonight, but Peep has a dance to attend. Moreover, I knew not whether I could arrange this interview in sufficient time to prepare you. Now, cousin,
she added anxiously,
you understand your part and will not fail in it.
I understand everything, Señora, my cousin. From my heart I thank you for the noble effort to save me. Whether in its result it shall prove successful or no, already it is successful in giving me hope and strength, and renewing my faith in old familiar kindness.
Hush! That step is Don Garcia's. It is best you should go.
Only one word more, Señora. Will my generous cousin add to her goodness by giving my brother, when it can be done with safety, a hint of how it has fared with me?
Yes, that shall be cared for. Now, adios.
I kiss your feet, Señora.
She hastily extended her hand, upon which he pressed a kiss of friendship and gratitude.
God bless you, cousin,
he said.
Vea con Dios,
she responded.
For it is our last meeting,
she added mentally. She stood and watched the retreating figure with tears in her bright eyes, and in her heart a memory that went back to old times, when she used to intercede with her rough brothers for the delicate and shrinking child, who was younger as well as frailer than all the rest.
He was ever gentle and good, and fit to be a holy priest,
she thought.
Aid de me for the strange sad change. Yet after all, I cannot see that he's so greatly changed. Playing with the child, talking with me, he's just the same Carlos of old. But the devil is very cunning. God and Our Lady keep us from his wiles.
End of chapter 24.